So, welcome everyone. My name is Emmanouil, or Manolis. I'm the CEO of the Honeynet project, and I'm very, very happy to welcome you to the 2025 iteration of this. Before I start, I want to give some big thank you to all the sponsors that supported us to make this event, especially Acalvio, SecurityWorks, and Labyrinth. And of course, all the organizing partners and the Stratosphere Laboratory, Sebastian and everyone. So yeah, really thank you. It was amazing to work with all of you. Yeah, and we will come back to the thank you, I guess, in the end as well. So I want to say a few things about what is the Honeynet project, and also mention some historical facts about it and what are we doing. Just so you know. One thing, and this is the only kind of boring slide, what is it as in organizational structure? It's a non-profit organization based in the US, but with members all over the world. And we have like full members and contributors, so not many full members, but a lot of contributors, and also a lot of chapters, which are usually per country. So there is the Norwegian chapter, for instance, Alaska chapter and many others. Not all are very active, but they're still there. And then there is a board of directors that basically governs, let's say, the organization as it's an official non-profit. And last but not least, we have a lot of Google Summer of Code students. I will come back to that in a second. So the workshop is actually relatively new compared to the history of the whole project. So we started doing this in 2011. Until then, basically, the Honeynet project was meeting in private or in secret. It was invite-only event. And in 2011, the organization decided to open up and share more knowledge and make these public workshops and trainings for more people to join. And this is actually the 11th iteration this year. So last year we had it in Copenhagen, and then we had a break due to Corona, and then you see the rest. So the workshops have actually happened now in 4 continents. So both Asia, Europe, America, and also Australia. Yeah. And this is all about exchanging ideas, so please talk to people, ask questions. Yeah, we are here for this. Now I want to go to the more fun part. So these are things I'm still learning. I'm a relatively new member of the Honeynet project, but it has a very, very rich history. So it started in 1999. Maybe there are people here who were not born yet, I guess. And it started by Lance, who basically came out of, I think, the military, and then started in a security career, and then learned about honeypots and wanted to try things. Some things failed, I guess, and then he met more and more people and started creating this organization. You can see cute photo here from Black Hat 2001, where basically the Honeynet project was presenting and discussing their findings. It's a very nice video. I have a link in the next slides. And the main findings they were discussing back then was how they infiltrated, basically through a honeypot, some Pakistani hackers who were targeting India back then because of some territorial conflict. And basically these hackers joined an IRC server that was a honeypot, and they made it their command and control. So the Honeynet project was able to see everything that these people were doing. Nowadays we have global memberships from everywhere with very diverse skills. Not everyone is a hacker or a very technical person. There are many also people who have more like a sociological background, for instance. One thing we don't do at the Honeynet project is we don't sell products or services, and everything we do basically is open source and freely available to the community. So the idea is to unite security research to achieve our mission. I will come back to what the mission is. And what I really like, and I saw these videos yesterday and a few days ago, including this one, is how the people in the Honeynet project have been thinking very, very differently compared to traditional security people. And I will show you 2 examples of this. One thing I want to mention as well is that people who helped to found the organization are nowadays really big names. So there is George Kurtz, for instance, who is the CEO of CrowdStrike. There was also Bruce Snyder, who supported, and he was part of the first board of directors, actually, to make the organization possible. So very, very big also names nowadays. So coming to the thinking differently, I have 2 clips, just a few seconds. You can watch the whole video here. So this is from 2015. And this is Lance, so the founder of the Honeynet project, explaining his first attempt to put a Honeynet, basically, on his house. Let's see if this works.
99 is I set up my first Honeynet. And I have no idea if this is going to work. Nobody has ever done something like this. So I just put a Linux 5 computer out on the internet with a firewall in front of it. Anything inbound, nothing outbound. I don't know how long it's going to take. Days, weeks, months, years, anything like that. Now this picture, this is the honeypot that was actually set up, but this picture is actually the wrong picture because it's actually on my wife's dining room table. So I asked my wife last night, hey honey, can you send me the picture of the computer? I got the wrong picture. But it just gives you an idea of what it looked like. This is important for a very big reason. So I set the Honeynet up. And this was back in the days when you have ISDN. And have the ISDN router right next to the computer. I set it up, and within an hour, something amazing happens. I start seeing the lights flashing on the ISDN router. Oh my gosh, something has happened. I can't believe it. And I tell my wife, honey, there's a hacker in my computer. Because, you know, there's all sorts of this network traffic going on. My wife looks at me and she goes, what? So, yeah, there's a hacker on my honeypot. Can you believe it?
Yeah, the story goes, you can watch the video, but basically what happened is the hacker couldn't go out in terms of traffic, so they decided to just delete everything on the computer. And I think this was a lesson for Lance to bring more people in and then create, in a way, the Honeynet project. But this was 1999, so not many honeypots until then. And another thing I want to show is from this 2001 Black Hat presentation. And this is actually Max. I think Max is not here today, unfortunately. But Max is still a member. And I love the way he's talking about social aspects of the hackers. So this was a discussion, as I said before, with these Pakistani hackers. And they were also discussing, besides the technical aspects, how socially they were acting. So I find this quite interesting as well. The audio is worse on this one.
We'll talk a little bit more about the community because it's really very fascinating. Like I said before, there's really it's really a meritocracy, and how do you sort of decide where you are in that status hierarchy? And one of the ways you do it is you meet someone else online, and I have sort of a whole slide that sort of goes through sort of the social dimensions of the community. And one of those dimensions besides status is also derogatory statements. If you look through this IRC chat, you'll see lots of them everywhere. Oh, those guys, they're lamers, they're losers, yada, yada, yada. You're not cool, things like that. And really what they're doing is they're trying to assert their status position. That is, I have...
Yeah, and he continues to discuss this. But this is something, for instance, that in academia, where I'm from, came quite late to take the social aspects of hackers into account. And it's really nice to see that the Honeynet project was already doing this in 2001. Okay, so that's some very historical things. So a bit also more historical things about me. So I learned about honeypots in around 2006 doing my bachelor. And then I joined the Greek Honeynet project chapter in 2010 in my master's. And then I came to the workshop in 2015. thanks to a scholarship of the Honeynet project. So I'm grateful for that. And then I tagged along and then became a Google Summer of Code mentor, and then joined the board, and then we did the workshop last year in Copenhagen. Now I'm DTU, so this is the Technical University of Denmark, and I'm there with a bunch of PhD students doing cyber deception stuff. Going now back to the Honeynet project, I mentioned like the mission of the organization, and basically everything goes with this. So the main line that we are following is this: know your enemy, which today is quite, I guess, banal, but back then was quite a new thing to understand how hackers work, basically, to be able to defend against them. So our mission is to understand tools, tactics, and motives of attackers, and share the lessons learned from them. And the vision for the Honeynet project is to create a diverse global team of security people that work together for this goal, basically. And what do we do? So we have 3 pillars. One is raising an awareness through all of our findings, basically. The second is collaboration, and the third, in my opinion, is mentoring. For raising awareness, the Honeynet project has published a bunch of books. This is a quite old one. It looks like this, all about knowing your enemy. And the second one was this one. And of course, we make also posts and public information and papers and like this. Today, many of you probably have used Teapot. I think this is one of the flagships software, at least, that we have, and we have Marco here, who is the person behind it. So questions for Teapot, then you have to hand Marco and join his training as well. We have a lot of honeypots, of course. So Teapot is a framework for that orchestrates a lot of honeypot together. We do a lot of collaboration, and actually the workshop is the main collaboration point to meet new people for the Honeynet project. And the last thing I mentioned is mentoring, and for this we are proud members of the Google Summer of Code. This is an amazing, actually, program from Google, and we're very proud to be there along with really big open source projects like Apache, Debian, the Python Foundation, and others. We have been participating since 16 years, actually, and this year as well. And this is also a way that many people join the group. So they first either become mentors or they become students in GSOC. They get paid, basically, during summer to code with us. We mentor them as Honeynet project. And then we have basically support for our open source projects. It's a win-win situation. I'm good with time. I'm done, basically. So this was kind of an overview of what the Honeynet project was about and is about. And now it's time for our keynote. I'm looking forward for Tim, but I give it to you, Sebastian. Thank you.
So let me introduce Team Pappa. It's my pleasure to have you here after all this planning we have been doing. Thank you very much for coming. I'm very, very happy. And it's an opportunity for us. We are going to be listening to Welcome to the Party, Pa, how Die Hard can help us design cyber deception influence models built on signaling more than infrastructure. And Tim is an incident response engineer and cyber deception strategist at Walmart and former supervisory special agent and provider at the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit, the BAU, where he specialized in online cyber deception. Tim, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
By a show of hands, how many people have actually seen the movie Die Hard? Okay. Because that would have been weird if I was depending on that and you hadn't seen it. Let me just start with an initial clip. And I guess as I've been out of government, I've realized I do need to provide more warnings if there's going to be like gratuitous violence and killing and cursing. There's going to be a lot of that in these clips, so that's your warning. But we'll start with an initial video here. That's basically the end, but we'll work through that if that keeps happening. I feel like, though, at least as we step into cyber deception influence, well, actually, I wonder if it's going to keep doing that. I wonder if we can change like the USB code. Oh, we'll just work through it. We'll work through it. I think it's just a power issue with it, but okay. Before we get into cyber deception influence, I want to frame it out a little bit more in terms of how does Die Hard help us understand deception and influence, specifically with this movie. So all of you have seen this, but you see many times in this movie, the terrorist group that took over that building used deception all the time, not just for planning, but their execution. So if you think about Barton Whaley and his deception techniques and his deception framework, there's simulation and there's dissimulation right there, even in that clip, right? They want to simulate that everything's fine in this apartment building. You have some of the terrorists dressed as a security guard saying like everything's fine. So the police officer thinks initially everything's fine. And they're also dissimulating that something's going wrong, that people have been taken hostage. Because you've got to have those things happening at the same time. It's got to be simultaneous, right? It is true, McClane basically kills everybody in this entire terrorist group. But the reason he was so effective was because he observed behaviors, right? It wasn't just that he was a trained police officer. He observed behaviors of these terrorists, and he exploited those behaviors. And specifically, he was looking at how to manipulate their decision-making, the way they thought about things. He was trying to induce emotions and affect in them, and he did many, many times, right? The fact that he didn't have many weapons and he didn't really truly know everything that was going on, he overcame those limitations, again, by using deception and influence. And you see in many cases here with Hans Gruber, the leader of this group, he impacts the way he makes decisions, right? And that was critical. Basically, every terrorist that's killed throughout this movie, it just increases ambiguity and confusion and uncertainty in this terrorist group and in Hans Gruber. And that's typically what you want to do, right? When you're trying to induce erroneous sense-making in your target, you want to increase ambiguity and confusion for them so it's harder for them to make a decision. And this is really the number one reason why he was so effective. He continued to be engaging with them throughout the entire hostage situation. And that's really a roadmap for how to do cyber deception. You want to be engaged with your adversary, otherwise you're just kind of doing things out in the wild. I did want to go back, though, to a deception experience that really did shape me, and it did really reflect a lot of the experiences I've had with cyber deception. And this is back when I just joined the behavioral analysis unit at the FBI, and this is early on with a ransomware actor that's still active today. And what had happened is a field office had come to us because this ransomware operator had claimed multiple organizations that he had breached. And because there are so many organizations, it was an undercover FBI agent who created a persona or a sock puppet and reached out to this guy and basically said, I'm representing a number of the companies that you victimized. I want to talk about negotiations. And so already you have a space of deception, right? Because that ransomware actor doesn't really know who he is, but even backstopping wasn't necessarily an issue because obviously this ransomware actor wants something out of it. When this field office came to us, though, they asked us to take a look at this ransomware group, and right away I could tell there probably were some reputational issues. There were some insecurities because this ransomware group, and it may have just been one guy, had rebranded twice in 2 years. So we thought there might be some insecurity about their branding. If you look online at Twitter at the time, a lot of people were questioning if they had actually compromised anybody, if they were just taking data that had already been stolen and trying to resell it. So the fact that people were questioning this person's capability as well may have also led to them being sensitive about this. So we already knew that, at least, even if we have no idea who this is. We at least know those might be some possible behaviors already from this ransomware actor. So they reached out to this ransomware actor, again, claiming that they were representing different companies. What we didn't know at the time is this conversation had already become pretty hostile because the agent was calling this guy a script kiddie and all these kind of things, but they continued to talk. And we would never recommend that they be negative and get into an argument like that. But that's what was happening. But they continued this conversation probably because this ransomware actor still wanted to try and make money from data that he had taken. But what was surprising to me is that you could have a conversation where there's deception, this ransomware actor doesn't really know who this guy is. It could become hostile, and still they continue talking. Because a lot of times, my understanding was if you're going to engage with a threat actor online, you don't want to piss them off, you don't want them to stop talking to you. But again and again, I would see, and starting from this point, even if you're in a space where that threat actor is angry and has a whole host of other emotions, they still want to talk to you because there's still something they want out of it. Now, this field office had decided to send something malicious downrange, which we had recommended against not to do that, but they did anyway, and this guy opened it up still, and he was pissed. I don't know why the silhouette was a shirtless man, but that's all I could find. But he was pissed. He opened it up, which we had never heard of anyone doing before, right? Opening up a malicious attachment. This guy was pissed. He accused him of being FBI, whatever. He still kept talking. Of course, this undercover agent didn't admit that. He just thought, I'm playing this game. And they continued this back and forth, right? If you fast forward a few months, we had an opportunity to contact him again, and my objective at that time was to get this guy to click on something. And you would think, why would he ever click on anything? Why would any threat actor be foolish enough to do that? But what I did was I created content, and I shaped this content really focused on trying to induce this guy's emotions, because I made it about his reputation. And that same unknown threat actor, undercover agent in the beginning, so he knew the name, he knew this was a hostile guy, and they had had a hostile interaction over a period of weeks, reached out to him again and said, I'm pretty sure this is about you. I think this is your voice. And of course, we were shaping it with other things too, like the fact that this guy's probably going to be so curious, he's got to find out what he says. And sure enough, he clicked on it, and he was angry all over again, right? Because he had clicked on this link that collected information on him. And again, he accused this person of being the FBI. It didn't necessarily stop that conversation. I would have these experiences again and again, though. As like when you create content and make that part of your engagement with somebody and you're really trying to message to their behaviors, they're usually going to respond. And deception's a big part of that. Sebastian mentioned some of my background. I was in the FBI for 16 years. In the last 6 years, I was a profiler with the behavioral analysis unit. And the unit I was on specifically, we focused on hackers. And a lot of the requests we would get would be a field office or another agency would come to us, and they'd have some investigative goal in mind, right? Like we want to have an engagement strategy online. We want to have a conversation with them. We want to send them something so they'll click on it. And that's what we do. We do a behavioral analysis of that individual, even if we don't know who they are. But we look at the behaviors they would demonstrate online, the way they would interact with other people, the things they would say to other people, the things they would say about themselves, and build that baseline. And part of that was communication, right? The things that we would put out there to get their attention. And currently, with Walmart, I'm on the cyber deception operations team, and I do some of the same stuff. It's not as focused on adversary engagement. It's focused on this enterprise-wide deception, which is definitely different, but it includes these components as well, right? In terms of like sock puppets and engagements with people online. But a lot of this still comes back to creating storylines that support your deception operation. I mentioned signaling in the title. Why do I think it's so important? Maybe as important or more important than the infrastructure we build on a network for deception. Well, signaling is a foundational theory of communication and culture, right? And it's really about the context you're talking about or the domain you're talking about. And if you've heard of signaling theory, what they're talking about is when someone sees a signal or a display, how reliable is that signal or display, right? And the costs have to outweigh the benefits. And usually from that, people think this must be true, or else why would they engage in that kind of cost, right? Because people don't want to be exposed, right? A good example would be Bernard Hopkins is an American boxer, and sometimes in between each round, when another fighter's resting, he'll do push-ups in front of his opponent, right? So people can look at that as that's probably a reliable signal or display, because why would he fatigue himself if he wasn't in such great shape? Of course, people can be deceptive with that, but if you look at it from that example, that's what I mean by reliable displays and signals. Same thing with somebody goes to prison, there's been a lot of research on prisoners, the things they display when they first get to prison to make sure that other inmates know something about them, right? So there'd be situations in past studies of people going to prison in Poland where somebody hurt themselves and acted pretty crazy, and they had to make sure, though, that prisoners saw them hurting themselves. And the message there would be, this guy's crazy, he's so crazy he'd hurt himself, right? So people may not mess with him because maybe he's psychotic. Well, that signal or display has no impact if nobody sees it, right? So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about how important it is that you display something to someone and that they see it. And there's a slight difference emerging there, right? Because it's not just about putting deception artifacts somewhere on your network and maybe someone will come across it or maybe they'll find that attractive, but you're making sure they see it. That's why a storyline is so important, and that's why identifying who you're trying to reach with that story is so important. Barton Whaley, if a lot of you are familiar with him, a lot of people don't know, before he really got into deception research, he was a communications scholar. That's really where he started. If you look at a lot of his prior work, it was focusing on like word of mouth communication in different communities. And before he got into like, what's the most effective way to influence somebody, obviously offline at the time, he wanted to understand the social structure. Who's talking to who respects who. He would call that key communicators. That's how he approached things first as a baseline before he got into deception. I mentioned signaling in terms of like the domain or context. That's what this comes down to. So think about it in terms of your enterprise, your organization, what your organization communicates about its vulnerabilities and strengths. And a threat actor is going to keep that in mind as well. When they're doing reconnaissance and open source research, they're going to keep that in mind as well. That's where that external communication can become so important. And the final reason, too, is we don't always want to just wait until an attacker gets into our network. We also want to focus on what's happening outside. If you look at some of the prior research, especially from Kimberly, Ferguson, Walter, if you go back several years, right, most people are familiar with the Telerosa study, the Moonraker study, but she highlights a big gap in there. She's like, we don't really know what happens when you really focus on communicating to people outside the network. We don't really know how that impacts threat actors. I think it's still a question mark. Because even now, in terms of like where I work, it's hard to go to executives in an organization and say, this is going to be impactful. All we can really do is point to human behavior and other case studies, but there's not a lot of case studies. So this is the direction we're kind of trying to move into. So with this presentation, I'm going to give you 3 models from Die Hard that I think could be effective for anybody to potentially use. And I'm going to show you the clips. Hopefully it works out, right? But thankfully you've seen these too. So we can work with that. I want to start with the first one. Okay. So here's the first model, right? Introducing affective storylines and content that'll undermine an attacker's trust and certainty. When I say affective, there's a slight difference between affect and emotions. So when you talk about emotions, that's like a label that you've put on something. It's interpretation. If you say like, I feel happy because, I feel sad because, you've evaluated some experience with somebody or some event. Affect's a little bit different. You can't really put a label on it. You know how sometimes you just kind of feel a lot of things, but that's powerful, like being in a mood or whatever? That's affect. It's been described as kind of like a promiscuous thing because it's just always there, underlying, and you can have a lot of different emotions, but affect is massively, massively impactful. If you look at some of the studies on affect and emotion, they've taken something as simple as having 2 control groups, one where they showed them a video to induce positive affect, and another one where they showed them a video to induce negative affect, and they saw a marked difference in their personalities when they would interview them afterwards. The positive video, much more creative, much more open, scrutinizing people less, and then the opposite. So it can be a vast difference. They've done studies where they've looked at like people who are thirsty, and they showed them a cup of water, and people's evaluations of how much water is in that cup would be different based on how thirsty they are. So affect colors everything we do. All of our judgment, what we think of other people, our decisions we make, it's massively impactful. If you look at that clip, and from what you can remember, this is the first dead terrorist in Die Hard, right? And people were already worried about telling his brother, because they know his brother, and they know his brother's going to flip out And already we're starting to see there's different relationships in this terrorist group, and he's observing some of this above the elevator shaft of how people are going to react. Already we have a dynamic of this relationship between this terrorist brother and the brother who was killed, right? Obviously they're shocked that this has happened, right? That one of them has gotten killed, and that this guy appears to have information about what they're doing, because he said, I have a machine gun too. And you see he's brought humor into it. I'll get into that later, but humor is a huge part of inducing affect in people, whether you're trying to get them to share that content because they think it's funny or because they're pissed. And that example I gave in the beginning with that ransomware actor, that's exactly what we were trying to do. We were crafting humor for us, not for him, into the content we were creating to make him more responsive to it. You may have missed this with the clip, but earlier when he was talking to the crowd of hostages, he said, we are in charge. And then all of a sudden, it's disrupted by the elevator ding. This woman screams because she sees the dead terrorist, right? And this was at the tail end of that clip too. Already, even Hans Gruber, their leader, is making things more ambiguous and confusing because that other terrorist said, is this a security guard we missed? It's like, no, this is something else. We don't want to read too much into it, but it's a great example of that statement alone. The terrorists around him could say, Gruber doesn't even know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. That's why we like to focus on threat actor groups of people, because there's greater chance for dissension and uncertainty. So how would this look like in a cyber context? I mentioned briefly before like how people share content and emotions. They've studied this a lot. It's not just like what makes things go viral, but why do people share things online? And it basically comes down to this. If the content you're dealing with or creating doesn't induce emotions or affect, people aren't going to share it. People don't really care about that. So non-emotional content doesn't really go anywhere. It's got to be emotional and induce affect. The other part of that, when you talk about in-group and out-group behavior, is it funny to people or does it piss them off? And either one can cause people to share things, right? In this case, this is funny for John McClane to write that on his sweatshirt. It's not funny for that terrorist group. And it'd be the same thing with a threat actor group if you started mocking and ridiculing them. And obviously, we've seen some examples briefly in the past year or two with like Lockbit, where the law enforcement has tried to do that. And I think to some degree, maybe that's been effective. But it's the same kind of thing because people react to it. You can do this privately. You can do this publicly. We just haven't seen a whole lot of the public examples of this. Most companies would be very uncomfortable with doing something like this, calling out a threat actor group and basically making fun of them. But again and again, we see in human behavior, this is the button to push if you want people to respond, and respond in a way where they're just not thinking clearly and making decisions clearly, right? Now, maybe you've heard about creating a cognitive overload. As an interviewer, when I'm trying to detect deception, I want to create a cognitive overload in you so it's harder for you to be deceptive. And this could be just making you have to focus on a bunch of different things or having a complex storyline. Well, you can create an emotional or affective overload too. The whole point is if you do that, people just can't focus as well. I think that example of the ransomware actor clicking on the link we sent him was an emotional and cognitive overload because he should know better to never click on anything, but it was too enticing to him. It was too enticing. I'm sure he watched the whole video many, many times, even though he clicked on it. It's actually quicker though too if you can induce an emotional or affective overload. It does work for individuals online, but especially for groups or teams. When people talk about like very difficult, hyper-vigilant threat actor groups as being hard to crack or they're hard targets, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think they're probably the most vulnerable because typically in those kind of groups, they're highly compartmented. They already have a low sense of trust with other people. Sinister attribution error, if you want to look up work by Kramer on that, he's a retired Stanford University professor. But what this basically is he's saying, hey, everybody has paranoia. They call it everyday paranoia, right? This could be as simple as you're walking down the hallway past a colleague and you say hi to them and they don't say hi back. Immediately as you're walking back to your desk, you're probably like, why didn't they say hi to me? Did something happen? Did someone say something to them? You all have experienced that. That's how simple that can be. It's not a pathological thing. It's a normal thing that everyone experiences. Sinister attribution error is at another whole level, right? And typically you find this with people engaged in crime or something dangerous like that. They're always looking over their back or their shoulder because they think someone's out after them, someone's trying to get them. And that may not be the case at all, but they're living in a hyper-vigilant space. So what they start to do is they're trying to explain why are these things happening to me, and they come up with their own explanations for it, which is great because when someone comes up with an organic explanation for what they think is happening to them, they have even greater confidence in it. That's how they fill those gaps. This can all happen online, and it's even more so likely to happen online where people are already anonymized and deception's already at a higher level. So having to do this stuff online is actually more fruitful than trying to do it offline. Just people haven't tried it as much, but I've seen it again and again in these FBI operations. Second influence model, second clip. You see that part? Okay. So I was hoping. By the way, the issue is my Surface Pro, not their equipment. It's just it's a crappy power source coming from my Surface Pro. The second cyber deception influence model, channeling the attacker's attention and sense making to what I'm calling these reputational and performance stages. And so with McLean, he's using their own radio channel to talk to Gruber, and they can all hear it, right? They can all hear this dialogue, and more than likely, Gruber's also changing the way that he's engaged in dialogue with them. So he explains in that clip, he expects a police response. He never expected this person, McLean, who he still has no idea who this is. He never expected that. And McLean starts talking about the deaths of different terrorists. This is the first time they're hearing about it. Gruber's trying to stay calm, but already he's giving out directions to other people. Go check on this, go check on that. And now we have, again, McLean continues to add confusion and ambiguity to the situation. And he's just one guy using the terrorist communication channel. You started to see in that clip, I think, one of the other terrorists says, how does he know so much about? And Gruber cuts him off, right? He's misdirecting their priorities in time to confirm this stuff. I mean, think about it in terms of misdirection and cyber. This is one guy doing this, and he's doing it by inducing affect and emotions in them. How would we look at this from a cyber deception context? So sense-making is like a filter. When I talk about decision-making is kind of looking in the past, and sense-making is looking forward. So with decision-making, you're looking at decisions you've made in the past to inform maybe how you make a decision now. Sense-making, though, is looking forward. You're engaged in sense-making every day for yourself, right, and other things. It's your worldview. It shapes your interpretation of everything. So even like your own narrative about your life, every day you're engaged in sense-making. But also look at this in terms of like an actual situation. Holding someone's attention once you get it is also critical. If you looked at Robert Cialdini's work on influence and persuasion, he had another book called Persuasion, which I think is a very critical book. If you look at most of the FBI case study experiences I've had, persuasion has been critical to every single one. And this comes down to making sure you get their attention and you hold it before they even get the message. So the example would be if I'm trying to get a message to Sebastian, I can't be around the corner and whisper it and hope you hear it. I have to make sure you get the message. I want to do that elegantly and naturally, but I need to make sure he gets the message, and it starts with getting his attention and holding it. And for a lot of them, it comes down to their reputation. McLean definitely had their attention because he was on their radio channel. There's no doubt they weren't going to get that message, right? Some of you may have heard about reflexive control. Waiting for it to pop up there. Reflexive control is this is a Soviet cognitive model. The Russians still use it. And the thing that's interesting about reflexive control is it's not about controlling behavior, it's about managing behavior. And they look at the pathway of the way people collect information and make decisions and share information. That's why the Russians are so effective against the United States, because they've studied so closely the pathways of decision-making by officials they're trying to influence. They don't even have to be involved in that pathway. They can just inject things into that pathway indirectly and let things happen. That's why they're so good at it. The US model for many years has been package something and throw it over the wall and hope it sticks to somebody. But reflexive control is very focused on how do they make decisions and collect information and process information in this organization. And you can apply this equally to a threat actor coming onto your network, because they expect the network to look a particular kind of way, right? They expect a certain kind of topography. They have an attack pathway that might be something they're trying to create, or it might be lined up for them. So it's not just about even putting decoys on that attack pathway. It's what you do before they even get to that attack pathway that can influence how credible they think it is, how credible and reliable they think those signals are. This is the third clip, so it's the last clip we have to get there. The third one. You can disrupt and influence an attacker's storyline with your own powerful storyline, right? So in this situation, the terrorists were prepared to escalate. They had those missiles, and they did escalate, right? Law enforcement wasn't prepared for this. And they weren't able to do much anyway outside of the building. So McLean, he escalated the situation using their C4, using their own tool, right? And you saw they said, they're using artillery on us. It's like, it's not the police, it's him. It's Gruber saying that. And this is important too. Local news media is watching the whole time and filming. They're providing live coverage. So look at this from a cyber perspective. When I'm talking about a privileged moment, that's also a persuasive technique, but that just means a moment you're not going to have again. I'm thinking about this in terms of ransomware victims. I rarely ever see ransomware victims come out public right away. This is happening to us now. I think in the few cases where we've seen a ransomware group give a decryption key out, it's been in situations where it's like a hospital or health service. And of course, I don't know the reasons why they did that. I don't think people have the ground truth on that. But it's kind of interesting because the few times they had a great opportunity to really share with people, this is happening to our patients right now. Maybe I've seen a little bit more of that communication, but you rarely see organizations do this. But that's a great moment to come out public and share that. Of course, maybe some of you know this, you shouldn't depend on law enforcement anyway. During an event like this that's real time, because that's typically not what they're there for. They're there for a long-term look at an investigation on an attacker. And think about this too. Threat actors, they might be prepared for what law enforcement's going to do or how they run cases, but they're probably not prepared for what you're going to do, especially if you violate or surprise their expectations and you do something they didn't expect. That's the whole thing with McLean. He's constantly surprising them because he never anticipated or planned for someone like him. Now, short of like hacking back, using their own tools and techniques in response to what they're doing, that can cause even more confusion and uncertainty in terms of like what's actually happening from that team. And there's other real and imagined stories you can tell powerfully about what's happening, which a threat actor usually can't verify. So the final part with discussion, and I think we'll only have a few minutes for questions just to keep on time here. I think these deception influence models for cyber deception, that anyone can use them. I don't think it has to be dependent on your training or experience. A lot of this stuff are things that we kind of understand intuitively in terms of how we respond to storytelling, how we respond to certain content online, how we can influence other people. It's definitely not hacking back. It's a response. It's a response to threat actor activity, though, and it can be proactive. There's a psychological component to everything a threat actor is doing, and it reflects their behaviors, and that's what you're trying to look at, is their actual behaviors, not just how you think they're going to respond to a certain decoy, but you've observed demonstrated behaviors, and you build something based off of those behaviors you've observed. And communication should be a part of it. We don't do anything at all without a deception storyline. I think it's the piece that's often missing. You can put deception tech and other things on your network, but if you don't have a storyline that ties it all together inside and outside, I don't think you're going to reach those attackers. I don't think you're going to draw them in the way you probably want to. I know there can be different purposes for honeypots and other artifacts, but generally your goal is to manage your environment, and part of that is making sure you've channeled them and you have their attention and they're going down the pathways you want them to go down. And this storyline is a critical part of that. It doesn't really cost much either. You can just use your imagination, right, and be creative. And the final part of the discussion, I think this can be a practical and instrumental thing that people can add to their organization, right? Because cyber deception is not meant to be, from my perspective, something that handles all the security on a network. You have usually a SOC and incident responders, and I know that can depend on the size of your organization, but cyber deception is one piece of that you augment here and there to make things more protected. It's meant to be a higher fidelity kind of alerting, right? That's how we typically look at cyber deception at Walmart. That's how it can be practical, not something that's just a amorphous kind of thing, right? The models I'm suggesting here, it reflects operational research. I know there's not a lot out there that's published, but this is what I've seen in my government experience, and this is what I continue to see in my experience in industry, that this stuff is effective. Like I said, even if you don't have a lot of deception infrastructure that you've built or repurposed, or even if you're not using software, even cyber deception influence models, they can still misdirect or deter attackers. Kimberly Ferguson Walter said, even if you don't have deception and you just tell people, attackers, there's deception on here, it can still be effective. And I've seen that play out again and again. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes for questions. We have microphones, so if you want to do a question, tell us, and we are going to give it to you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. Do you know of any frameworks that already, let's say, track or do this in a more structured way? Because I can see how this can be done very ad hoc. Sure. I'm thinking maybe to make it more sustainable and repeatable, etc. Maybe it would be good to tie it to a framework so that we can have like some sort of best practice-ish situations.
Sure.
Not sure if you get me yet.
I think there's foundational frameworks. And then some of it, I think you have to customize for your organization. Like in terms of a creative process at Walmart, we're going to look at things like see, think, do. Those models have kind of been out there. But then using the Bell-Whaley framework, we want to also look at what deception techniques for simulating and dissimulating are we using as well. So then that's also meant to have like common communication on our team, right? We don't have to do that, but we do it so we have a higher level of maturity in how we design these things. In terms of measuring them, I think there's a lot to pull from consumer psychology and marketing in terms of how you look at metrics and other things. I think, though, at the end of the day, and this is still something that I'm working on as well, if you want to measure success, you look at a threat actor who's trying to do something, and how did you manage that threat actor? I know it's hard for corporations who want to look at how much money is saved, how much time is saved. Is there a correlation between attacks and what we've put on the network? And that's very difficult to measure. But at the end of the day, if you can point to a particular threat and like, this is how I managed that situation, typically you can step back and say that was effective. I think that's going to have to be the course in a lot of situations.
Thank you very much. We ran out of time for more questions, but be sure to catch him on the hallways and on the training tomorrow, okay? So before we end up, we have a small gift for you. And as a keynoter, we have a second gift for you that we want you to please open. Yes. No pressure. It's It's the Nakatomi Plaza for you. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to start presenting Muris Sladić. He's going to be talking about VelLMes, how generative AI can help cyber deception and defense. And Muris is a PhD student in the Stratosphere Laboratory working on how to use generative AI for cyber deception. Welcome, Muris. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all here. So, LLMs for honeypots. Very fun topic for me, at least. Not too new. It kind of started appearing when the first boom with, OpenAI releasing ChatGPT for public. So, papers started in research appearing then, and then more and more and more and more and more and more and more. And you get a point, people kind of like thinking about this stuff. It's a very interesting topic for people, but I would at the beginning like to kind of go to those beginnings and how it all started with these two papers, or more specifically this one that showed like you go to ChatGPT and you tell it, okay, be a Linux shell, and you do ls and it responds like Linux shell. Very nice. But my beginnings in how did I find myself in these topics of LLMs and deception? Well, it was roughly 2 years ago when I came to Stratosphere Lab and to my supervisor, Sebastian. And at the time, I was just a young, aspiring master student. And I said, I want to do a thesis. And Sebastian said, sure. Do you want to work with LLMs? And I said, sure. I mean, it was a bit more complicated than this, of course. I'm just giving you the short version. And then Sebastian said, yeah, great, read about it and we'll figure out the exact topic. So I started, reading papers, blogs, watching YouTube videos, researching, playing around with stuff. And a few days later, or weeks, I don't know, I came to the team and I said, hey team, look at this thing I made, this nice shell simulation. And they said, wow, so cool, can we use it as a honeypot? And I said, well, that's the general idea. And they said, let's do it. And we all said, yay. And that's how the shell LM was born. So what is a shell LM? I have a small video here, but it's basically a LLM simulation of a Linux shell terminal. So you SSH to it, and you see a computer. You type ls, you get a response, you move to a new directory, you create a file, you write into a file, you delete a file, you ping a computer, you try to download something from the internet, you check devices that exist. Looks very nice. Of course, it all started with a simple prompt. Behave like a Linux shell. No, this was a couple of years back, so it was like GPT 3.5. At the time, and it does something, but it's still not good enough. You want to do more, so you try something, you add some things to the system prompt, then you give it an example, then it's still not behaving really well. This thing is not good, so you repeat it, and then you repeat it again, and then you repeat it again, and then why are you not listening to me? You need to yell at the LLM a bit, to get it to work, and eventually it starts behaving. But at that point, the system prompt is like 4,000 tokens big. And that affects LLM because it starts forgetting, it gets slower. So we wanted to make it better. To get that first working version, it will take you an hour or something. To get it to 80% of the performance, it will take you maybe a couple of days. Then to push it to 90, it will take 2-3 months. And then to get it like to 95%, because probably 100 is not achievable, but and to evaluate it properly and everything, it's going to take you a year, maybe even more. So at this point, we figured out, okay, it's not really behaving well. There's still things that are obvious to people that it's a fake system. So we can't do it with prompting anymore. We need to fine tune. So we did. We created a data set. From the commands where it wasn't behaving properly, we had some people outside our lab interacting with it, and we created a data set that we used for fine-tuning. This was nice, it improved performance, but it also decreased the system prompt to some 400 tokens, which was a significant improvement here. And actually this second version of Shell LM, we even have it open. If you want to play or try, please do. I will show this again later at the end. But so at this stage in the research, we knew LLMs have potential to be used as honeypots for deception, but you need to be careful with prompting and you need to fine-tune. Of course, we didn't want to stop here. We're researchers, we want to go forward. So we thought, okay, can we go beyond just Linux shell simulation? It is complex, it requires a lot of work, but we wanted to kind of see if we can do some other protocols that could be interesting for the intruders in your servers. You know, they might want to check the databases or the emails or some web page that you are running. So what if we combined all of this into a deception framework? And I mean, we did. And that's how VelLMes was born. The name comes from the Slavic deity Veles, who is a god of, amongst other things, deception, you know. And LLMs, so it's VelLMes. I'm just saying it because some people are still mispronouncing it. I won't name any names. I don't want to talk too much or show you another video. I actually want to do something live here so we can check these protocols out. You know, the SSH is kind of a standard one. People have already seen it, but we can maybe take a look at these other ones. So let's start with the MySQL one, I guess. And just let's check what's going on here because, you know, VelLMs non-deterministic, it's different for me even every time. But that's what makes it interesting. So any databases you want us to check from these employees? Yeah, I guess. Customers? Okay. All right. Let's see, what do we have here? So also, let me mention it here now. These protocols all here that are being simulated, it's a very simple LLM. I think it's still 3.5 GPT. So like I did it now like with that LLM for a few reasons. One is to show some issues that can arise with using LLMs for these purposes. And the other one is, you know, it's simpler, it's cheaper, it's a bit faster, so we can get like the full experience of everything. Plus, I already had a prompt that was working with these very well. You know, when you change a model, you also need to kind of update the prompt. So we can check some table. Actually, yeah, let me make a typo. Let's see how it will handle this. Okay, it recognizes actually there's a mistake. So let's do it. Select all from orders. Okay, so there are some monitors, keyboards. So at this level, as you can see, it's pretty simple. It's nice. It does it correctly. It does what it's supposed to do, but deception-wise, you know, it's pretty simple. Not too interesting, probably not too engaging for the attackers. With better, and again, this model is not fine-tuned, so with, you know, this brings me back to that point. With prompting, you can get it to work, but to get it to be a bit more deceptive, you need fine-tuning, you need better models. Luckily, you know, in these 2 years and even now, more the models are constantly advancing, even the local ones are getting better. So, what do we have here? Okay, we can maybe even try select all from customers info. Where ID is, I don't know, 102. So, okay, it understands, you know, the basic operations of MySQL. We can also check the POP3 one. You know, the attackers might find interesting to look at your private data emails. Maybe they learn something from there about you that they can use later. So here we are simulating a user. So, yeah, we have some messages, we can even look at them. And let's see how creative our LLM is for POP3. So, any message you would like to see? The first one, yeah. Okay, so we got some response. Dear Cooper, we're thrilled. company 1. Okay, another issues with LLMs. Okay, even here the prompt is, the POP3 is kind of, was a bit difficult for me to prompt with all the things that need to happen. The header looks pretty reasonable, but again, there are these kind of template basic things happening that won't be really deceptive to people, but it shows a potential that can be made, and we actually have students working now on improving these honeypots and making them really realistic and engaging. So yeah, this is like with these smaller models, they either need to be really fine-tuned with good data set. But the good thing is that it understands how it's supposed to behave. And this helps us a lot. Another interesting one is, for example, the HTTP one. So here it's, for example, an internal web page of some IoT printer or something. So let's see how creative. Okay, so we have some web page actually. Okay, we have some style, even some nice CSS, some TechPrint 2000 home, welcome to TechPrint. So like a simple IoT printer web page, and I think we can even take a look at it. It should be renderable. So yeah, this is what the LLM created. Okay, this part is a mistake on my end in the script that renders it, but yeah, this is the HTML done by the LLM, completely renderable. So, I will continue with the slides. So, at this point, we saw a few of the simulations of different kind of protocols that have potential to be used as honeypots and like entire deception framework, so the intruders can pick what they find interesting. For example, POP3 won't help us so much to like know the tactics of the intruders maybe, but it's useful there to waste their time. They're gonna spend some time there looking at the emails, trying to figure out some information. So from that perspective, those protocols can be really useful. The SSH one is there, however, to help us actually engage them and learn maybe some stuff they wanna do. But this is all very nice. However, coming from academia and even in the industry, if we want to implement all these things that we actually now have true potential with LLMs, we need to evaluate, and it's hard, isn't it? The true deception evaluation can be difficult, so what can we do? Okay, so since I'm dealing here with LLMs, one thing that we use are unit tests for LLMs. And it's basically to test their generative capabilities. So if, for example, let's take the Linux simulation. If I create a file, the file, when I do ls after it, the file should be there. If I write into a file what I've written, it should be there. So those kind of things can be, automated. So we created some tests, basically a Python script, and we run it on our LLM. I can even zoom in here on the evaluation of the Shell LM, the Linux one, and it looks roughly like this. This is one of many evaluations that we did. At this point, the fine-tuned even outperformed the GPT-4. The local models were very bad at the moment, but it's basic. This is one useful thing and one useful evaluation, but it only does these generative capabilities. We still don't know if an intruder will find it engaging and for how long they will believe that they are in a real system. And for that, we need what's probably the scariest word for everyone dealing with deception, to know if our deception is really deceptive. It's human evaluations. How many of you, if you can show hands, have done extensive evaluations of your deception frameworks or technologies that include humans? And I mean like 15, 20 participants or something like that. So we have like 2, 3 hands, which is not a lot, because it's hard, it's difficult, right, to organize all of that, to get the people who can actually help you evaluate deception, because they need to be of certain technological skills. You can't just get anyone off the street. And, you know, they all need to be there in the same place. And there's another very important thing here that kind of makes it very difficult for us, and I will come to it very soon. But why I wanted to discuss this is because I'm very happy that I'm now in a room full of, you know, honeypot deception experts, because I think the evaluation of deception is a very important topic that we are all kind of struggling to address because it takes a lot of work. But if we wanted deception technologies to be widely implemented, we really need to do it, because, you know, people usually, especially the executive people, they care about numbers. They want to know, okay, this is effective this much, and this is what means a good deception, and this is exactly how it will help us. So we actually we actually did some evaluations of the ShellLM, the Linux one. And I will tell you now, because I kind of want to spark that discussion, and I will tell you what we did, what wasn't so good, what was good, what we learned, difficulties we had, and I think it could be a nice topic to discuss these days, not just today, and in general in the deception community. So the first human evaluation that we did had 34 participants, and they were here mostly experts and people who have been doing deception and honeypots for some time. But the thing is, there were some people who do pen testing and things like that, so skilled people, that's the point. But the thing is, they didn't know what the evaluation is about. We told them that we are evaluating how attackers behave when they infiltrate a system. And their task was to exfiltrate some crypto wallet key that was hidden somewhere, and that's it. So we hosted all of this on a browser webpage. You know, you go there, there's even a terminal we embedded, so they didn't have to leave it at any point. Everything was done in the webpage. And once they finished interaction, the terminal would close and they could not return to it anymore. And they were randomly assigned either Ubuntu, Kauri, and ShellLM. We also wanted here to check if what we have is more effective than the other things that exist, like Kauri. So, some results. ShellLM actually did perform better than Kauri. But yeah, important thing, at the very end, after they finished all the interaction in the survey that we gave them, that's the first time that we mentioned the honeypot, and we asked them, okay, do you think the system that you interacted with is a real or a honeypot? So only at that point, because eventually we had to ask it because we are evaluating honeypots. And some misclassifications of real Ubuntu. Maybe it's more interesting to look at the actual answers by the people. And here we can see that ShellLM, unlike Kauri, had roughly 30% of people interacting with it say, okay, it's probably a real system. Kauri was like, it's a honeypot, or I'm not sure. Of course, we see some of those things here with ShellLM as well. LLMs, you know, don't obey always as we would like them to. So this was the first evaluation. We did another one. This time it was on a bigger scale, 89 people, but they were of differing skills. They all had some definitely IT knowledge, and they had at least, you know, some security knowledge. It was ranging from students to the experts in the field, so it was a bigger mix. Of course, due to difficulty to organize all of this and to host some things and deploy everything, and due to some time restrictions, for this one we had the real Ubuntu and ShellLM without Kauri. So now the main objective for us to see is how well can ShellLM actually pose as a real system. And there we also compared it to Kauri. And another important difference in this experiment was that we told people, you might be interacting with a honeypot, your task is to figure out if you're in a honeypot or not, and you need to exfiltrate a secret crypto wallet key again, but without being noticed in the system. And 30% of people said that ShellLM is a real system. So pretty much similar as here. But 34 said for Ubuntu that it's a real system. And this is one big issue of or difficulty for us with human evaluations that I want to bring up, and that's maybe the thing that makes all of this most difficult with the logistics of organizing it. The bias. People are biased, and they are really biased. So, in the first experiment, no mention of the honeypots, only at the very end. The second experiment, we told them at the very beginning, there might be a honeypot. Very similar results. So does even just mentioning a word, deception or a honeypot, at the very, very end even of introduce the bias? Yeah, probably yes, we think so. So how can we proceed with evaluations of deception and actually make it useful for all of us? I don't know, we're still trying to figure it out. It takes a lot of work, but I believe it's very important. And I believe it's very important because finally with LLMs, I think we have a chance to bring deception, to its full glory that we imagined, 20, 30 years ago. But it needs to be evaluated. If we want people to use it, if we want companies to use it, if we want us to use it, we need to know exactly what is a good deception and what is not a good deception. So one possibility in evaluations is exactly what I've been showing you now here. You somehow manage to gather all these people and you give them a task to do, and then you try to analyze results. But there, a challenge is how to deal with the bias. Another thing is you open your honeypot to the internet and leave it for a month, a year, 2, I don't know how long it's going to take to get enough human attackers in your system to actually be able to draw some statistically meaningful conclusion. We actually did open ShellLM for the internet. It was running for some 7 days. And we got a bunch of bots, scripts, downloading malware, ransomware stuff. And we had one human attacker. Oh, it was beautiful. We celebrated for 3 days, drank. Oh, it was wonderful. So basically what was happening, they had the automated scripts, downloading stuff, trying to infect the computer. And the LLMs can be very cheeky. Sometimes, it says, yeah, sure, here, I downloaded it. Sure, it's installed. But the computer was not infected, so the attacker was probably annoyed by that, so they went in to check manually what is going on, why everything is being downloaded and installed, but it's not being affected. And they stayed there for some 5 minutes until eventually the LLM went berserk and did some nonsense and they left. But we got some interaction of 5 minutes, some commands we could analyze. It was really fun. So that's another possibility how to evaluate our deceptions, but it's going to take a lot of time because, okay, one attacker in 7 days, so to get some 30, 40, 50 people, it's going to take a year, 2, I don't know. There's another possibility. This one doesn't include humans, it includes LLMs again, and that is the LLM attackers, pen testers. Actually, in our Serosphere lab, we have a student who made a pen testing agent called Arachne, and it's beautiful. We even had it engage with ShellLM, to watch 2 LLMs talking. The Arachne is trying to exfiltrate something, and the ShellLM is like, yeah, sure, here's this obscure file you're looking, so that 2 LLMs can really have fun together. And the results were kind of 50-50 on whether the LLM attacker won or the honeypot won. And we have people developing it further. It's a really fun project, but still, that one doesn't include people, and we still need people to be deceived because people are doing us harm. The AI is still not conscious to do us harm itself, so we need actually all of this to be deceptive against people. So I will wrap it up. and have some time for questions. So the LLMs, definitely, there is potential. You know, LLM Honeypot is safer. No command is actually being run. You know, you type ls, you do some bash scripts, but no command is being run. So you can even deploy internally, you know. And you know, almost no manual content generation. You need to prompt it a bit, do some stuff, but you know, all the folders, files are generated by the LLM. You know, for Cowrie, for that experiment, I had to do it all manually to make it actually fair for Cowrie against LLM, and it took some time, you know, to actually fill it with stuff and implement some commands, and LLMs are nicer. But yeah, they still need to be improved. We need to work on prompting, fine-tuning, and luckily LLMs are improving as well. And of course, like, they're still not deceptive enough. Whatever that meant, we don't know, because I don't think we have an exact measure of this or exact way to measure it. But I hope that sooner rather than later we'll be able to figure out something that will help us say, this is a good deception and this is not. Thank you.
We have time for one question for Muris. Huh? A quick question. There. Wait for the video. We need your audio. There you go.
Hi, thanks. Have you tried having LLMs evaluate the work, either the same LLM or other LLMs instead of humans?
You mean like have LLM try to interact with the...
Have the LLMs tell you if the other LLM is doing a good job in its deception?
Well, yeah, closest to that was this LLM pen tester Arachne that interacted with it with some goal to basically pen test the system or do some attack, and then it would say if it succeeded or not, and like what was good, what was not, and whether it thinks it was in a real system or in an LLM one. So yeah, that's the...
Thanks.
Yeah, there was also one other version of the attacker in my master's thesis that would basically get into this LLM Linux shell, do some stuff for 15-20 commands, and then make a judgment if it's a real system or not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, Muris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. So, in the meantime, let me introduce you, working? Yeah. To Karina Elzer. She's going to be talking about introducing DICOMHawk, a high interaction medical honeypot. Karina is a PhD student in DTU, focusing on defensive cyber deception and critical infrastructure. Karina, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Yes. Okay, so DICOMHawk is a honeypot that was created by master students at DTU, and I'm here presenting it. First, medical, what am I talking about here? This is a CT scan of a chest, so medical images. And this is what DICOM is doing. So DICOM is the Digital Imaging and Communication in Medicine. It was developed in 1980s, and it is there for the storage and the transmission of medical image data, including metadata, so patient names, age, also information about the hospital, etc. There's a second part to this, which is PACS, Picture Archiving and Communication System. This is kind of a framework for multiple protocols in regards to medical, and it also includes HTTP interface, so like a more user-friendly way to interact. There is some issues with DICOM, with the DICOM protocol standards. Mainly it's outdated, it lacks security features. The security features that it offers are not mandatory. They're optional, and you can imagine if it's like hospital or doctors, it's not there. There is exposed DICOM servers on the internet. Studies shown that 14,000 health devices, roughly 5,000 are DICOM servers, and the majority of them barely have any authorization, which means if you want to, you can access it and gather private information, right, like the images as well as information about the patient, the doctor, it's not so good. So now, quick story time. I believe one day at the end of last year, I received an email. It was forwarded to me by my supervisor. We received an email from a security team that wrote us in Danish. Now, I don't know how many of you speak Danish. I don't. So the first thing was to translate this. And basically what the email said was, we have become aware of an IP address that appears to be exposing patient data directly to the internet without authentication. We barely dug into the content here, and we see examples of patient names, patient images, and social security numbers that appear to be linked to Danish citizens. So exactly the information that I just said. What they found was DICOM and PAX on a server that somehow was connected to DTU. We did a quick figuring out what happened, but we kind of already knew, because it was DICOMHawk, that the master students that were working on it put on a cloud in Norway and exposed Danish information, because DTU is in Denmark. So obviously this is what we choose. And the reason they could connect it to DTU was the students had their final presentation, and they opened Kibana to allow looking at the logs, and the logs also included the DTU IP. So then the security team was like, maybe we should inform them that there's a vulnerable server. But actually it was a honeypot, and this kind of shows nicely that we actually have an example of a security team that got, at least to an extent, deceived on how far they got into the system. Yes, so with this, DICOMHawk, it's on Git, it's on the Honeynet. I will later have a QR code as well if you want to see that. DICOMHawk was created by one master student, then handed over to two additional master students that created version 2. This is the current version that is on Git. And we are also currently part of Google Summer of Code to hope to make it even better. So this is currently starting actually this week with the programming. And yeah, I'm a mentor as well as Manolis. You met him or you saw him just at the start of this. Yeah, regarding the architecture, if you look at the bottom of this, is the typical things that you would expect in a honeypot. We have logs, we have elk stack for analysis, we have nice web interface for you to look at. We have a black hole list, we have external threat APIs, the classics. We also have cancer imaging archive from which we get the DICOM files, real DICOM files that are Creative Commons. There's no personal information on there. We add information, for example, the Danish citizen information. Of course, the interesting part here, or the heart of this, is the deception. So let's start with that. We have implemented basic operations. They're all functional. So this would be cecho, which is kind of a ping to check if the server is working. We have cfind, which is kind of a query of what exists on the server. cget and cmove is to download files, and cstore is to upload. We have error handling, and everything is Python native with libraries that actually real DICOM servers also use. Like I already said, we take real files, add fake metadata to make the responses in the data that are there more realistic. This is also rotated on a regular basis so that there is not always the same. And we have additional deception. We have honey files, injected files with, for example, canary tokens. This could also be nicely used outside of the honeypot in a real DICOM server to check if someone collects any information. And our goal here is, of course, to make a realistic honeypot. Yes. There is, however, a second part to the deception on the right. Here, what we're trying to do is have a web interface. This is more mimicking PAX. And here you have more general deception elements that you will see in web, for example, fake routes with robots.txt or honey credentials to log into the PAX system that they can find, and we can see, okay, they're snooping around. We have the same data as the DICOM server, so they're not separate, so that when you log into one and the other, you don't think, okay, something is wrong here. They have, everything uses the same database. And we use this because we don't want to have just a DICOM port open, because realistically in the wild you will have databases or packs or anything, something else with DICOM that still is connected to DICOM, so not like just some random web page. Yes. Now, one question. Has any one of you used DICOMHawk or heard of DICOMHawk before? It's part of Tpot as well. You raise your hand. So a few people. For the rest, DICOMHawk is probably the current standard for DICOM Honeypot, the one that if you know one, is probably the one. So why do we introduce a new one? What's the difference? Those that have used it maybe already thought of some. The first thing is our Honeypot is more high interaction, while DICOMHawk is probably more low or medium interaction. They are not using the Python native, so DICOMHawk is implemented in Go, and therefore the libraries are a little bit different. We have the additional service, the packs, and other deception methods, which makes it more realistic and also allows for more communication, more interaction, also because of the dynamics of the real honey files. And it is not recognized as a honeypot, so it's not fingerprinted yet, DICOMHawk. This is a very, very quick demo. This is a DICOM viewer. This is used for normal as well to interact with DICOM servers. And we are connecting here. There's going to be an IP, but this is not active anymore, so I'm not showing the actual honeypot anymore. So we connect, and we see this is going to work without any issue. And the first thing we do is find to see what files are on the server. So we get all the files, and the viewer has no issue with this, so we can interact, no problem. We can also download the file and look at it. So this is normally multiple images. This image purposely selected because it's actually also includes, it's a honey file. So when you try to create a PDF report, it will send a canary token. You will get notified by it. This is the other side of it. This is PAX, this is the web interface, where you can log in and also interact a little bit with the data. You can see everything with the data. And you can also see, for example, the robots and the fake routing to different parts of the server. And of course, everything is nicely logged, and you can see what is happening. For example, with ELK, yes, with Kibana here in this case, but also this is still from the version 1. You can see the logs of detailed logs on what happened with DICOM. But if you don't want the detailed ones, there's also some simplified ones that kind of give you the highlights, the ones like IP, as well as what kind of tool they used to access or what command was being used. Yes, current results. I've done just some real quick look. I've run DICOMHawk since the beginning of the year with open port 104. So far, I've only seen scanning, no interaction actually. So roughly 126 unique IPs, mainly census. The most interactions or most scanning was done by Shodan. And there was only 7 IPs I couldn't put towards a specific sensor. But also they only did scanning. I did a quick comparison with DICOMHawk that ran roughly the same time. There was actually one attack, 5 interactions, 5 queries from the same IP in a very short time, but nothing more. What was seen is that DICOMHawk has a lot more interactions. Why that is, I haven't looked too deep into this, my next task. But it seems to be that the cloud has a lot more interaction as well as there are some additional players or like additional ISPs that where I saw IPs that weren't there for DICOMHawk. Yes. Yeah, I will figure out why maybe next time, or you will know why. This is the introduction. There's the QR code if you want to look at the Git. And there's my email. But I will also be here the whole workshop if you have questions regarding this. And I'm not sure if we have time for questions. Yes.
We have again time for one question to Karina.
Hi, I have a question regarding the X-rays that we saw during the demo. So are those real X-rays, or they're also generated, you know, like with some kind of AI or something?
So the images are real. They're coming from Creative Commons, this cancer archiving, where you can get some real images. And then they're just, the metadata of that is fake.
Oh, okay, I see. So, so if I decide to put it in production, I need to somewhere find those images, because if they are under Creative Commons, theoretically, using Google Lens, I can find them and decide this is a decoy. Okay, thank you.
Kahlhofer. He's one of the senior research scientists at Dynatrace. He's also a PhD student. He's basically focusing on developing open source solutions as well. So let's start. His presentation is about Koney cyber deception policies for Kubernetes. So thank you very much, Mario, to be here. The floor is yours. Thank you.
So thanks for giving me the opportunity to present Koney to you, which is a tool to help you deploy deception easily in what I called containerized workloads. So some of you might know Kubernetes. We focus on that, and this is also where the name is coming from. Koney stands for honey with a K from Kubernetes. And big shout out also to Matteo Golinelli from University of Trento, with whom we developed this together within the past months, and also open sourced it just a month ago. So you're familiar with classical honeypots. So if I don't want people to steal my bike, well, we put fake bikes next to it. That's probably what you all did before. Maybe a quick show of hands who deployed a honeypot already. I did expect a bit of more people considering this conference, but that's fine for now. But what I focus in this talk specifically is application layer techniques. And what I think of that is techniques where we embed small traps directly into applications. And when I say applications, I mostly mean containers. So think of placing small honey tokens, service accounts directly in a file system. Think of adding new API endpoints to a web server. Think of modifying HTTP response headers to add some fake version numbers. Think of even modifying HTTP bodies of your application that is serving some web application, and maybe add some hidden form fields or whatsoever. So there are many more techniques. We saw a few already. We will probably see even more later. This is also based on some research and some more use cases on that. So I'm wondering again now by a quick show of hands, who deployed any of this already, like these application layer techniques? I see much less hands than before. And I do assume that a problem with these techniques are they're very invasive, and you often need to change the software applications, you need to change the code, you need to recompile them, you need to change the build files to even add those in the first place. But the problem is, most of the time, the people that write the software, they don't add deception. That's someone else's job later on. And you often, maybe you buy some software, you take it off the shelf, you get a container, you want to run it, and another person is responsible for securing it, and maybe also adding deception to it, which is hard if you cannot change the code. So this is the problem that we want to tackle with Koney. So instead of traditionally having some deception technique, working through manually deploying this, maybe changing code and deploying it to an application. In this case, we are focusing Kubernetes. We want to focus on 2 crucial steps. The first one is that we want to try to formulate deception techniques with formal documents. So as we have like network policies, firewall policies, it's like well-specified documents. I think we need to go from having cool deception techniques written down in textual form in a research paper, also have them written in a well-formulated way, and then hand it over to a tool like Koney or others to deploy it for us in an automated way. So let me show you directly what I mean when I say deception policy document. This is a concrete example, and this is one that you can actually deploy with Koney already. What you see here is that we have a specification of a trap. In this example, it's a honey token that we want to place in the file system, so we have some parameters related to that, like at which path should it be, with what content, and so on. The second thing is, whenever we have a policy, we want to make sure what resources, what applications do we want to target. So this is the match here that, okay, you might want to only apply this honey token to certain applications that belong to a certain group, certain user, have certain annotations, labels, and so on. And what we also care about are the decoys and the captors. So the decoy is the trap itself. So here it would be the honey token, the file, and how we are going to deploy that. And the captor is how we are going to monitor access attempts to them. So most of the time we do want both, but we might have similar strategies to implement that. So let's already look at the first live demo. And to show you how easy it is to install Koney, if you're familiar with Kubernetes, it's just one command. It's a kubectl apply here. And while this is still running up, maybe another quick show of hands, who already is familiar with Kubernetes? Oh, that's way more hands than expected. So if you're not familiar with Kubernetes, just think of it helps you to orchestrate container workloads. So you have containers, you have services, you have network and everything, and it's just like an enterprise scale tool to help you scale this, deploy this, define this, and everything. And what I have here is a so-called pod, which consists of one or more containers. Here it's called the Bumblebee app, and it's just an Nginx container. You even see in Kubernetes we all have a clear specification of what that thing is that is running here. Somewhere down below you should see that it's Nginx. And just so that you're going to trust me, I will go at a certain location. It's run secrets, and in run secrets, I shouldn't make a typo. This is a path where the so-called service accounts are mounted, which allows me to communicate to external APIs. And this is the place where a hacker would go to steal some tokens if they infiltrate your container. And I want to place a honey token here. You see it before. There's like nothing else but the Kubernetes one. So what I'm going to do is I write this deception policy. I already have it here. You saw it before. And I want the file system honey token that is at the run secrets Koney service token. The content should be some secret token. It should match all my deployments that have this label, Koney honey token true, but this could be an arbitrary thing. And actually this is wrong. I will first show you the so-called container exec strategy. And I'm just going to apply this file now. Like that. The cool thing about Kubernetes is that this resource that we just added is like, as our container, a proper resource. It defines the desired state that I want to have in the cluster. So this is not for the system administrator. They see what kinds of deceptions are active. It's not like a black box or anything. They see, hey, here's a deception policy. we want to have some token at this place, and we even get some status information. Let's just check this. It tells me the spec is valid. It tells me the deployment already succeeded of the decoys, and also the monitoring, the capture, the deployment succeeded as well. So let's try it. So we had run, I think then we had secrets. Yeah, and here's Koney. Some secret token. There it is. And just to show you how easy it is, maybe let's change the content here. We simply reapply the policy, and within a matter of seconds, it should be the new content. What I didn't show you yet, I only showed you this one container. The cool thing about having deception policies and the entire idea is that this scales very well. I didn't show you that there are actually like 20 or 30 other pods, I call it the beer deployment, that was also affected. So in all of those, I just choose one at random. We should also have the service token in here, hello Prague. And if you want to remove the policy again, nothing easier than that. We just delete the policy. And again, within a matter of seconds, it's gone. So, and just for the sake of the next demo, I'm going to apply it again. So I have this one policy applied. And I will continue with my slides in the meantime. So what we did, we had this Kubernetes cluster which holds containerized workloads. And the main idea is we formulated such a deception policy object, which is an object that we give to the so-called control plane. It is also then stored in the so-called API server. And that triggers a process that is known in Kubernetes as reconciliation, which means hey, we have a new object, we have a new desired state that the operator wants, and what changes do we have to do in our workloads now to implement this state. So this goes to Koney. Koney sees, hey, we have a new policy, it should match this and that pods, so it will try to find those pods. And I told you we have the container exec deployment strategy, which just means we execute some shell commands in those containers live at runtime to create the file and also to verify that it's there. So just to sum up, deploying a honey token is kind of easy. You just cat and pipe it to a file. You can echo to verify it and remove it again. So this deception policy concept is cool because it's very transparent for system operators. You can see those objects being in the cluster. You also don't have any downtime. You don't need to rebuild the application. You don't even have to restart them. We can just live add and remove and change those tokens. And it's just a few shell commands that should not interfere in anything, with anything. I didn't tell you how we also monitor access attempts to that. So let's move to the demo again. And let's see from before, I reapplied the policy. So it's here again. And in another terminal, what I want to do now is I tail the logs from Koney. So this is a quite long command, but it's just getting the logs from Koney itself, from the alerts container, where you just get all the access alerts, and I tell it to stream it live right here, and I will just go ahead and access the service token. And if the demo gods are with me, within a few seconds, we should see the alert. So here we see the alert, and you see that I executed a cat command in this path for service token, in this very container, in this namespace. And all of this was because of the deception policy honey token at this time. So we did that with eBPF. Who here knows or has heard of eBPF? Oh, that's good. So many hands. So if you didn't, the phrase I like most, I think Liz Rice coined it, eBPF is a technology that makes the kernel programmable. It allows you to add small programs that hook onto kernel functions or syscalls, kprops, user props, and so on, and execute your code. So for example, whenever some basic I/O operations, like reading a file, opening a socket, we can add some extra code that is being executed and that is checking, hey, is my honey token accessed here? You can write those eBPF programs in a subset of C. It's a subset because the kernel also verifies those programs, that you're not like breaking the kernel, because after all, this is running then in the kernel. You could easily like break the entire system. So for example, you cannot have loops, for example, because that could like take a very long time to execute and break your calls. And what we did specifically, we hooked a kernel probe, which is essentially a function in kernel that is called security file permissions. And we hooked that function to cover all the cases when an attacker tries to read our honey token. They might do this with a cut, but maybe they think they're super smart and they memory map the file or stream it with whatever. But what happens in all the cases is that Linux will make sure if the user even has permissions to access this file. So if we hook that one function, security file permissions, where we do get the path that is trying to be accessed, we can clearly see that. And what is happening then if an application with like cut is also an application, tries to issue the open call, it goes to kernel code, we hook this security file permissions function, we have our small eBPF program in there that checks, hey, is this the path of the honey token? And if so, it will store an alert in a so-called eBPF map, which is just a key value store. And the idea of these maps is that you can then read them again from user space with some other helper process. So Koney reads that again. Right now, we did not write our own eBPF program. We used a third-party tool for that, Tetragon, which is another Kubernetes operator that just simplifies the creation of eBPF programs. So again, we can write policy files. Actually, Koney writes them for you. Whenever you create a deception policy, Koney will also create a tracing policy, as they call it in Tetragon, that filters, hey, on the security file permission, if this file path matches run secrets token, whatever, then please create an alert. And also, like, just to have some mentions here, Falco or Tracy, if you have heard of them, they are very similar solutions in that area. Okay, let's look at another live demo. Maybe you remember from before that those traps, we had executed some shell commands to place them. Let me do something now. I have another deployment, which is called the bear deployment. A bear because it's very well security hardened. Sorry, it's not bear. It's even harder. It's the grizzly. It's the grizzly deployment. And the grizzly deployment, we can take a look at it. The grizzly deployment is an Nginx server, but it uses a distroless container image. Ever heard of a distroless container image? No. So a room full of security experts. So a distroless container image is an image that only contains the binary of your application and the libraries. There's no cat, there's no shell, there's no anything. And the idea is, if an attacker would compromise the container, he or she could hardly do anything because all the tools are missing. You cannot like easily call top or open a socket or telnet or whatever. So, which is a very good security practice. The issue with Koney though is, and we will see that if we take a look at the deception policy, we should have an error in the deployment. Yeah, it tells me decoy deployment error. I could fetch the logs, but the issue is in those distroless container images, I don't even have a shell. I cannot do cut. I cannot create, remove a simple file in those. So I can even like try to give me a shell. I cannot get a shell because the SH binary is not there. So let's do something else instead. For that case, we have another deployment strategy. The so-called volume mount deployment strategy. And what you see above here, what I also added a small flag, when I'm going to apply this now, I tell it, please really do change existing deployments because the volume mount strategy will require a restart of the workloads. So let's reapply that. And you should see now that the pods are restarting here. So Kubernetes makes, Koney made now a change to all of those deployments to add a volume mount for our Honey token, and which requires a restart. Kubernetes will also do that. And with that, I can show you something. Because I told you we don't have a shell in that Nginx deployment. What we do have, I just enabled directory browsing on that Nginx deployment, so I can browse it here. And we should now see in run secrets, Koney, we also have our token here. And before I access it, let me also show you the alerts then again. Or before that, where's my Grizzly? Yep. What happened here is that Koney added a new secret for my run secrets Koney service token, and it added a proper mount, which is a feature of most container orchestration systems that you can mount directories, files, and whatsoever. And what we do here is we just mount the Honey token. So let me also try to, before I access it, get tail the logs. That you see it better. The logs are here, and I will now click on this Honey token via the browser. And again, yeah, we see an alert, and in this case, it was the Nginx binary, obviously, that accesses the Honey token. So that's the second strategy that we have implemented in Koney. Again, it's the same procedure. You add your deception policy, but what Koney does, if you tell it to use the volume mount strategy, it will actually modify the deployment and add a new volume mount to the path where this Honey token is, which is a very stable and robust way of adding a Honey token. So just to compare these two strategies, we had executing shell commands, which is quick, convenient, easy to do, doesn't require a restart, or the more stable volume mounts. Monitoring, again, works with eBPF. It's even better in terms of visibility because we don't really do anything at runtime at all. You see all the changes even first in the deception policy, but also even in the manifest that is affected. We do require a restart of those container workloads at least once when you set it up. That is maybe one drawback of this technology. But it really does not require any process executions, which would also maybe lead to weird alerts. So this is a big pro. That brings me to the outlook already. What we envision to have with Koney is that we maybe have clear responsibilities between the people that write deception policies, come up with the research ideas, and also maybe formulate them in formal documents that we can then take over to a tool also for industry, for production workloads, for real-world applications, to quickly test them out, to quickly see if they're working. Again, we have this idea, maybe this also helps us to measure if any of this is effective, and like quickly iterate, deploy it, test it, measure something, change it again. Or maybe looking at moving target defense, like you can automate on top of that and can quickly change the content of honey tokens, do it at a large scale, and crucially, Kubernetes is adopted by most enterprise companies out there. So this is also useful not only for prototyping but really for production use cases. A quick outlook: all of this is open source, so you can check it out. Just look for Koney. Again, it's like honey with a K. It's on GitHub. What we are working right now, actually Josef is working on, he's in the audience today even, he's working on HTTP use cases. I only showed you use cases in file systems today. We're also working on replacing eBPF, the eBPF monitoring with Tetragon, so to have it built in. Right now you need Tetragon as a separate tool. And maybe more future-looking, the policy documents that I showed you, maybe it's useful to try out and generate those with LLMs and quickly come up with a lot of deception policies and then have a tool to easily deploy those. So to conclude, I showed you that we formulate deception techniques with those documents, that we have Koney, which is the open source tool that I invite you to check out and also test it, tell me feedback. Even you can always open an issue or send me an email. I would love to hear your experience, especially the bad ones with Koney. We showed you that how we did it behind the scenes with the shell commands for now, also the volume mounts. We do monitor this with eBPF, which is a very low layer where we can hook kernel functions. So this is really hard for an attacker to get around. And we hope that this direction helps to have those documents, quickly iterate, quickly measure the effectiveness. Yeah, and that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mario. It was an interesting presentation. So our next presentation is going to be given by David Bianco. He's staff security strategist at Splunk search team. He's also one of the certified SANS instructors. So he's going to be presenting today Deceive. It's high fidelity and not equal to high effort. So yeah, thank you very much for being here, David. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
How about now? Oh, that's better. Okay. I want to start off by saying if you were all here for Muris's presentation, I feel like mine is a little bit redundant, so I'm gonna change it up a little bit, just a little bit. We're gonna see how this works. So my name is David Bianco. I am a security researcher on Splunk's Surge Strategic Cybersecurity Research Team, which basically means that I get to play around with cool stuff, and then as long as I write about it or come speak at a conference, they pay me. So it's awesome. Yeah, who cares? Yeah, we definitely need more slides with giant presentation or giant photos of the presenters. No, I want to start talking about why I wrote Deceive. Deceive, first of all, is an AI-backed SSH honeypot, very similar to ShellLM that we heard about earlier. Why did I write this? Unlike probably most of the people in this room, I did not necessarily start off trying to do cyber deception. I actually started off because as part of my research, I was doing a couple of projects that kind of converged. One is, hey, everyone wants to talk about AI for the cybersecurity space, but how do you tell what's good use of AI for cybersecurity potentially, and what's a bogus use of AI for cybersecurity? So I had created this methodology for like kind of taking the strengths of LLMs and mapping them onto the needs of cybersecurity. And figuring out like where you get the best benefit, hopefully for the least amount of effort or money involved and things like that. So I had started doing some of this research and publishing some of this research, but I also had another set of researches that was coming out, including this particular one here, almost like an extension of my other research. How do you decide, once you've decided if you're going to use AI, AI is a great solution for whatever it is your problem is, do you go out and try to find an existing solution, or do you maybe build it at home? When I got to this part in my research, I thought, well, you know what? I think I need to find a blue team need, map some AI strengths into it, and then actually try writing my own to see what the process was actually like firsthand before I could really write about it and test it. And so I've been aware and a big fan of deception for an embarrassingly long time. I've been around for almost 30 years in this field. And so I thought, well, this definitely meets the criteria. This is a thing that LLMs can help us do pretty well. And I saw some of the existing stuff. I had not seen Muris's until after I started my project, but I had seen some of the things that you had cited on your presentation as well. Especially, I guess it made a big splash, the first person to decide that they wanted ChatGPT to act like a Linux system. So I decided, well, I think I'm going to try writing a simple SSH honeypot. See how that goes. The specific problem that I was looking at was not that I wanted to write an SSH honeypot so much. It's that, as we probably all know, deception is a balance between the amount of effort that you put in it and the realism that you get out of it. The more realistic the deception is, it also, the more effort that you have to put in it to create all those fake users, fake documents, even some things that you can't easily fake with some existing solutions, like extra processes that are going on without actually running all those extra processes, making the system look real and lived in. So, thought about that, and as soon as I talked to our legal team about actually running this somewhere, I realized the other key thing was that, as we heard also earlier today, it's really a lot more difficult to exploit an LLM-backed SSH honeypot than it is a real system. Like, you're typing commands, but you're not actually doing anything other than running up your OpenAI bill. So, it actually is safer in a lot of ways to deploy AI-backed honeypots than it is to deploy real honeypots. So those were the problems that I set out to solve with Deceive. How does Deceive address those? Well, it has built into it a basic prompt that will allow it to pretty much be any kind of Linux-y or Unix-y, or even just maybe not a Linux or Unix, but something that is like a command line prompt. And then you give it another short prompt. It can be like a few words, a sentence. It could be longer if you wanted to be more specific about what you want it to emulate. And then Deceive does the thing. So here's, on the slide, here's a few examples. This is the one that's the default when you download Deceive from GitHub. The first one here, you were a video game developer system, make sure to include source codes and stuff like that. I had another of my colleagues a couple weeks ago contact me. I don't know them, but I have a lot of colleagues now that Splunk became part of Cisco that I don't know. But he reached out to me and said, hey, I tried Deceive, and I tried it with not being a Linux system, but I tried it as a Cisco router. And I thought 100% I was on a Cisco router. It's like, cool, awesome, so you're a Cisco router. Anyone here old enough to have worked on SunOS? 1, 2, 3. That's exactly the number I predicted, was 3. I tried this just the other day because I was like, well, I wonder how much training data it has on really old stuff. Yeah, a lot. SunOS was like early 90s or mid 90s operating system on Sun workstations. It's Unix, but not Linux. It works great, actually. These are examples of just 3 small, short prompts. You can go a lot bigger. I have some examples where I say you are like an email server for name a university, and here's what I want you to have in your email spool, and you can get a very, very specific, but you don't have to. You could just let the LLM figure it all out. So total deployment effort, almost 0. You need a Python script and a config file and a prompt, a sentence. So here's a demo. I pre-recorded my demo because I'm paranoid. So we're going to see typos and all are preserved. I have it set up right now to run passwordless, just to make it easy for the demo, but you can set it up whatever your user accounts and passwords, and you can even set up wildcards for users or passwords, make it easy. So I just logged in and I said, this is the default. I'm a video game developer system. And you can see I'm doing some of the typical recon things here where you would do if you just landed on the system. Some of these take a long time. I have a slide later that says, how can you tell if you're in a Deceive honeypot? Yeah, sometimes this. A lot of interesting things, and keep in mind, I didn't tell it anything other than that default prompt. You are a video game developer system, include realistic source code and things like that. So it's making it all up. You see there's like meeting notes and game design notes, and you can actually look at the files and say, show me what the game design notes are, and it makes the whole thing, takes a little while. By the way, this is probably a good time to mention, this demo is using GPT-4o through an Azure deployment, but Deceive will allow you to bring whatever model that you want. It has native support for OpenAI, Azure, Bedrock, Google, and anything running locally through Ollama. So it's just looking through some stuff. The dev tools, though, is interesting because now it's got some Python code in there, Python scripts in there. So we'll take a look at one of those Python scripts just to see what it's like. Maybe there's some juicy secrets in there in the update my assets file. Not likely. But, realistic looking Python code, which got me to think, well, this is something that blew my mind the first time I tried this. I can make up stuff, and I can run basic commands and get outputs, but it's not an interpreter, but it can actually run simple codes, and some stuff that's even a little bit more than what we would consider simple. Here I'm just executing a very simple Python script, but I use, like, if you're familiar with like pandas and numpy and things like that, I've typed in pandas code and it did like matrix multiplications for me. Sometimes they weren't accurate, but the format looked good. So here we've done some messing around to show you the stuff. Here I'm going to build a shell script similar to something like an exploit or whatever. Notice that I typoed this command, so it actually correctly did what I asked it to incorrectly do. So here I'm going through a few commands to build up the script line by line. So it's going to make a shell script, and it's just going to, you know, typical hello world stuff. But this is all basically one big chat bot. So every command goes into the context, and when I eventually get to the part where after I make it executable and run it, it looks back in the context and says, well, what is the shell script supposed to do? Yeah, that's what it did. Exactly. And then I exit and I log out. It's worth noting too that the prompt that I used actually takes into account things like, oh, you spawn a shell, you spawn a Python interpreter or some other kind of interpreter, and so it knows that you're exiting the main login shell, and that's when it closes the connection. So all those things we just did, what does it look like on the output? So we have a fairly, I won't say simple because there's a lot of fields, but straightforward JSON output that captures all the inputs, but also the outputs as well. So you can see down here, it's base64 encoded, but that's when I did the pwd command, and then that's the output of the pwd command, including the shell prompt. Nice thing is, though, and this is one of the coolest things, at the end of this session, it has all that session context, so it will automatically pass all those back, or requests back to the LLM and say, hey, summarize this session, including what you think the attacker's intent might have been, and give me a judgment, whether it's benign, suspicious, or outright malicious. And so you can see, yep, the user performed some reconnaissance, executed a simple shell script, similar to maybe what they might be if they were building up an exploit, but it didn't actually show any actual exploit or lateral movement. So this one says suspicious. But this is pretty nice because these come out in near real time, so you can just alert on, depending on what your level of paranoia is, suspicious or malicious things. I have them all being, of course, sent to a Splunk instance that will just create an alert for me when one of those things happens. So I started off by saying that I wanted to experience what it was like to develop an AI-based cybersecurity solution. So what was it like? So just set the scene, me, I'm an experienced researcher and experienced in security operations. I'm a decent Python programmer, but I'm not like a software engineer. I had a little bit of experience calling, for example, OpenAI APIs just to try it out. Hey, give me a completion for this, whatever. But I really wasn't an AI coding expert. But even then, I mean, I think I'm normal for most of the people that you might find on your security teams, like a senior level person. So I don't necessarily have any, I didn't start this with any special insight into either AI or deception, but first working demo was about 3 days. Literally half that was trying to figure out how to get the Python code for an SSH server to work. So very low effort. Also very little risk because if the thing didn't work out, I only had 3 days into it. After that, I started doing a lot more. All that first prototype and stuff was 100% hand-coded, although these days for simple things, I will often be using like GitHub Copilot to at least give me the first draft of something that I might tweak. So yeah, I'm even using AI to help code part of this, but still with a human in the loop. Some weaknesses, some drawbacks. Some of these are definitely in common with the shell-LM that we saw earlier. The first one is that the way I have it set up now anyway, every session is a new system. It starts over from scratch. You can kind of set the temperature down low to make it a little bit less likely to go off on a tangent, but If you're a threat actor, you log in and you get a session, you log out and come back later, it's going to look like probably a little bit of a different system, and certainly the things that you did to it before are no longer going to be there. So you can tell maybe by that. Also, this is a big one. I didn't think this was going to be as big as it turned out to be, but there's no terminal interaction. I can't use like VI or a pager or top or something like that. It will try hard. Like if I type top, it'll give me one screen of output, but it can't do the curses thing, so it doesn't interact with the screen. It's literally a chatbot, so it's a line of input rather than a character by character. Another one is you can't easily move data in and out of the honeypot because it's not really a system. I have some thoughts about this one. If anybody wants to hear my thoughts, we can talk about it offline later, but you can't download payloads. So when we open this up on the internet and we see all the bots, like half the bots, the first thing they do is try to download a shell script or something into temp. Yeah, it doesn't work. It'll try its best to pretend that it downloaded a shell script and that it executed something, but since it doesn't really know what the shell script was designed to do because it never saw the shell script, because it never downloaded it, not very convincing in that. And then the timing, we saw the timing be a big problem too. LLM responses can be a little bit slow. It's probably also worth noting here that I did not fine-tune these models. So most of this is from a long system prompt, plus however long this session is, it's got to reprocess those things. So maybe fine-tuning it would, or choosing even a better model might help. Local models might even help too. So there are some levers you could potentially throw to influence this, but yeah, timing. The main thing, mainly what I do is I've instructed on the ones that I've put on the internet, I've instructed it to say that the system was just under high load. So if somebody's like, why did it take 30 seconds to get my command prompt, and they type uptime or something, then they say, oh, the load average is 25. That explains it. So I guess I'm lying inside my lie. Lieception. Some future plans for Deceive. First of all, probably the biggest future plan for most deception products is, can I make it more deceptive, more realistic? What can I do to make it look better? All those things that we just had on the slide, those are the top things that I would like to address. Can I improve emulation of non-Linuxy things? Actually, it does pretty well, but like, for example, the Cisco router. It actually did pretty well. I'm not a network engineer. I have some basic idea from looking at a thing like, oh, this is a Cisco router running iOS, but I couldn't tell you what version of iOS it was, or even actually tell you what commands you should type to do anything useful on an iOS system. But given enough training data, I could train myself, but I can also maybe train that. So fine-tuning, if I wanted to make network devices, for example, a fine-tuned network model might be more helpful. Automated Honeynet deployment. This is actually one of the original goals for Deceive. I wanted it to be simple to deploy so that you could conceivably write a deployment script and deploy a whole Honeynet within a few minutes. It turns out I had made some tries. I even had a script that would use the LLM that would decide what kinds of system would be available in this, whatever I decided, a video game development company or a big box retailer or something, and then write the Deceive prompts for each one of those. So it could actually create an organization on the fly composed of Deceive honeypots. But I also, it turns out, another group of my Cisco colleagues, they have a product that does automated deployments of things. And so for an internal hackathon, they decided that they would like to automatically deploy Deceive honeypots through the enterprise architecture. So that's what they did. They hackathoned their way through this solution with their product, where you could say, hey, I want to deploy 10 honeypots, and it would just go out and deploy them and bring all the logs back into one place and automate the alerting. They weren't using Splunk. It was all in their product. But I thought that was really cool, like somebody else noticed. And then other protocols, like we saw earlier. I think I used SSH and the Linux command line because I was familiar with it and it was easy. But what about other things like, email servers or MongoDB or, all these things that participate in data breaches. People look up through Shodan and then they're like, hey, I found 100,000 records on the public internet unauthenticated. Yeah. As a proof of concept, this works. So for deployment, take the same type of approach, apply it to other things. I don't know if I will ever get to that part. I would kind of like to concentrate on making it the best SSH or best command line deception as possible, but I think we're also proving that this thing works. This idea works. If you would like to try Deceive, it's an open source project. You can get it off of a GitHub here. The QR code, safe, I promise, but it just goes to this URL. So if you don't trust me, and why should you? If you don't trust me, just go to the GitHub URL here and download Deceive. I will tell you the release, the stable release is good. The dev may or may not be stable at any one time, but it has a lot more interesting features. I try not to check anything in that doesn't work. So you could give that a try. It's one of the big things was in the dev environment was it's designed to minimize the need for a config file. So almost everything that you would put in the config file, you could specify in the command line. So even easier to deploy, all you maybe need is the Python script. And with that, I think I still have a few minutes for questions.
Thank you.
They're all applauding because I kept the time.
Thank you very much, David. So, is there any question?
Everyone's asleep or they want to get to lunch. Oh.
Yeah.
Hi. So I really liked your approach about minimizing configurations, because configurations means that we need to involve time, and because we are humans, we can make some mistakes. However, what was interesting to me, but still you had to do some deployment because from what I understood, you deployed your own model, like from OpenAI, if I'm not mistaken. So this is still a configuration. So what do you think? Can we make it easier even on that stage? Because as I understood, your approach was to reduce configs. So how can we do it even more? Thank you.
That is a great question, and thanks for that. I think the thing, maybe I unintentionally deceived my audience. I did not deploy my own model. I mentioned that that is a thing that you could do, but I'm just using standard, like I said, this was GPT 4.0. I think I said it was through an Azure deployment. That's just like an Azure term that basically means I made this model available to the applications that have the secret key.
Okay,
things
so
like
it was
that.
like, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, you can literally just say I have an OpenAI API key or an Azure whatever. Like the Azure requires a few steps. Even OpenAI or some of the other ones don't even need that. So you could literally just show up with an API key and turn it on and run it, and it would work.
I see, but if we would like to use it in, for example, production environments, they have limits into using open models, like models that are hosted outside of the infrastructure. So how can we deal with that, like with those limitations?
Yeah,
because, I can have it at my place, like at home in my home lab, but it's also important to incorporate it, for business and stuff.
Yeah, no, definitely true. First of all, I would say because it's a honeypot and there's no real data, a lot of times you may be able to actually just use the third-party models. At least that's my theory of operation. But I know that not everyone can, even where a lot of the employers have, no matter what you're doing with them, our policy is don't use third-party models, right? So in that case, it does support a flexible LLM backend, so you can tell it basically any model. If it's not through Google, Amazon, Azure, or OpenAI, you can download your own models from like Hugging Face and use it through Ollama. Anything that exports an OpenAI compatible endpoint will work.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any...
Hi, this is not necessarily only limited to Deceive. It's a question about a lot of AI users that I see in code. There's a common tendency to just delegate all of the application responses to AI. Have you considered modularizing it? Because just to use your example, if you try to cat the markdown file, it takes maybe 15 seconds, right? But if I try to run Python code, that gives me, because the response is short, it gives me a response in maybe a fraction of a second. That's not really realistic. So have you considered maybe, if it's something like a cat command, don't delegate it so much to AI or some alternative way of responding to it. Things that expect an instantaneous response, you don't delegate to AI. And things that can take longer, that's fine to delegate to AI. Have you considered that? And just your general thoughts on it.
Not exactly that, but something similar, a few things similar actually, because as I started getting my hands into this, I realized that there were always like small simulation errors, like in the Matrix. How much was like the previous cat was that? And I realized that if I really wanted to nail down as many of those as I could, it would be going through a bunch of special cases, but some of them might be helpful. So for example, you saw that I generated the command line prompt, the next command line prompt at the end of every command. It would show the command output, and then the command prompt would be part of that. Actually, I can go back a little bit and remind you what I'm talking about. So the LLM's response said, here's the PWD, but also then here's your next command prompt. What if I had the LLM generate the command prompt, and then I just reused that command prompt again and again until the LLM told me I needed to change it, right? That could cut down on some opportunities for noticing inconsistencies. Something that I have been thinking about lately, but haven't been doing is, this is pretty good as a pure AI solution, but things that other SSH honeypots like Cowrie, for example, have already figured out how to do, just for example, the full screen interaction kind of things. Deceive can't really do that easily. To make it do that would be prohibitively expensive to send one command or one character to the LLM, and it just wouldn't work out. But what if I instead had the AI automatically from the same prompt that I used, create all the content, put it into Cowrie? So like a hybrid of AI and non-AI solutions. I haven't done anything with that yet. It's just something that I'm thinking through. to see whether I can convince myself that would be better, or it would probably be cheaper, but also not as easy to deploy. So I don't know. But yeah, have been thinking of along those lines, but I don't really have any concrete answers for you yet.
All right, thanks. It's helpful to just think about modularizing it. Even, for example, if you you can maybe have some tests for if the output includes mentions of a text file or a markdown file, maybe in the background, I just have it generate those files and have them handy so that, you know, when you try to read them, you're just reading actual text that's pre-generated. But again, that would take some modularization work, right? So that might be some overhead.
Probably also take a better programmer than me.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there any other question? We still have time actually for a couple of questions, so feel free to think about your question.
Hello. Thanks for your talk. If you deploy Deceive to production, you will probably catch a lot of bot traffic. Doesn't that get very expensive very fast when you're using OpenAI API tokens for that?
Yes.
So can you give me some numbers?
I will say, I mean, very expensive depends on who you are, right? So if you're me and I'm paying my own OpenAI bill of $50 a day, I've gotten it up to $50 a day, like, and then I shut it off, so I didn't see if it would go higher. You know, OpenAI and a lot of the other, but maybe not all of the other providers have like rate limiting features and spending caps that I use because I want to limit my risk. But if I'm a company that is getting real value out of these, maybe I would decide it would be fine. That though is the primary reason that I created the Ollama integration. It wasn't actually for policies, although it's useful for that. It was because I wanted to be able to avoid paying giant bills.
All right. Yeah, we have another question over there. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. I have a follow-up question. Do you think is there a room for kind of like hybrid pod based on the AI, which means like, hey, for those scanners and bots, I will have a real machine like a Linux, and for something advanced, I will have AI. Or do you think it's possible to make something like this?
I do think it's possible to have like a hybrid AI and conventional SSH honeypot, but I wouldn't necessarily make them two different systems. I think, as I mentioned, I've been thinking through this idea of having the AI generate all the content, but in a conventional honeypot, which I feel like would solve a lot of the issues that Deceive and some of its compatriots have. So I think there is definitely a use for that. I'm not aware yet of anyone who has done that, but honestly, it's probably an easier thing to do than to create your own SSH server, and probably give you better realism too.
All right.
I'm really impressed with the number of questions, considering that as soon as the questions stop, lunch starts. So thank you.
I have another very short question. Thank you very much for the slide with the weaknesses and drawbacks. I took a lot of notes from that. I also saw like Muris noting on some weaknesses, but I'm curious how the AI-backed Honeypot reacting on like infinite loops or something like this. I think it was not stated that.
Yeah, I have not tried it on the, basically the Captain Kirk attack, compute all the decimals of pi or something like that to drive the spirit out of the computer. Sorry, I'm old. I have not tried that to see how it would work on an infinite loop. I can tell you, though, it won't, because it has to return. And because it's just a chatbot, it's a fancy chatbot. So it won't infinite loop anything. It will probably give you its first try about what the output is. I guess, you know, if you were concerned about that, you could probably modify the system prompt to say something like, if the command would never return, make up a realistic reason why it would return, give an error message, and return. I don't know. That's a good try. I should try it.
Hi. So how you said it's a chatbot, it cannot download anything. So my question is, did you store and collect logs from interaction of the attacker and the bot? And was it useful? Because you could not do any malware analysis of anything, it cannot be downloaded. So you could only analyze the network connections if there was any log about it.
Right. My main goal was not to be able to do malware analysis, so that wasn't really as big of a consideration. But in order to keep the threat actors or the bots that they're running engaged, you do kind of have to have something in there. I have not tried this yet, but my thought is that would be a perfect use for AI tool calling. Hey, I figured out that it wants to download something from a URL. I could maybe have a safe download tool that it could then call and download that thing safely, unpack it, and put it into the LLM's context. So maybe it could actually download it and pretend that it was in there. And then if it's in the context, it might even be able to give you a realistic output. You still wouldn't be able to interact with it for real, unless you were typing out on the fake command line and getting a fake interaction. But if it was like a command and control server, it wouldn't call back out to you. But it's possible with some effort that you might be able to do something along those lines. I have not tried that. It is something that I would like to be able to do, but I'm afraid of talking to the lawyers about it, which I hope they're not watching this video.
Okay, so join us in thanking David one more time.
Small gift. Thank you very much, David. And before going for lunch, that is right here when you get out, I wanted to thank our sponsors, Acalvio. Remember that each of you have a small honey pot, real Willy honey for you there. So go say hi. They're nice guys. They will give you one. SecurityWorks, thank you very much. Labyrinth also have a sponsor booth there. So go say hi to them. CVUT is one of the organizer partners. The Stratosphere Laboratory, the main organizer of the conf. Arctic Wolf also put in the logos in the backpack. If you don't have a backpack, go pick it up. ReconWave also helping in the organization. The artificial intelligence certain in CVUT. And Aleph Security that is there doing the recording of the video and later is gonna put the videos on YouTube. So thank you very much, Aleph, for being here with us.
So we start this part of the day with a lightning talk by Ondrej Nekovar. Ondrej is a Chief Deception Officer specializing in creating and planning adversary engagement scenarios and their deployment. And today he will be talking about cyber counterintelligence challenges, deceiving adversaries through influence operations. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. Hello. He took my text, but no problem. Yeah. It's great to be here. Thank you for invitation. There is not a lot of chances to attend very specified deception and or honeypots events in the world, all the world. Yeah, so it's great to be here. They gave me 15 minutes. It's quite hard to me because I'm usually unable to introduce myself within 10 minutes. Yeah, so, but I promise that I will manage it. I would like to talk about some light topic. Yeah, it's cyber counterintelligence. I will talk about definition, about deception and how it's connected with the counterintelligence, what is influence operations, and how to use influence operations to force adversary to do something you want. Who we are, yeah, I'm Ondrej, and I should be here with my partner and dear colleague Jan Paul, but he got ill, but he say hello to all of you. What we do especially in Prague and Czech Republic, we have a DEFCON group for the Czech Republic. We have meetings, which is based on beer and cards. Yes, nothing formal. And my other activity is rainbowhead.org, which supports openness and equality in cybersecurity. It's about creating safe harbors for people from cyber, because we all know how they are and how they feel among the people. Yeah, this initiation is just for it. And here is it. What is cyber counterintelligence? I will use CCI very often because it's shorter. And I have one definition which I have to read to you. Cyber counterintelligence focuses on protecting against and disrupting the intelligence activities of adversaries. And now I believe that you understand everything about this topic, and I don't need to talk anymore. Maybe I should. Okay. And what we want to know? We want to know everything about adversaries, and it's impossible, but we are trying and trying. We want to monitor them, their activities, their intentions, and their behavior. And we want to use it only for one thing, to protect our environment and ourselves, protect our intelligence and our knowledge. And CCI is about this stuff. We have here I can say that's quite well-known term deception. It's about intel collection, about adversaries. It's about decoying assets and luring services or leaving breadcrumbs everywhere in the environment or in the operation systems, or creating the fake systems. And intention is only one, to deceive the adversary. And it can help us with early alert or detection engineering for better detection. Yeah, you can help to cover your blind spot in detection. But it's still not enough, because deception is only one point of whole cyber counterintelligence program. And what is the goals of CCI? It's to detect and help or support you with the fight with adversaries. And as you know, in the real world, in kinetic world, we have some attitude like cyber espionage, and we can use it in cyber too. We can use a sabotage with, for example, some mail bombs or something like that. Or we can fight with the insider threats, because we can believe to our employees too. And as you can see, the key activities of the CCI attitude is there is a deception only one, because we want to threat identification do everywhere. from inside and from outside. We need to manage our campaigns within the company to detecting threats. And we want to share or collect and share the intelligence too. And why we do it? Because we want to support and start our incident response process as soon as possible. And we need to explain everything to our management because they have money. So we need to use the very, very magical term risk management, because risk management explains everything to these guys. And how we can use the CCI against whom? Against internal threats, I said it before, and of course against the external one. There is one hobby activities in the Europe, external threat hunting. The Polish guys are very good in this area. Yeah, so searching for the adversaries' infrastructure, to getting the data, to be prepared for the sophisticated attacks. And how we can use it in defensive way for deterrence. Yeah, to deter someone might be sounds time to time I use the ridiculous, but it works because if you want to deter someone, and if you have a reputation that your company is too sophisticated, they can try, but they can see very fast that you have the baseline of the cybersecurity measures at the high level. And detection, as I said before, for supporting as a support of detection engineering. And in offensive way, you can use it for detection too, because you are getting the data from the adversary to be better, and you can use deception to help to yourself, to protect yourself, your identity, your company, and use neutralization of adversaries' activities. How to get your CCI goals? We call it influence operations, and it's about spreading the false information everywhere, or not everywhere, but where you want. For instance, the Telegram or other forums, you can provocate them with a strong statement, and you can use psychological actions and use deception and manipulation. You can see that it's formally from the kinetic world, and we can use it in the cyberspace. And how to do it? We had the problems a few years ago, and the problem is called ongoing DDoS, almost every week, based on their shift in you mean in, I don't know, where is the east, this way. Yeah, so based on their shift, we knew that on Monday we will start, or on Tuesday with another DDoS. And it was new 3 years ago. We all were talking about DDoS protectors, that we are ready, but we was not ready. And we have a data for it. And so we needed to get more informations about their intentions and, for example, about their tools to create better detection. And we needed to distract them in some way, because it was boring to get DDoS every week. And that's why we came with the one CCI operations and influence operations, which has the quite well-known phases: planning, execution, evaluation, and lessons learned. It's nothing new. And it's good that it's nothing new, because the management can understand. In the planning phase, we needed to set the straight goals, and we wanted to create a new website and do, really, 5 minutes? Okay. And try to force the adversaries to make a DDoS on our fake websites and identify our enemies, and it was not that hard. It took our almost 1 year of preparations, and we can say that it still works, or it still is alive. Execution. We had the specific fake website alive with the real owner traffic. I mean, in a content. We did the dissemination of information about that it's alive, forums, telegrams, for starting our campaign, maintaining credibility. It's very important because you are only one, and you have to protect your identity if you are getting data, or if you are selling data, if you are changing something for data, and you need strong marketing. It's about the PR. Yeah. So and the good news is that you can use any supplier. They don't need to know what are they doing. Yeah, just create this content, create this website. But our intentions are only our. Was it successful or not? Did it really happen? I can say maybe. Did we really create the fake website and force the adversary to create to have a target of this website as a target for their attack? We can say maybe. So takeaways. Deception is essential in CCI. Yeah, we can discuss this later, but it is. It's only part of it. Influence operations are powerful tool. Yeah, you can use it at home, for instance, with your wife or children. It works everywhere. And deception via influence operations is very important. So, and as I said before, we have DCG group here, so feel free to attend us this June. And me and my colleague decided to write a book, because everyone at the big conference needs to promote themselves by book. So we are writing the Cyber Counterintelligence book, and we will release it this fall. And pre-orders are available. Okay, thank you.
Right. We have some time for one question, if there's somebody. Questions?
Our record is 2 questions. Yeah,
there's a question here.
It's okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to, I have 2 simple questions. Where it's possible to pre-order the book, and when is the next DCG 420 meeting?
When?
When, yes.
Yeah, it's 18 this June in Prague, and another one will be in September in Brno. Yeah, and maybe in the summer we will have some barbecue. And the book is, yeah, you can pre-order, just contact me. It was just for fun, yeah. Okay. Another one, please. Yeah, okay. Do you know each other?
No.
Okay.
We just sit here. Okay, so regarding the book, is it only digital or also printed version as well?
I'm not sure. Based on demand. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so everybody, Ondrej, thank you
Thank
again.
you very much.
Please. So the next one is also a lightning talk, in which we will see how the life of security analysts can be made easier by using IntelOwl Project, presented here by Daniele Rosetti, administrator and front-end maintainer of the IntelOwl platform. So Daniel, whenever you're ready.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Today I want to show you IntelOwl Project, an open source threat intelligence platform that wants to make the life of cybersecurity analysts easier. Just a brief introduction about me. I'm Daniele Rosetti. I'm one of the administrators and the main front-end maintainer of the project. I'm working in Certigo, a cybersecurity company based in Modena in Italy. And our main business is about detection of possible incidents in our customer network, and we help them obviously to also resolve the problems. So, in our company, obviously, we have several cybersecurity analysts, and we found some problems about their work. They are understaffed because there are few people in this field. They are overworked because, as you can imagine, while you are conducting an investigation about an alert, there are some other alerts that are here to be solved. And then also you have to work every day and every hour, basically. So we asked to ourselves, okay, but what is the problem? I mean, why there is a workload so heavy? And we asked to ourselves that the problem is there are lots of manual activities to do. Because, for example, you take in charge an alert, you have some network traffic to a domain, and you don't know nothing about this domain. So you have to collect the data from different services about this domain to understand what is. And you need a single software to do this operation, because you don't want to navigate several services and so on. And this is why IntelOwl was born in 2020. What we think about is to create an open source project where you can collect data from several services, and just with one click, just in one point, have all the information you need. In this way, what you have to do is go on IntelOwl and start the analysis of your suspicious domain, for example. Also, IntelOwl supports IP addresses, hashes, samples. So this is one of the most important pages of IntelOwl, the plugin page, in this case the analyzers, and the plugins are modular core components of IntelOwl. Analyzers are the most important because they allow to extract data from the services we see above. Obviously, there are lots of integration. Currently, there are 205, so there are lots of services supported. Okay, I think the best way to show you how IntelOwl works is with real use cases. So let's take this as example. You receive an email, and there is a link inside it, and you don't know what this email is, what there is in this link, and you want to analyze it. So you go here, the scan page of IntelOwl, the most important page because, or at least the most used, and you can populate the form with your domain. Automatically, the form will select a playbook. You can imagine a playbook as a receipt. In a playbook, you can list the analyzers you want to use. In this way, each time you select a domain, IntelOwl will select your favorite playbooks, and each time you run your playbook, you will run all your analyzers without select each time all of them. So basically, you really need to write your domain and start the analysis. Okay, once the analysis is completed, a job is created, and in this case, we have the reports of all the analyzers, and we can see in Phishing Army that there is a flag found set to true, that this means the domain is available in the phishing army DB. And this helps us to understand that this is a phishing domain. Okay, raw data are great, but are not so comfortable to be used. So we introduced the visualizers, another kind of playbook that allows developers to create user interfaces. And also visualizers can be added to a playbook. In this way, you will always have your favorites analyzers with your user interface. What I'm using here are embedded in IntelOwl. If you start IntelOwl, this playbook is already available. Okay, this is a current situation, but what's next? What you want to do in the future and this year? Okay, let's start with data models. As I said before, each analyzer generates a JSON report with different structures, different keys, different values. And our user, our analyst, needs to read them. For example, you can have 20 analyzers, and you need to read all of the data. And obviously, you need to understand them, but this could be very difficult because are basically 20 JSON with different structures, and this can be very hard. What we did is introducing data models. Data models allow to normalize the output of the analyzers. In this way, when developers add new analyzer, they can add a data model conversion. In this way, each analyzer reports the JSON report, but also a data model. In this way, our analysts, or for example, developers, just simply to need the data models that have the same keys, the same values for all the analyzers. For example, there is, I don't know, an evaluation. In this way, our analysts need less time to understand the report because, well, basically you have to read the same field in all the reports. Okay, another nice feature is the user events feature. Why? Well, because sometimes you don't want to analyze something. You don't want to analyze the domain or an IP addresses because sometimes you already know this is, for example, a malicious IP. Okay, you find a blog post, you did an investigation and found a malicious IP addresses, you don't want to ask to IntelOwl to analyze it. You want to force the IntelOwl evaluation, and with user events, this is possible. Okay, the last feature is the engines. The engine combines the data models from the analyzer reports and the user events to create an evaluation to your analysis. In this way, you don't have to understand the data report or the JSON reports and so on. You can simply use this global evaluation of IntelOwl. And in case you don't find it useful with user events, you can force the evaluation based on what you think about the domain or the IP addresses or something else. Okay, a brief recap. IntelOwl currently is a data extraction platform. It collects data from several sources, and in this way help our analysts to find information about them. The goal for this year is to add an evaluation system. In this way, the analyst doesn't have to evaluate all the data every time, but can trust the engine, can use the engine report to save time. Also, as I said, IntelOwl is an open source project. If you are interested in it and want to contribute, you are welcome. It's also part of the Google Summer of Code. And okay, obviously, if you want to give us your ideas, you are welcome. Contributors helped a lot growing IntelOwl, so I'm here if you want to say something. I'm happy to. Okay, thank you for listening, and I want to thank all the contributors who helped IntelOwl to grow up during these years, and I'd like to thank also the team and Simone and Cristina who worked in the features I presented, Martino's working in the user interface, the two Federicos who develop some features of IntelOwl and gives us new use cases to add features to the project, and Matteo, who started the project in 2020. Thank you.
That was really a lightning talk, so we have some time for questions. There's one up there.
Hi. You mentioned that you are basically gathering some open source intelligence tools. I was interested if you are, as a user, able to somehow configure it, like plug in some tools you trust, you want to use, or use your APIs, whatever. Or the set of tools is basically static for the moment.
No, okay. Talking about analyzers, there is a config. This is required also because most of the services require, for example, an API keys, so you can configure your API keys, but also the APIs can have different parameters. You have a configuration, a global configuration in the plugin pages, but also every time you run an analysis, you can change the runtime configuration. In this way, you can change parameters and are not forced to came back here to change the configuration. Yes, IntelOwl has some APIs, some REST APIs. Also, it has a Python client, PyIntelOwl. In this way, if you want to use IntelOwl inside your project, you can use the Python client. Or if you use another programming language, it has the REST APIs, and you can interact with the platform with them. You're welcome.
Any more?
Hi. So my question was, from what I understood, what you are doing is via API gathering info from different solutions, like you said, Aristotle, Koney, and etc.
Yes.
So my question was whether maybe you are considering, so if I can upload a URL, give you a URL, and you will send it to all of the tools that you have. Like you're not only retrieving data, but also sending those API requests to those tools. So maybe you have something like that in your plans.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand correctly, you want to know if you can put data to the platform. Is it right?
Yeah, like for example, URL or file, and you will send it to all of the tools so that I don't need to do it manually with which one, with everyone, I mean.
No, okay. URL and the samples are supported in the platform.
Once again, could you please?
Yes, you can analyze an URL or a file if you want. IntelOwl supports them. And
oh, okay. I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so thank you, Daniele.
Thanks.
Join me in another round of applause, please. So the next talk, Botany of Stagers. Yeah. So is given by Murtuza Ali, a PhD student from TU Delft, specializing in cyber threat intelligence and network security. So floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would like to start by thanking the organizing team for setting up this event, which has been so far really great and super informative, and for inviting me to talk about my work. My talk, A Botany of Stagers, aims at looking at the infrastructure behind most IoT botnets and to explain how we use a tool called the reactive telescope to understand how these botnets are organized, the dynamic patterns in the infrastructure that they use, and also what we can learn from this to shape our efforts towards disrupting them. But before we go ahead, let me tell you a bit about myself. So Muris already introduced me. So I'm a first-year PhD candidate in the cybersecurity group. These are my current fields of work, although of late, most of my work is revolving around IoT botnets. I also work part-time at Hunt and Hackett, which is a cybersecurity company based in The Hague on the breach and attack simulation platform. Okay, so why do we need to worry about IoT botnets? Well, you guys are quite familiar with deception, so I'll be quick. Well, they carry out a ton of disruptive attacks. A lot of you have heard about Mirai, which at its peak had around 600,000 infected devices, carried out a DDoS attack with a peak traffic of 1 terabits per second on Krebs on security. A more recent example is Isuru, which recently carried out an attack with a peak volume of 6.3 terabits per second, also on Krebs security. And there are also several for-hire platforms, such as those provided by GorillaBot, which basically allow paying customers to temporarily disrupt or cause DDoS attacks on web servers, game servers, so on. A lot of the botnets are also used for brute force attacks. So an example of this is the Quad 7 botnet, which stealthily infected a lot of Soho or small office, home office devices and used them for password spraying attacks on Microsoft 365 accounts while managing to remain untraceable. They're used for click fraud, and they're also used in conjunction with a lot of proxies or orbital relay boxes. An example of this is the NSOX proxy service, which provides SOX 5 proxies to paying customers. Turns out that they were using devices that were infected by the NGIO botnet as devices. Okay, so now that we want to track the behavior of these IoT botnets, it becomes important to understand how these botnets are structured. So botnets usually have some bots or scanners which scan the internet for vulnerable devices. When they find a vulnerable device, they report this to a reporting server, which in turn takes a hit list of all of these devices and passes it on to an infecting server. This infecting server usually reaches out to the victim, knowing that is which exploit it's vulnerable towards, and attempts to exploit it. Once it exploits the device, it attempts to run a few commands, and then usually directs the victim device to download a malicious binary from a stager server, which hosts these devices, which hosts these files. The victim then runs the malicious binary and is effectively a part of the botnet, at which point it reaches out to the command and control server, which issues it further commands. Although this is what usual infrastructure of a botnet looks like, quite a lot of times the creators of the botnets smush together a lot of these tasks. So a scanner might also be an infector, there might not be a reporting server, so on and so forth. So we now know the main parts of the infection chain of a botnet. So the first step is scanning for vulnerable devices. This usually involves randomly scanning the internet space to look for these vulnerable devices. This is where our first tool, which is a passive telescope, comes in. Passive telescope is basically a large block of unused IP addresses. Usually there are no services hosted on these. So by default, any traffic that comes to these IP addresses is unsolicited and is usually a result of active scanning. Honeypots, you guys know what honeypots are. So they usually emulate a service that a vulnerable. They usually emulate a vulnerable service and then record the behavior of an attacker. So in the context of an IoT botnet, this is the kind of visibility that these tools provide us. A passive telescope gives us information about the bots themselves or the scanning activity and activity on the victim side. So we might see where we get the scan attempts from, what ports they are targeting, whether these are horizontal scans, vertical scans, whether they're targeting specific vulnerabilities or just opportunistically looking for all kinds of vulnerabilities. On the other hand, a honeypot provides us a lot more information, essentially everything we see on a passive telescope, but also the follow-up infection attempt from the infector server, and the subsequent download from a stager server, the malicious file itself, and if the sample is detonated, the communications that it would have with a command and control server. So it kind of makes sense, right? The honeypot beats a passive telescope in basically every way possible. Why don't we just use it? Well, unlike the lunch that we just had, it's not free. It usually incurs a very large performance impact. Honeypots are also a lot more resource intensive. In order to kind of demonstrate this, we deploy Cowrie, which a lot of you are familiar with, on a /24 on our infrastructure. And we also deploy a passive telescope, which is basically a large IP range, on a /16, which is basically 256 times what you see there. Over the year, we collected around 4 terabytes of logs from Cowrie, while we collected 14 terabytes of logs from the passive telescope. You can now see, if we were to scale the honeypot up to the size of the passive telescope, the amount of data that we would need to store would be a magnitude of order higher than what the passive telescope does. Moreover, Cowrie emulates SSH or a telnet server. So it also requires a lot more computational resources compared to a passive telescope, which is essentially just recording all the incoming traffic. So is there a middle ground between between a completely passive instrument and a full emulation of the vulnerable service? Yeah, reactive telescopes. So what would happen if we were to emulate the first few steps of the infection so that we can catch the initial infection payload? That would give us a lot more insight than a passive telescope. a bit less than the Honeypot, but it's also much less computationally intensive. So if we were to look at, again, the visibility, we see that the reactive telescope gives us information on all of these. Essentially, because it responds, we also see the infection attempts, and from the infection attempts, we can see the kind of download that it would have to do from the stager. As the samples don't run, we don't see any information from the command and control server, but we can also download the malicious files themselves and identify the command and control server either through static analysis or by detonating the sample in a sandbox and so on. Again, when we compare the scalability, we see that we also deploy our reactive telescope on essentially 2,000 IP addresses, and we see that we collect around 4 terabytes of data, which is still almost 10 times less data compared to a full honeypot. And also, it does not require as many computational resources as a full honeypot, as we just need to worry about logging the incoming requests and gauging the correct response. So what are reactive telescopes exactly? We essentially emulate an unresponsive layer 7 protocol. We can see any interaction with an adversary that does not require a stateful or protocol-specific response. So in this case, Telnet or SSH would not work because they expect certain responses which we do not provide. And it allows us to gain more information than passive monitoring. So essentially, this is how it works. We assume that the initial scanning has been done, and we are being contacted by an infector. So essentially, the client would reach out and ask us, is port 555 open? And we respond with, yeah, it's open. And then this happens. So we get immediately hit by a malicious exploit. And this is the case in a lot of IoT botnets where the presence of an open port is enough verification for them. They do not have any other checks. So in a sense, simply responding with a SYNAC packet gives us essentially the exploits that they would have targeted at a device. So we ran our reactive telescope on around 2,000 IP addresses over the course of a year from March of 2024 till today. We have around 37 billion rows of data on incoming and outgoing packets. And we count around 12.323 million distinct IPs that contact us. This is an example of an exploit that we would see from these remote code execution, from the IoT botnets that target these remote code execution vulnerabilities. And if we break it up, we can essentially see that it consists of an exploit wrapper. This is usually the kind of protocol that the infector expects the vulnerable service to have. In this case, it's a SOAP envelope. Then we have the download command. In this case, it's wget, but we see people use curl, FTP get, and sometimes they get more innovative by maybe using netcat to pipe some information into a file and then running it and so on. Then we see the hoster itself. This is the address of the server that holds the malicious binary. And then there are some auxiliary commands that are also executed. In this case, it attempts to write the binary to a particular file, gives it the relevant privileges, and runs it with a command line argument. And it also responds back to the infector to kind of ensure or as a confirmation that the command did indeed run. So when we start looking at logs of this kind, we catch around 7.5 billion logs present in our database. These aren't exclusively malicious attempts. These can be scans from companies such as Census or Shodan. These can be other security researchers. Misconfigurations sometimes lead to traffic coming our way, or malicious attempts. How do we ensure that we catch them all? We could start by matching on just wget or curl, but what if they use FTP? What if they use a base64 encoded string, which they then decode and then run in the shell? So the solution is to simply match on all Linux binaries that we would expect the vulnerable devices to have. So our reasoning was, at some point, the attackers need to execute an existing binary on the device to infect it. No matter how convoluted it is, at some point, they have to run something that exists on the device. So as long as we match on every single executable or binary that they have, we ensure that essentially we miss nothing. For this case, we just looked at all of the binaries that Linux provides, and also the commands that are provided by BusyBox and Toybox, which are commonly used in the kinds of devices that these botnets exploit. So here are some aggregate statistics on what we see. We see 203,000 unique IPs that send us malicious packets, and we count around 82,000 malicious malware hosters. We see around 4,000 unique ports that are targeted with exploits. Some of the most common ports are what you'd expect to see, ADB or HTTP, and some of the more weird numbers are manufacturer-specific ports that run an endpoint, and these are usually exposed interfaces for DVRs or routers and so on. So now we have information on the infectors that reach out to us, and we have information on the malware hosters that hold the binaries. We come across a lot of different hosting patterns that these botnet owners might use. So you can break them up into 4 cases. Some of these are self-hosted, the 73,500 patterns where we see that the device that reaches out to us also downloads the binary from itself. This number is especially large because some of you might have heard of this botnet called Mozy. The Mozy botnet essentially is a peer-to-peer botnet, and it tries to emulate all of the actions that a botnet would otherwise have on itself. In other cases, we see that there is a single infector and a hoster, in which case there's an infection that comes to us, and then it directs us to download the file from another hosting server. There are cases where there are several infecting servers that run at the same time, between 1 and 10 for our classification, which direct us to the same malware hoster. And if there are more than 10 infectors that reach out to us with the same hoster, we consider it to be a case of a botnet where they employ the bots in the botnet to carry out the infection activities. So essentially, all of the bots present in the botnet do scanning and infection, and they direct us to download from the malware hoster. This is kind of important because it also helps us to shape our disruption strategies. In some cases, there's a single point of failure. In some cases, there is not. You have to deal with different cases and try to come up with the best strategy in that case. We can also see that a lot of the hosters that stage these malicious binaries are present in well-known hosting providers, surprisingly. They're present in known bulletproof hosters and also in residential IP spaces. So the lines in the table that are marked in green are known, well-known hosting services such as Akamai or OVH or DigitalOcean and so on. And the ones that are marked in red are known bulletproof hosters that have been kind of attributed by other people as well. We can also see that even though actors use these kind of well-known hosting services, the packet count and the lifetimes of these hosters are much shorter, which lead us to believe that these are either taken down really quick or that the malicious hosters try to ensure that they run them for a short period of time to evade detection. However, in the case of the bulletproof hosters and residential IPs, you see that they usually run for a really long period of time, throw out as many packets as they want, and they don't attempt to be stealthy. However, we feel that they still return to these well-known hosters because they're present in IP ranges that cannot be effectively blocklisted without also blocklisting a lot of legitimate services that might come out of here. And you can also very easily reprovision IP addresses when you are deploying on these. So you can very quickly switch from one IP to another to quickly evade blocklists. Yeah, so the short lifetimes and hard-coded IPs sometimes lead us to believe that some of these botnets use and throw infrastructure, especially when it comes to these well-known hosting providers. We also look at the vulnerabilities that these botnets are targeting, and we exclude all of the hosters that are present in the Mozy botnet, so the numbers are a bit lower. But essentially, a lot of these IoT botnets focus on a small subset of vulnerabilities. We count around 50 that lead to around 90% of the observed traffic. And a lot of the targeted devices are end-of-life internet-connected devices such as routers, DVRs, TV boxes, and so on. So here are a few example exploits that we see. This is an example of a CV that targets TP-Link Archer devices. Here's one that uses a SOAP protocol, which is used by the D-Link DIR routers. This is fairly interesting, where there are a lot of devices that are a lot of Android TV boxes that have been set up in a few countries, which have port 555 open. Simply sending this command allows you to run a shell command on them. This is also the most this is also the highest packet count that we see by volume. And then, yeah, this is just another kind of endpoint that you can send a maliciously crafted packet to that targets these AV tech surveillance devices. So because we have a lot of information on the CVEs that are targeted, We also tried to create a timeline of the dates of publication of these CVEs and the traffic that we noticed on our honeypots, or rather a reactive telescope. So the red dotted lines are the date of publication of the CVEs, and then we see traffic in and around. So a lot of cases we see, well, 1 day or n day vulnerabilities. So basically the vulnerability was kind of published, and then there's people who start using it. But we also see traffic sometimes occur before the publication date, which essentially is goes in line with what we know about botnets that abuse 0-day vulnerabilities. An interesting case is the CVE we see at the end, where we see some botnets exploiting this vulnerability before it got published, and then I guess someone took notice, alerted the right people, and then it got published. And then we see an increased amount of traffic on that vulnerability. So I'm guessing someone used the vulnerability, it got published, and then everyone found out about it, and people started exploiting en masse. So far we've been looking at the characteristics of a single hoster, but because we collect this data over a long period of time, it also allows us to look at the dynamics of these hosters. So essentially, the botnet owners need to maintain and upkeep their infrastructure, especially the malware hosting servers. It could be for a variety of reasons. They need to stay ahead of an unstable infrastructure, takedown attempts, or block lists that might render their hosting servers ineffective. Sometimes, in particular cases, such as when the infection is handled by one part of the infrastructure and the hosting is handled by another, changing one of these creates a link between the two. So essentially, we can kind of see how they update their infrastructure in real time. And often in the case of competing botnets, we see that devices that have been exploited that first pointed to a particular infrastructure now point to a new one because they've been taken over by someone else. So we decided to kind of create a graph between all of the infection attempts that we get and the malware hosting servers that they point to. And we come up with something like this. So yeah, essentially this is a snapshot of all of the interconnected infectors and hosters that we see over the period of a year. And these look an awful lot like clusters. So we decided to do what made sense. We decided to cluster them. So we utilized the interconnectedness between these to identify clusters of interest, and this helped us to gain a better understanding of how the ecosystem actually changes over time. So we created a matrix based on the number of shared infectors between certain pieces of infrastructure, and we perform agglomerative clustering. I won't go into the details. The graph looks something like this after we cluster it. So you can see kind of points of interest. Some of these clusters can be tied together to a singular campaign, while other clusters are simply a group of devices that have the same vulnerability that are being taken over by competing botnets. So essentially, it's a cluster of botnets that are competing for the same vulnerable devices. A particularly interesting case is that of the yellow cluster that you can kind of see in the top center. We noticed that these people only targeted a particular vulnerability, which was on port 80. So we decided to call it the port 80 cluster. Here are a few details about the port 80 cluster. So it contained 8 hoster addresses. There were 446 unique infectors that reached out to us and attempted to compromise the reactive telescope and pointed back to these hosting addresses. This lasted for around a period of 2.5 months, and we see 5 unique file names used over the course of the campaign, often with overlap. And all of the infection attempts involve a path traversal exploit with a code execution to download and execute the malicious payload. So if you look at this graph, which is a bit confusing, the y-axis is unique infectors that reach out to us, and the x-axis is the time, and the dots are color-coded based on the server that hosted the malicious binary at the time. So you can see that there's a bunch of infectors that first direct us to download from the orange hoster, and then I guess they added a new hoster, which is green, and then they switched back to the orange one, and you can kind of see this back and forth kind of dynamic shift between hosters that these botnet actors use to host their malicious binaries. Why they decide to go back and forth, we don't know. Maybe it's to evade block lists, maybe it's some kind of load balancing. An interesting case is the blue vertical dash, in which case the hoster address was actually x.x.x.x. It was not a valid IP address. So I think they were trying to update their hosting infrastructure, and they forgot to fill out a field, which essentially led to some amount of wasted time. And this is a timeline of the files that we see. So essentially, these are the names of the files that we use. And because these files were used over a long period of time, we could see that different servers were being used to download the same file, which is essentially how we were able to confirm that these hosters are actually related to each other and that they're all interrelated. So this was an example of how we can track the infrastructure over time of a particular botnet. And this is the work done by one of my colleagues who was working on the Gorilla bot over time. And essentially, he was tracking the evolution of the botnet. And we were able to use the reactive telescope to essentially collect binaries and see the developments of the methods that they added to their malicious binaries. And also, when we can see that they switched from using bots to scan for vulnerable devices to instead using just a centralized scanning infrastructure. So they simply bought a hoster somewhere and started scanning the internet for vulnerable devices. I would also like to talk about some of the auxiliary activities that the botnets perform. So alongside downloading files, they also do a bunch of other stuff. So they usually delete the older versions of the files and then download the new one, which is kind of an update. They delete files on disk after executing, which is essentially cleaning up traces so that if someone was to investigate, they probably wouldn't see it. They perform recon for other vulnerable devices. So you can see commands such as just echo commands, and they expect to see a response from the device if it is vulnerable or if it's not. They share the device info, so usually CPU count, RAM, maybe for mining operations or so forth. We see the most common commands as wget and curl, but we also see other stuff such as chmod, echo, kill, pkill to kill competing processes, IP tables to modify the IP tables of the device to ensure that no other device can infect them while this device is infected, move, base64, and so on. We also noticed that these botnets are very aware of other botnets in the ecosystem. So they often of other botnets as well as defenders. So they sometimes attempt to obfuscate their commands. So this is an example where they echo base64 encoded string, decode it on the fly, and then run it. So this essentially converts to a curl, which is basically a download attempt. We see cases where the infectors try to rename common binaries so that you cannot remotely fix the infection. We also see cases where the infectors try to delete all existing processes that are in a particular folder structure, essentially trying to kill competing botnets. And particularly interesting is this case where they attempt to enumerate all of the running processes, kill all of them except for those which are essentially necessary for the system to run, so that the device doesn't crash, and then they attempt to infect the device. So if we break that up into two pieces, we see that the first part is essentially sanitizing the device, and then the second part is sanitizing the device from previous botnets, and then the second part is exploiting the device themselves. So in particular cases like this, where bots are also used to scan, we have a very good indicator of the device that is reaching out to us is also vulnerable, and we know what vulnerabilities they target. So if they can perform sanitation and exploitation, why can't we just perform sanitation, right? So yeah, essentially there's a botnet that targets vulnerable devices, competing botnets, and security researchers that can just pick up the pieces. This work is pretty much a work in progress. I've been working on it for a while, and we have a bunch of future working ideas. So we want to fingerprint the hosting servers, essentially to see what kind of tooling they run, what kind of software they run, and so on. We want to improve our instrumentation for capturing higher levels of sophistication, because right now we can only look at remote code exploits, and in case the botnet decides to verify by grabbing a banner, we probably won't catch it. We want to track open directories. So there are open directories which often have an additional random folder structure. So then it becomes very hard. You can't see them online with Shodan as we used to be able to do. And also we want to do low overhead implementation of HTTP TLS, just responding with expected banners, TLS handshakes, and so on. And we would also like to kind of distribute our infrastructure across different geographical locations so that we can see whether there are attacks that are targeted to countries, sectors, and so on. Yeah, the takeaways are that reactive telescopes provide a very good and useful middle ground between passive and complete monitoring techniques. We see that attackers use infrastructure for short durations. This makes block lists essentially ineffective, because by the time it gets shared around and implemented, they've already moved on to the next big thing. Others have distributed infrastructure. In this case, disrupting them becomes much harder because they have multiple points of failure. And we also see competition for these limited sets of devices. Maybe we can utilize some of these methods to intervene in a safe manner. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some time for one question, maybe if there is someone. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Excellent work so far.
Thank you.
Quick questions, because I'm sure maybe others have questions as well. How big is the telescope?
It's on a /16.
/16.
It's on 3/16s, but the addresses kind of come in and out of play. So essentially, it's around 65,000 addresses. Yeah.
Excellent. And I did see the bullet point towards the end of the presentation that you're working on geographically distributed. Do you have all the /16 in one block, or are they separate blocks geographically?
Yes, for now, the /16 is a contiguous block. But we would like to maybe get smaller blocks in different geographical locations so that we can kind of compare what we see.
Nice. Last question is, of course, there is enormous amount of data that you presented. If one needs access to something like that.
Well, it says here, so we are open for collaboration.
Right.
So, yeah,
I'm just asking this because there was a very well-known network telescope called KIDA. It shut down thanks to all the great funding schemes going on in America right now. But this would open up a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, we're always open for collaborations. Yeah. And sharing our data.
Thank you. Maybe one more quick one, if there's someone. Yep.
First of all, great talk. Do you have any idea about the distribution of the attacks across the IPs? So do you see the same attack across multiple of the IPs, or is it very singular?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say mostly they're quite uniform, but we do see a slight amount of bias towards maybe the first address of a subnet, of a /24 and so on. But I would say more or less it's pretty uniform.
And in regards to, so for instance, some of these exploit attempts, would you see them across the entire cluster or entire IP range in total? For instance, if someone just scanned the entire net.
So it depends, because some of the scanning strategies are random. So it's basically a bot that reaches out to random, uses a pseudo-random number generator and throws out exploits to random internet addresses. And usually we do not see like a full block used in that case. We'd see like kind of scattered exploits. But there are also cases where someone just rents a server and does like a full block scan of the internet. In that case, we'd see pretty much full coverage. But even when it's random, we'd see like a uniformly distributed random coverage. Yeah. Thank you.
Last talk in this block, given by Anastasia Doros, cybersecurity implementation lead at Labyrinth, one of our sponsors, and it's a talk from a bit of different perspective for us today. It's about detecting open source honeypots. So should be fun. The floor is yours.
I hope you can see it. First of all, hello everyone. So today we talked a lot about the site when we deploy decoys, like how do we do it, how we can do it effectively. But I want to get to another side, like from the adversary's perspective, what I can do to avoid what you did. So let's continue. You already know this about me, so I will skip that. And we first start with talking about what is a honeypot. I'm joking, we won't. So I will just state why do we even need to think about it. It sounds intuitive, like deception is about giving false information, giving, decepting basically the adversaries. But I would like to make it into concrete bullet points So to make this more clear. So first of all, it's open source's like advantages and disadvantages. Open source is really powerful tools. It's really great for different types of companies, for researchers and etc. But quite often it comes with an issue that we need to involve sometimes. This is, by the way, exactly what I was asking some of the people who were presenting earlier. And we need to understand that not everybody has those resources to make it work as it's supposed to. So this is one of the things. Next, increase credibility, gather more data. I believe you know about different approaches to cyber deception, because cyber deception can be used, for example, for just detection. So what does it mean? Decoy detected something, you say, okay, and automatically stop it. Like, for example, with API request to, I don't know, EDR or something like that to isolate the host. But there's also an approach to cybersecurity when we allow the adversary to play as long as they want, and we gather intel. So, of course, it's depending on you, on your goals, but still, we need to increase credibility. Next is about knowing where to look during penetration testing. So this is about pen testers, people who work in offensive for good reasons. And, it's really important for them to avoid such kind of decoys to get more results about real hosts. Sometimes during penetration testing activities, people shut down deception, but I really like when they don't, because it really shows the true power of cyber deception. You see how the adversaries will do such activities, which tools they will use, and whether they will fall for those traps. And, of course, pen testers are good guys, but it doesn't mean that the same techniques, the same actions will be used only to help you. It's also about knowing where the adversaries can look. And adversaries, it's not about only real people, but also about malware. In the previous talk, my colleague mentioned Mirai. So on the screen you can see it's ZH Trap. It's also malware, and its goal was to create a botnet. What it does, what is special about it, it was reported in March of 2021. What is reported about that is it first turned its victims into honeypots, to gather more IPs for further targets. So anybody who contacted with this host, the IPs were recorded, and then malware used it to probe and continue. But also what it did, it scanned the devices to identify whether they are decoys or not. You can see some of the examples of what it used. And this is also one important thing. So we need to understand how decoys can be detected to avoid such, for example, automated activities. Okay, let's continue. So how do we detect them? Extremely simple. We are looking for inconsistencies. This is our basic rule. At some point, I like to call it vibe testing, because basically it's about finding, when you find some inconsistencies, you get suspicious, you dig more, and turns out that this is a decoy. So what it can be something in file system, it can be some protocol quirks, it can be, if we are talking about open source, one of the great advantage for us as the adversaries is that we can look inside the code, so some hints from there. So yeah, this is what we will be doing. Let's see. Some notes before we begin. First of all, decoys are investigated separately from environment. So I tested only decoys without them interacting with the rest of the infrastructure, because it's also important and it can tell you a lot about this host. Like in the next couple of days, there will be plenty of trainings, and one of them will be about P0F, as I saw in the agenda. So I really recommend testing it. It's really important too. Like for example, if the adversary, if there nothing happens to the host, like at all, no traffic goes in, no traffic goes out, it's really suspicious because why do you need this host this way? Why do you need it in the network? Next, we are okay with triggering them. So we are okay with triggering alerts. It's fine for us. We are just playing around. Also probabilities. So everything that I will show, you cannot take just one case and depending on the results say that it is a decoy. It's about complex. This is why I talked about vibe testing, because you gather everything and it gives you this probability. This is a decoy. Because you see, I believe you're all professionals, you're all engineers, and you know that sometimes tools can be such badly misconfigured that you can think that this is a decoy, but it is a real host. So we are talking about that. And as I mentioned, look at broader picture, so you need to analyze all information that you have. What are we dealing with today? We have pretty popular test rabbits, I call them. I tried to do something, mainstream, so in my opinion, just easier. And we will be using extremely basic tools, so nothing really special, but it will be enough. So let's begin. Our first decoy, Kauri, is like a celebrity today. It was mentioned almost in every speech, and I will also mention it. We already know that this stuff is supposed to emulate SSH, telnet, okay? We can deal with that. And we have a host, I found it. So to make this a little bit more interesting, I haven't configured any of those. I haven't deployed them. It's just something that I found or asked my friends to set up for me so that I don't know what exactly I'm dealing with. So this is what we have, pretty basic, okay, SSH, telnet, HTTP, okay, that's fine. Our first case, it's a normal reaction to abnormal events. This was what my therapist liked to say about, about different situations, especially like war happening and etc. So the idea here is that, okay, decoy can really great emulate activity if it's normal, like normal operations, like checking files and etc. But what will it do if something goes wrong? It's about edge cases that when we are creating decoys, we need to understand and remember about. This is what we see. You can see here okay, I didn't put red square, so you just need to check it. I put wrong protocol version. SSH protocol version, and you can see the difference in responses. Protocol major versions differ for the first one for decoy, and what we see invalid SSH identification for real host, and this is backed up by the code. You can see where it's deployed. Our next test while we are here, so I tried my best to avoid exploitation, to avoid getting on hosts and etc. But while we are here, why not? So I tried some dummy credentials. Unfortunately, they worked, and this is a really big flaw when you put wildcard right in here, because you will be able to connect to the host, but if you check, for example, ATC passvd, ATC shadow, you won't see this user. Of course, it can be on real hosts as well, especially when we are doing some bad things with PAM modules. But still, this is also a sign of decoy. Next, it's about getting hints from developers. Developers are great people, and I really enjoy when they add comments because I'm not a software engineer, and sometimes it's harder for me to understand what they have written. And you can see that they have specifically left a note that users feel should be avoided. So this is like when you see red numbers on black screen, you think of Matrix, you think of Metal Gear and hear Invisible by Duran Duran. This is the same type of story. It's something so basic, so classic that also can bring suspicion to your decoy. And this is what we had on this host. Next, while we are also here, there are tons of ways that we can interact with. I decided to add only one, which is user add and add user, which was a little an interesting thing when I first saw my Linux machine when I was a kid. I really didn't get the idea why they are different and why the words are swapped. So I decided to add here as well. You can see that user add command provides you output as the script add user, which is also not okay, and it's also specified in the code. You can fix that. And cherry on top, 1, 2, 3, who can find it? Here it is. Also should be avoided. This is my honest reaction when I saw it when dealing with web. Let's see what we have next. Next, we are dealing with Honeypot. What do we know about Honeypot is that this is ICS Honeypot. Okay, dealing with some OT, we like it. Our next test rabbit, and you can also see what I told you about getting as much info as you can, because this screen itself provides us a lot of data. First of all, you can see that there is a lot of different protocols, and this is a decoy. You can see it's 20-second, okay, there are SSH, Telnet, web, etc., all in there, which also can raise suspicion. So it's also important to limit number of ports. It also can raise suspicion. And it is ICS, and for some reason, it's stored on GCP, which is also sus, you know. Now we will be dealing with that. Okay, my first test will be about Modbus, and my first basic instinct was to send a function code to read device identification. I wanted to know what is that. You can see that I'm weird, and I decided to just form my packet. So this is what I did. You can see this function code in here, and you can see that results on the screen is Siemens Sematic 7200. To say it's really old stuff, it is extremely old stuff, and you can see that it was discontinued in 2017. It's like a lot of time ago, but still we see it. It doesn't mean that this is a decoy, but it gives us a hint that it can be. And you can see that it was also written in the config. I also want to show you some of the interesting things, like how this process actually works. I also was running some scripts, you know, to automate this stuff. And when I did it, I found an error. You can see it on the screen. It's about the string was too long. After seeing that, I decided that it would be great to see why so. I captured some traffic, and you see, you can compare. So this one that appeared is from decoy, and the second one is from real host. If we strip this packet, strip what we have in data, the only data that we see in decoy is that the device is on, in some information about what exactly this slave is. It's not enough. We need to provide more. And this is the code of the Nmap script. Okay, let's continue. ICS, we also have SNMP. SNMP also is really easy to test. I use default public string, and we also see some issues. First of all, it's that the name, pump control unit, usually in real critical infrastructure, this data is more precise. The same happens with DOE, Department of Energy, I believe. Also, we see uptime, 7-ish minutes, okay, interesting. And all of the data that is supposed to transfer, it's empty. We don't get anything out of it. It's also sign of a decoy right here. And last but not least, we saw that there was open 80 port, or I can't remember exactly what was on that slide, but there was web. And you can see that this web, it's pretty basic. So those are two separate decoys that we had, that I found, but still they're running under the same HTML page that we can see in the source code. Some extra info, I was playing around with this a little bit more. You can see last modified, it's 1993, so it's older than me. And it's also a sign of a decoy. It's also one of the most prominent ways to say it. This is a Honeypot. That's also provided in the default configs. Let's continue. The idea, you can see it on the screen, and I hope I spelled it correctly. Tricky word to say. But we won't be talking about plant, we'll be talking about decoy. And you can see that there are a lot of protocols, and we are really, we can be trapped in the situation. I call it like all-in-one, like shampoo, conditioner, body wash, etc. When you have products that does everything, but it does it poorly, so it doesn't do good any of that. So let's see what we got. Test rabbit. Oh yeah, that's a lot to unpack. We won't be doing all. First of all, MySQL, okay. This is also one of the examples how I even started my investigation. You can see that it is a really different thing to show, just a number of A's. So I decided to continue. I once again gathered a network dump. You can see that this is sold. And you can see it in comparison to real MySQL. So always be cautious about sold. Next, we have FTP. And this example shows us how protocol quirks can also signalize that we are dealing with decoy. You can see that I simply try to connect. So I wasn't doing something special in here. I was doing just normal operations. And you see what happened. So I typed in name, then it allowed me access to shell, and it never asked me for a password. And this is an example of how it works in the real FTP server. And you can see, by the way, also a welcome message, but I wouldn't say that it's much of a signal because it can be customized, and this stuff sounds pretty basic, pretty default, but also can be used if we are getting multiple things in once to evaluation. And last but not least, examples that we will have, last top, this stuff is supposed to be web application Honeypot. So yeah, I'm lighting some web. But it's also really funny stuff in terms of how it does it. I will just show you, it will be a quick test. This is our test rabbit, looks pretty simple. And you can see anything that you put after the IP address, it will generate you a page. I have put the whole Romeo and Juliet in here, and you can see that I still got a page. Do you think that this is normal for the real application? I don't think that you have such path in there, but it's possible with Glasstop. So it's okay. So we did a little play around, detected some honeypots, but you know it's really bad for scaling if you do everything manually. We want to avoid it, and there are some automation tools. Some open source, no, I will talk only about open source, so no worries. Let's see, first one, you can use Nuclei. I really like this tool because of its, how you can customize it. You see its format really cool, like that. And this is template that you can find, honeypot detection, really easy to use. We will see which examples, which decoys it covers. So what it does is basically absolutely the same that we did. It finds some signs that signalize about this or that decoy and just run it in automated manner. I even tried it on a couple of decoys. You see it was, whoa, I can't see it. Okay, so it was Dianea. You see, and also some web, and you see it was Honeypot. So you can see that it was successfully detected. And the full list of templates that you can use is there on the screen. Of course, it can be and it should be expanded. I did it for my personal purposes. I haven't posted them because I need to prettify them. You know, when I try something, it looks really bad. I need to clean it up. Next. It's Honeyscore by Shodan. It also provides it. By the way, this is something that you see when you go to Shodan, find some host, and you have this flag called Honeypot. I like this a little bit more because, first of all, I don't need to configure anything, but it's also a downgrade because I cannot check something in the internal network. And what I like the most is that it doesn't tell you for 100%, it assigns you a score from 0 to 1. So how likely this is a honeypot. It was created for raising the awareness about this problem that researchers, company just putting anything, just default configs on web and expect to find something except for crawlers. So, okay. Good luck with that. So yeah, can be used. And also, I found checkpot. It was written that it was by Honeypot project. And the idea is that it allows you also to write your assisted checks. I like how it's called karma points. So karma points is about how likely it is to be a decoy, a honeypot. The downside for me is that you still need to write them. You still need to involve some time to understand it. But it can pay you back, especially if you are on offensive side, if you are a penetration tester, or etc. I always recommend to get more information, more resources about what can be done, because I'm not the only person who does it, and there are plenty of cool people who did plenty of researches, so feel free to check it. And to summarize, I want to raise a question, because you see, who's responsible for that, for those poorly configured decoys? At one side, we can say that it is responsibility of people who use them to configure it. But we already discussed that it requires time, it requires resources, not everybody can do it. And we can also think about that developers who made it could have added more, more templates, more different things to do, for differentiation, so it won't look the same. Okay, but I would say that it's not anybody's fault. It's just something that we should be acquainted of, because even if devs added more configs, still they will be publicly available. So what I would think about to make it extremely easy is what we discussed today is about LLMs. Maybe we can try and use them to create those configs. But this is just an idea. So it's up to you to decide whether you want to try it or not. I haven't tried it. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? We have some 5 minutes. Yep.
Thank you for the presentation. So you did mention about some scripts for, at least from the presentation, I know you ran some tests on Cowrie, Honeypot, Diania, and Glasstopf.
You mean my personal tests or automated ones?
I don't know, but have you run anything yourself, or did you use the tools like Nuclei or?
So my speech was divided in 2 parts. One I did fully manually. I wanted to show, the simplicity of how it can be done, because of course I can show you output, but you won't get the understanding how it's done. It's just my approach. And yeah, for automatization, I tried some decoys, and you can see the result for some. Unfortunately, this one was not really good, but maybe it was my fault because I didn't invest enough time into writing those stuff. So you see, it was a decoy, but karma points is still 80.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you have any plans of automating whatever you did and do a scan all over the internet to see how many you can see or expose?
Yep. I was thinking about it. Maybe I will, publish those templates that I did for Nuclei. It works kind of similar like this stuff. And yeah, maybe it will help somebody to detect some stuff.
Good. Last question, if there is not much. Oh.
Okay, I'll return back to.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. Can you please talk a bit about the methodology you used while you were doing these manual tricks? Did you study the source code of the honeypots to try and find out those tricks, those detection mechanisms, or did it by trial and error?
It's really nice question, so thank you. I would really like to say that I have a methodology, but unfortunately I'm extremely lazy. And also, so I did closely to what I said about vibe testing, of course. So my first, I have some kind of this lazy methodology that I did myself that works only for me, is that first I try to do the easiest things, see if it works. If it doesn't work, I go to source code and go further with that. So yeah, I don't say that I recommend this approach, but it's something that helps me make this process a little bit more interesting. You know, I think of it as a gaming, find something. So yeah, this is what was used in here. Basically, I would say that my methodology was based on, you know, basic penetration testing operations. But yeah, it was modified to make it more interesting for me to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Again, please join me in another round of applause.
Okay, so now we are moving to another talk. Presented by Rajaram Bhaskaran, a solutions architect from Acalvio. He's going to be talking about stealing the stealer, catching data theft with deception. Thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for joining the session, Stealing the Stealer, where I'm going to talk about one approach to catching data theft with deception. Thanks to the organizers for having me here. This is my first time in this part of the world, so it's a great experience. So a quick introduction about myself. So I'm a researcher and solutions architect at Acalvio. About a couple of decades of experience in cybersecurity. Before deception, I was handling strong authentication, especially for catching fraud for e-commerce transactions. So that's where I started my journey in cybersecurity, and then I joined Acalvio about 8 years back. Multiple roles that I've played. Research and solutioning is what I do currently, but before that I've been working with customers in deploying the product, in customer success, and before that I've worked closely with the R&D team in product management as well. So the current role involves research and solutioning, and what I like the most about this role is essentially it allows me to think about how some of the technologies have been used in non-deception or non-security use cases and see how it fits into deception. So lots of inspiration from that. Secondly, I get a lot of inspiration from people like yourself, researchers, the papers that you write. Again, lots of information that I can make use of. Adversaries, of course, use deception all the time, right? Means I would argue that in some cases, they are probably using deception even better than us defenders. So again, lots of inspiration from there. And finally, nature. Nature has been using deception to both catch prey as well as defend themselves in the prey-predator battle. So lots of sources of inspiration, which is one of the things that I love about my current role and about deception in general itself. So when I'm not working, I love traveling. Yesterday, actually, I got an opportunity to go around Prague, beautiful city, really nice. Called back my home and showed them the place. It was amazing. So thanks again to the organizers. It's a beautiful city, and thanks for arranging where we are staying close to a lot of the landmarks. Okay, so now we get onto the topic. So I want to break it into 3 or 4 different sections. So first, I want to introduce data theft risks and what are the current solutions out there to help detect data theft. Then I introduce the central part of the topic, which is the virtual file system, and how we want to leverage the virtual file system for deception use cases. Then we have a short demo, and then finally takeaways and Q&A. Again, please feel free to raise your questions if you think it's appropriate as I'm going through the slide deck. That way we can make it more interactive as well. So let's get into this. So data theft, right? So all of us know it's a big risk, but it's actually an existential risk for most organizations. So if you go by some of the stats, in 2024, 94% of the data of all cyber attacks were associated with data theft, largely driven by ransomware. So when they do things like double extortion, then effectively they are stealing your data, and such incidents get attributed to data theft. Like us defenders, attackers are also using AI, right? And the middle box talks about FungSec. And the reason I put that box out there is because FungSec actually advertise that they're using AI for their operations. So they take pride in the fact that they are using AI as an adversary. Besides those kind of attacks, financial attacks, we also see a lot of attacks that are from the APT groups, and they are also again getting stealthier by the day. So the lost keys malware uses a lot of the techniques that I'm going to talk about on how adversaries are bypassing some of the existing defense controls. So all of this results in the data breach, the cost of a data breach just going up every single year. In 24, it was 10% over 23. 1 in 3 breaches involves shadow data. And what I mean by shadow data is data that enterprises do not know they hold. So it's critical business critical data, but the enterprises do not know they hold, either in terms of the type of the data or where it is being held. And that's very important, because if you do not know you hold something, how will you protect it, right? A lot, especially in the current scenario, a lot of the existing tools require some understanding of where the data, critical data lies before they can protect it. So that's also very interesting stat. And 1/3 of all data breaches effectively were not found because the enterprises knew about them when, from the ransomware Hall of Shame, right? So clearly our defense controls are not working as it should. Now let me just talk about the existing traditional data security controls. So I start with the prevent protect bucket, where we cover things that are being done by enterprises in the prevent layer of NIST. So of course data loss prevention, where the data paths are being monitored to make sure that data is not getting exfiltrated. Access control is, again, another very important control that are deployed in the current organizations, whether it be role-based or attribute-based access controls, attribute-based more on the cloud. Encryption at rest in transit has been, so if you lose the data, or if adversaries get access to the data, how do you make it worthless for the adversary is by encrypting the data. But of course, adversaries have now figured out ways to get to the keys and things of that nature. Network segmentation is another kind of a important block in the prevent protect bucket. Both network segmentation and zero trust in some sense kind of control the blast radius. So if someone is on your network, how do you ensure that they at least do not get to the crown jewels or where the data is stored, right? So that's where things like network segmentation again becomes critical. So a bunch of solutions on the prevent protect layer. On the detect layer, because it's a Honeynet conference, let me start off with the deception techniques that have currently been deployed. So beaconing documents is something that has been, a lot of us might have heard about it or might have used it. While they are effective, they have their challenges. One of the biggest challenges, because the logic to call back home when someone accesses this data is embedded inside the document. Attackers can either bypass it by opening the document in a sandbox kind of an environment, or they can use that information to kind of fingerprint decoys. All right, so that's and of course. A lot of papers have been written on it, including by you, sir. So that's one technique. The second technique is to add additional deceptions or decoys or honeypots or whatever name you want to call it as repositories of data. So whether it is map drives, whether it is storage buckets, etc., essentially build up new honeypot systems. And there the biggest challenge is how do you ensure that the adversary is coming towards you? Or how does the adversary choose you versus a real system? That's where things like fingerprintability and things of that nature becomes important. But having said that, beaconing documents and storage decoys are the current techniques out there that is being used. Besides that, if outside of deception, most of the techniques revolve around observing all activities and then running anomalies on it, anomaly tests on it, running analytics on it, things of that nature, whether it is anomaly detection, UEBA type techniques, all of that work on the same principle. And finally, I just added file integrity monitoring, though it's not really relevant for data theft because integrity monitoring is used to detect modifications of the data. And then on the response layer, nothing new or specific to data exfiltration. It's the standard response tools. So that's just a broad stroke view of the current traditional data security controls. And I would argue that across all of them, one big blind spot is most of them do not actually log or analyze reads. Right? So for multiple reasons, it might be for cost optimization, storage optimization, whatever be the reason, but most of the security tools do not actually monitor your reads. And that's a huge blind spot, especially when you're dealing with data theft, because as you can see, the first step that attackers need to do for data theft is to read the data to understand what data is more important and then exfiltrate them. So that's a big blind spot in the current security tooling. Besides that, some of the other things that I've listed here, one is low and slow exfiltration. That's what attackers increasingly are using to bypass defenses, where they know that there are controls put in place to detect based on the volume of data being taken out of the network. So they try to stay under the radar, similar to how drones are being used to bomb. So essentially stay under the radar and no one will detect you. I'll not cover the stealing requiring reads, we covered that. Observational blind spots could be in other forms or fashions. Encrypted channels is one common way. Compression, obfuscation, so a bunch of techniques to, on observational blind spots. High false positives, what I mean by that is, when there are lots of very strict controls that are put to control access to the data. The challenge that comes is there is a friction that gets introduced between security and business, right? And usually business wins because clearly business needs to function and the medicine cannot be worse than the disease, right? So that's when the policies start getting less stringent and causes what is called a policy drift. And when an adversary is inside the network, those are exactly the pathways that they take to get the data that they need to. And of course, insider threat, a lot of us that I was talking to on the hallway, all of them were talking about insider threats becoming a big issue. So effectively, there are a bunch of techniques that are there with the traditional controls. And so what can we do about some of them, right? So let me introduce to you VFS. So, but before that, have any of you used a VFS virtual file system? Okay, I see one. Okay, a few show of hands. So that's great. For the others, let me just quickly introduce VFS, and then I'll talk about how we plan to use VFS for deception. So VFS is a virtual file system that has been there since the days of Sun Microsystems, right? So for a few decades now. And it's also built into most of the popular and free open sources or free operating systems, including Windows, Mac, etc. In the Linux world, it's called Fuse, which is file system in user space. And the reason it's called Fuse is because, or rather, the user space part is very important. So Effectively, to implement VFS, you do not need to push code that works in the kernel space. So earlier, we were talking about eBPF, where we talked about reading, but then the challenge there is you need to actually put something in the kernel. And you know, a lot of times, enterprises can get a little you know, daisy about letting you do things like that for deception. But with VFS, the advantage is you are actually operating in the user space, which means it's a lot more safer for you to operate in. And what does VFS do? What does VFS do? VFS projects data artifacts. And the data artifacts could be files, folders, credential stores, what have you. And the data that is being projected, what I mean by the word project is that the data actually does not reside on disk, right? So it's a virtual data that does not reside on disk. It can be local or remotely hosted, which means you can stream content as the need arises. And then the data itself can be dynamically generated as well. So ProjFS is the equivalent in the Windows world, and Microsoft VFS for Git is a enterprise-wide deployment of VFS for the IT use case, where what they have done is, as part of this project, they have built or they are virtually projecting your Git repository onto your working directory. And the reason they do that is because you would not need to have access across the repository for most of your work, right? So essentially, when you actually try to work on specific parts of your repository, that's when the data associated with that gets downloaded onto your machine. So for cost optimization and storage optimizations reasons, the Microsoft VFS for Git uses, of course, VFS. So that's about VFS. And now I introduce how we plan to use VFS for deception. So the core idea is VFS enables projecting the illusion of interesting data. And the words projecting, of course, is highlighted. Probably I should have highlighted the illusion of interesting data as well, because with deception, we are trying to create signals, as a lot of us discuss in the morning, multiple talks, where signaling to the attacker is a big part of deception. And if we could use VFS for doing that, there are some advantages that VFS provide. Of course, the data artifacts itself could be files, folders, and then the important thing is can be made visible or accessible on demand. And the reason that is important is because that allows us to solve another big problem of deception, which is how do I ensure that whatever I'm projecting is not impacting real users. So the ability to do things on demand allows us to make a decisioning system around at what point do I actually project stuff. So, and once you are projecting, then effectively you are creating believable honey tokens, again, without the disk footprint, which is very important. And by doing that, you are signaling or shaping intruder perception with deception content. So now let's cover some of the deployment considerations of while using something like this. So the first part is how do you decide on the density? Right. So what I mean by density is how much of deceptions do you deploy? What is the right quantity of deception that you deploy to be effective for a particular kind of attack? Now, in this case, because you are projecting on demand, it allows you to be more relaxed or in terms of the volume. Because typically when you're deploying on a real system, the volume becomes important because it can impact real users, it can impact your IT operations, things of that nature. But here you are not doing it all the time. You're just projecting on demand. So the density question becomes simpler to solve because of this particular capability. The second important thing about VFS is the ability to observe all access patterns, right? And that includes reads as well. So because think about it, when VFS or the core use case of what VFS is to get data on demand. So you have to absolutely be able to hook into read requests as well, because that's the way you would be able to stream back the data that is interesting or attractive for an adversary. So that's another important. Of course, besides reads, writes, deletes, truncation, all of that can be hooked onto as well. And for the data stealing use case, we have used something called the N out of M file access pattern. So why did I put that image of the plant there? Does anyone recognize this plant? Okay. Or what is the plant name? Venus trap. Venus trap. Yeah, yeah, actually, I didn't realize that. Okay, so why did I put that picture there? Because now Venus flytrap is a carnivorous plant. Okay, so it attracts flies, and that's what its food is. And the way it attracts flies, of course, it's bright in color, things of that nature. But then, how does it decide when to close its petal, right? So you would, without knowing much about it, you would think that it would close its petal on the first touch, right? So the first time you touch, it would probably close the petal. But interestingly, that's not what it does. Actually, it has a rolling window of time, and it waits for a few touches before it closes its petal. And can someone guess why that would be the case? Okay, probably in the interest of time, yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, so the reason for that is because the flies that it needs to trap, most flies have multiple legs, which means that there's no fly that's going to do a gymnastic and stand on a single leg. So it's actually waiting for multiple touches before it closes its petal, and that's the inspiration behind the N out of M file access as well. Because we do not raise alerts on the first touch of a deceptive artifact using VFS. Because as a data exfiltrator, as an adversary, they are probably going to look at multiple files before this thing. So that's the thing. Now I'll have a quick video, which is about 3 minutes, and I think that should be good, right? So most of this is just a repeat of what I said, but just want to re-emphasize that. So effectively, a lot of data exfiltration happens because reads are rarely logged or monitored. So the scenarios we are going to show is, first, the adversary is getting into a laptop. We call it the CEO machine. Okay, and they are expecting to see some interesting data. So the adversary has already RDP'd into the machine, looking to the documents folder, running some search string to look for interesting data. They find a bunch of data there. Essentially, this is a form of signaling that we are doing to the adversary. They move to some specific folder, and they get to see a lot of data. And then, of course, when they open it, depending on what they've opened, the corresponding data gets streamed. All of this is getting streamed. It's, of course, this is not on disk, so it's getting streamed dynamically. Now, the second part of the video is what the CEO sees. This is the impact on the genuine user, right? So the actual CEO, when they log in, so they just see if you can see the difference between the number of files that are actually there on the machine versus what the attacker saw. So that was the magic of VFS happening behind the scenes. Okay. Okay. So just do we have time to just? Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'll open the floor to questions then.
Thank you, Rajaram. And now we have several minutes for a couple of questions. So does anyone have a question?
Hi, I was wondering if you could just say a little bit about where the documents come from that it's projecting onto the system?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so as I said, this is being generated dynamically. So this is a POC, but for this POC, we were just setting up a separate server from where the documents were getting streamed from. But our approach, the future approach for this would be where it is being decided based on the type of use case that we are dealing with. So the first scenario is about projecting the VFS on demand, which means that there is an initial signal at which point we decide to project the file system, and based on that signal, we would be able to modify the documents, because depending on whether it's a ransomware kind of situation versus a data exfiltration situation versus someone looking for credentials, all of those scenarios we could change the the logic behind the scenes. So that was the power that we saw in this.
Okay, we still have several minutes. Does anyone else have a question for Rajaram?
Thank you. I see you right there, use N out of M accesses. What constitutes as an access? Is it opening a file, or does that include accessing directories or anything like that?
It includes listing opening the file and listing the contents as well. Again, that's what we have used in our current implementation, but again, you can change that based on the specific use case that we have that you are working on. So the whole idea again was, I'm not advocating the use of N out of M for all different use cases, because there could be scenarios where, let's say, backup software is running and it could probably be doing multiple accesses as well. So the algorithm behind the scenes has to understand all the different scenarios and then needs to adjust accordingly for that. But the important thing is, with VFS, you actually get notified of reads as well, or of directory listing as well. So that blind spot that we probably have with some of the existing innate, operating system-based, logs is removed through the use of VFS.
Thank you.
So maybe we have time for one last question. There, I see one.
Hi, we talked a lot, we talked about human evaluation today. I was thinking, does this system work against the insiders if the people know that something like this is deployed, or is the part of the solution keeping this secret?
Very good question. So one key thing, on a commercial deployment, one key thing that we always tell our customers is to be very selective about people who have got access to the type of deceptions that have been deployed. So in fact, we have written a paper recently about that as well, which is if you throw open your access to the administration console, it becomes very easy for an insider clearly to do it. So we actually do not talk about any specific deception. We might say that deceptions are deployed on some part of the network, but what exactly are that, what form does it take? Those kind of things are always hidden and are, are never kind of divulged out. But yes, means if someone clearly knows that, there are these deceptions that are deployed, then of course, they would kind of evade that as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you again, Rajaram.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me introduce our next speaker, who is Sharat Agarwal, a PhD student at University College London. He's going to be talking about staying up to date with SMS scams, building a smishing honeypot. So thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ahoy. Good afternoon. I'm Sharad. I would like to first thank the Honeynet project to invite and organize this event. A little bit of a story. Honeynet project helped me to get in touch with Deutsche Telekom a few years ago. And so thanks to Deutsche Telekom to also collaborate on this project with me. My PhD advisor, Marie, unfortunately couldn't attend because she had some prior commitments. I would like to, okay. Yeah. I would like to talk a little bit about myself. I am a final year PhD candidate at UCL, where my research focuses on online financial fraud with a quantitative and a data-driven approach. Some of my recent publications include examining maliciously registered domains, which attackers use for phishing and smishing campaigns, which I will be presenting later this month at a conference. Another of my research focuses on high mom and dad scams. If you might have not heard about it, there is an example in this presentation to show that. And last year, we published the first ever SMS categorization at ACM IMC, which is the Internet Measurement Conference. All the publications are available openly online, and if you would like to chat about any of them, I'm happy to talk to that in the coffee break in a few minutes or in the social event later. The clicker doesn't work. Okay. So in this talk, I'm going to talk about SMS phishing, or what smishing basically is. Then we're going to see what the current landscape looks like, the motivation behind this honeypot. Then I will showcase the honeypot itself, some of the results, and with takeaways. I have 5 minutes at the end to have questions, so feel free to ask me as many questions as you want. Before that, I can ask one of the questions to you guys. Has anybody of you ever received or seen a smishing text? Most of them. Some of them who haven't, for them. So SMS phishing is basically a social engineering attack where threat actors send a text message, lure victims into taking an action, and the users end up revealing their personal or financial information. This is one example of a very popular financial institution which was used to impersonate and deceive users. The QR code, I have a few QR codes and all of them work and none of them is a scam. Tries to ask users in this example to click on a malicious URL and potentially compromise their bank account. This specifically happened when the Revolut had a data breach, and the news article talks a little bit more about that. The current landscape, so a global cybersecurity company showed that smishing has increased over the years. There has recently been a surge. All of you have received smishing text as you raised hands before. The United States Federal Trade Commission reported almost $500 million to text scams were lost by users in 2024, and 120,000 and more to just one kind of a scam. So you can see how big a problem this is. The researchers, like us, lack the amount of data set here, so it makes it very difficult to study and research smishing and understand how scammers work in this space. Mobile network operators in very limited countries like the UK have implemented filtering solutions, but they're restricted to SMS because that's what goes on their network. Another question, do you know how to report a smishing or a suspicious text? Just a raise of hands. Yes, no, 1, 2, 3, okay. Certain mobile network operators and governments have rolled out a special reporting service called 7726, which also works in Czech Republic. And there is a one-click reporting solution by Google and Apple. However, the one-click reporting solution has exponentially increased the amount of benign messages going into the data and the amount of spam, which is not a scam text. Also, people from Deutsche Telekom here would agree how difficult it has made to study scams because of the exponential increase of data coming in as spam. So there is a motivation behind building this particular honeypot. I was surprised how almost nobody touched upon this, how honeypots provide a very timely, accurate, and complete information in general. The main key difference here is, unlike any other honeypots that have been talked about, SSH most commonly, or Telnet, this particular honeypot in the smishing space ends up not just giving about the end up giving about the information on the smishing message itself, but how the new types of smishing campaigns that exist. I think a little bit of an analogy from the IoT-related honeypot that a colleague talked about before, how you can see zero-day attacks. So you can think about like a zero-day smishing campaign you can see before that nobody has seen before. Could really help telcos to detect these kind of messages, and it helps to understand the evolving scammer strategies. What I mean by evolving scammer strategies, we will also see a lot of examples in the upcoming slides, but one of it includes sending smishing texts via RCS or iMessages. So without any more delays, this is our smishing honeypot. This has been set up at UCL back at the university, which runs 24/7 continuously. The major device here uses a GoIP 8-channel GSM VoIP gateway. What that is basically 8-channel slot where you can have 8 SIM cards connected at the same time to a device. It can receive, send SMSs and phone calls. However, in line with the ethics, we do not receive phone calls. We haven't activated that functionality, and of course, we do not call as well. We also use so this particular device is connected to the internet. It's connected to the computer, so we can see and monitor messages coming in real time. And thanks to Deutsche Telekom, who provided us with SIM cards that we used as well. Now, the reason why you see those mobile devices lying is because Deutsche Telekom provided us with eSIMs, and the GSM gateway does not support eSIM. So what we ended up doing is we bought a bunch of mobile devices, and we set up the eSIM cards which are provided in both Android and iOS phones. This was kind of a blessing in disguise because it helped us to also see how new information can come from this. So example, not just SMS, which were being received in the GSM device, but also RCS and iMessages, which Apple and Android supports. And these are connected to the internet as well with a power supply running 24/7. In this particular case, we also receive phone calls, but we do not pick them up, so they all become missed calls, and because we do not want to interact with scammers to pick up these calls. A key difference here for this particular honeypot is it's not like how Lance started the Honeynet project where you just connect a device to the internet and people start attacking it. It's very different. You buy an SMS, a SIM card, it does not start receiving SMS messages and smishing tests specifically. So what needs to be done here is we need to seed these mobile numbers. What seeding specifically means is a way to reach the criminals and tell them that this is our number, come and send us smishing messages. So like trying to ping a scammer. So what we do with seeding is we generate synthetic personas using an open source Python package called Faker. What Faker does is it creates personas for people, including name, address, profession, the country. We already decided because we have very simplific here, Germany and the UK, and their company where they work at. So now that we have these personas in place, we create social media accounts using these synthetic personas. We create profiles on Meta and Twitter platforms, and we publicly display these details, including the phone numbers. So this is just an example of one of the synthetic personas on a Meta platform, where one of our persona is a pilot with the phone number, which is a German phone number, and it shows the company that the pilot works at, and the city and the country they live in, and kind of their marital status, just to create a more personalized persona. Well, when we create these profiles, we also start posting in English and German based on the persona, a message on these profiles saying, hello, my name is this, or hello, I do this, and this is my phone number. So this is just a way of providing the phone numbers openly, so when the criminals are scraping data over these forums, they can easily find the name associated with a phone number and start sending smishing texts. This is an example, again, on a Meta platform that we posted, which says, hello, whatever I do, and the phone number. And you can see that there is also a like and a post on, like, a repost on that. Next, we create a list of all these phone numbers, and we provide them over online clipboards. Online clipboards like Pastebins are basically online platforms which allow analysts and also in times criminals to share code data without sharing any personal information. So kind of a semi-anonymous way of doing it. So what we did is we created a list of all our phone numbers along with the names and tried to put them as a paste on all these clipboards. So if a scammer is trying to find phone number or names, they can see that, okay, there is a list of 20 people probably from some breach which they would expect, and then start sending smishing texts. Lastly, we also try to identify the smishing URLs and then manually enter these details in those URLs. Or this is an example of the hi mom and dad scam before that I talked about, where the scammers send messages and we know it's a hi mom and dad scam, so we just reply saying hello, and it kind of tells them that, okay, this is an active phone number, so they can continue sending more smishing texts to them. We also sent the same number from different messages, hoping that they do not track which people they have sent a message to, so we can see also more numbers in the same way. And the results now. So as of last month, we collected over 120 smishing texts over SMS, RCS, and iMessage. We received 117 missed calls from plausible scammers. Plausible because we did not pick them up. We don't know what they were. We observed various patterns where scammers use different kinds of sender IDs. So they can use mobile numbers, they can use alphanumeric shortcodes to send these, or they can use email addresses when they send iMessages. We identify both conversational and non-conversational scams. Conversational scams like the hi mom and dad scam, non-conversational scam like the Revolut message I showed you before, and I have another example about it. Conversational scams generally lead to APP fraud, which is authorized push payment fraud. Authorized push payment fraud stands when the criminals trick a victim into sending authorized transfer. And so, for example, you can think about a bank transfer which is being made, and that is what APP fraud looks like. Non-conversational scams generally result in unauthorized fraud, where you end up providing your card details, for example, and then the scammers end up using them. So this is one of the iMessage that we received. You can see that it impersonates a popular delivery company, which was sent from an email address, and it has a URL which asks, so I don't know too much German, and a lot of you might not as well, but what it basically asks is click on this URL because you have only limited time to make sure your package is delivered. What Apple currently does is if you receive an SMS or an iMessage or whatever kind of a message on an Apple device, which is from an unknown sender, any URL is unclickable. And so what these particular messages say is at the end to send a Y and then close the app and then open it again. What that does is for Apple's messaging service, it makes kind of a trust which says, okay, now you know the sender because you replied to it, and the link becomes clickable. The reason why I'm talking about this particular example is because it is linked to a particular threat actor known as Darkula. So another cybersecurity firm exposed a particular threat actor which has been selling phishing kits over Telegram. And the modus operandi of the criminals in this case is to send iMessage or RCS only. And we believe that that particular example is linked to the same campaign. If you're interested, there's another QR code you could use. And then what happens is with the stolen data, which is the credit card details in this particular case, they commit card not present fraud, which means you use digitally the credit card data stolen to cash out, which can be through various ways. Some journalists in Norway recently exposed a very nice scam network, which was targeting over 1 million people in Norway to steal credit card data with a similar delivery campaign scam. And I have 2 case studies now, which are interesting, hopefully for you. And then I will end with some takeaways. So, case study 1. Law enforcement, like the police, Europol, they send alerts to victims when they identify seized criminal databases. So when there is takedowns, they find databases, they see, okay, there's this person's mobile number, email address, and they send an alert saying, okay, your data was found in a particular database. This is a BBC article which showed that the Metropolitan Police in the UK sent 70,000 victims in a particular anti-fraud operation, an alert saying, okay, your details were compromised and you should change your passwords. The reason why I'm showing you this is because we received a message which said this. And it said the Metropolitan Police has accessed a particular impersonating company's data in the database, impersonating one of the numbers, and we need to change our Apple Pay password specifically. What this basically means is it shows that our seeding mechanisms that I discussed before, they work, right? It ended up in a criminal database. The seizure of that particular database investigated showed that, okay, our number was there, and the Metropolitan Police told us. The second case study. So criminals abuse a new technique called SMS blasters, fake station, or MZ catchers, you can say. For those of you who do not know what this is, it's like a fake cell tower. And as soon as you start as soon as you start the fake cell tower, all the phones in that particular area will be connected to that. And then you can interpret the call, you can intercept the calls, or you can send messages, or you can send, or you can basically make calls to those numbers that gets connected to that particular cell tower. It's particularly open source to make it as well. There is books about using OpenBTS to do it. You can use a software-defined radio to make this. Two people in the UK got arrested in a particular investigation where they were found using an SMS blaster to send thousands of messages to the public. I will show you how one of these fake base stations looks like. So it's basically a moving van. People put a fake base station using software-defined radios in a van and then move the van around the city. And it's connected to a power supply. You increase the antenna, and then it increases the range that it can connect the phone numbers to. So why are we talking about this? Because we received 5 messages at the same time on our Honeypot numbers. Well, yes, we're based in the UK. We received from a SMS which impersonates the UK Home Office, the UK Tax Department, which is the HMRC. However, these were received on our German mobile numbers, and it makes no sense to do that. So we tried to look into it. All of them had exactly the same timestamp, impersonating exactly, using the same sender ID, and exactly the same text. very high indication of use of SMS Blaster. Our university is based on one of exactly the main roads. It's like 50 meters from the main road where this honeypot has been set up. The BBC article that I showed you was a little bit after when we received these 4 messages on our German honeypot numbers again, which was a similar campaign impersonating the HMRC, the UK tax office, and asking to click on a link to get refunds. I'm not going to make any connections if this is linked to the BBC article or not, but this is what we have. So what this shows is we are able to find new scammer strategies using a honeypot. And finally, a few key takeaways from this particular talk. Hope it wasn't too much details for you, but smishing is a continuously evolving cybercrime, and it affects users globally, everywhere. There is a lack of updated openly public access data sets, which researchers can use to study this particular threat. Our smishing honeypot provides timely, accurate, complete smishing data. It is possible to produce and reproduce and scale this infrastructure that I showed you. However, there are certain caveats, which means it's very difficult to scale it in a way that it's resource constrained. So you need resources, you need SIM cards, you need maybe more devices to do that. And still, you might not be able to get a lot of messages. As I said, we received over 120. It would be great if it was a factor of 100 more. And the results that I showed you, it supports the efficiency of our seeding mechanisms. So it shows that our seeding mechanisms work. However, there are more seeding mechanisms that you can use. For example, installing malicious APKs in a phone that steal contacts. We had to limit the amount of seeding mechanisms so that we don't get detected, as one of the speakers talked about detecting open source honeypots. So we also had to take care of that, but then also we do not want to receive spam texts, because this is what differentiates it, because we do not look into spam. We don't want to increase the burden of first removing spam and then looking into scam. Currently, we only receive scam texts, and we have not been receiving any spam messages here. So this kind of brings to the end of my talk. And thank you. You can ask questions. It's open.
Yeah, thank you, Sharad, for a very interesting talk. So we have several minutes for questions. I already see hands.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice presentation. I have a bunch of questions. First of all, did you try other kind of social media besides X and
No, we did not.
Facebook?
We only used Meta Platform and X. There might be more, but it was a little bit more suspected that it's easier. So we wanted to use platforms where there is an API or something that scammers would be trying to target. And these two sounded where people have been, like the scammers have been using to target people.
And continuing on this one, did you have any ethical considerations while doing this? Like I guess ethical considerations while creating
considerations, yes.
Yeah, sock puppet accounts there, because I guess, I mean, I'm all in for it, but I guess it's against probably the terms and conditions of.
So we do not impersonate any individual or a company, and we only create profiles to disseminate the phone numbers. We do not interact with anybody. If we receive a comment on any of the posts or anybody tries to send us a message on these social media platforms, we do not see or reply to them.
Okay, and the last one, how long did it take after the seeding basically to start getting SMS?
So we started working on this in 2023. And I think the first SMS did come within a few weeks, but then it's not a very constant stream of data coming in. And that is particularly a caveat, like it works well. We receive good messages. We've seen messages which have probably not been seen by the telcos before. So like before that, But if you're looking to see this as a project which can scale in terms of output of results, it might be a difficult one.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, okay. I see one in the back.
Hi. I was just wondering if you even expanded out to even WhatsApp or Signal, which might be linked to a phone number, where you can actually get larger data packets and start to get malware payloads.
Yeah, we created Telegram and WhatsApp accounts for every number, but it's difficult because they do not provide us APIs to collect data. And yeah, we did not see any activity, to be honest, as such on any of the platforms and as of last month. So the numbers are there, they have these applications, but there's no incoming data there.
Okay, Vero?
Hello. Yeah. How do you deal with the, or maybe you didn't, any hardware issues with the mobile phones? Because we have also mobile honeypots with other applications and stuff, but you know, the batteries explode and you know, software is updated and everything breaks and then the accounts log you out and like stuff like this. Did you have any issue? Are you automating any part of the setup or like?
No, so thankfully none of the phones exploded for us and none of the batteries overheated. They are connected to the power supply constantly. I was also scared that they might heat up and the batteries might explode, but thankfully they didn't.
We had to buy a smoke detector, IoT, just to put next to them. It was the only way to know that in the middle of the night they were not just flying through.
Maybe if I have it in this photograph. No. So basically there is a proper drawer and we keep the drawer open and the phones stand on a 3D printed mobile stands and they are connected, but we haven't seen any issues till date with it.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question.
Hi, thank you, nice talk. Have you thought about maybe expanding the research, cooperating with other universities across the globe to see if you can geographically isolate some threat actor campaigns or check whether a threat actor is active at the same time in multiple geographic areas?
Yes, we have been trying to do that, but so we tried to work on this with a collaborator in Spain. And we tried to expand this in Spain. I also tried to expand that in the US. However, the resource constraints is something which is a little bit difficult. And then the other issue is every country works differently. So for example, in Spain, the Tranco list, you need to put numbers there so you do not receive spam. And then the seeding mechanisms might not work the same way in same countries. It might work in most. But yeah, we have tried it. It's a little bit resource constrained in a way to expand it.
Understandable. Thank you.
Oh, and we actually have one more last question.
Two sub-part questions. One is with the mobile phone vendor. Does it actually, did you see any varying results? Most of them look like the Android platform. And you also mentioned subtle things with Apple iMessage as such. Was there any vendor-specific or manufacturer-specific results?
Not that I can see, because the scammers do not know the device type. So this is one of the main differentiator between smishing and any other kind of phishing or any other kind of attacks that we see in honeypots. Mm-hmm. In smishing, we have very limited metadata. So the only things we see is even the telco sees is basically the timestamp, the sender ID, which is publicly seen, and the message content itself. Right. The SMS protocol is quite old, right, and it does not have enough capacity to contain any metadata. So we cannot see that. The scammers might see when they send an iMessage on an RCS, if it fails, and then it goes as an SMS. But I don't see anything else. But like we haven't seen any differentiating factors there. There's different campaigns. People use iMessage for particular campaigns, like the one I showed of Darkula.
Right.
For SMS, it's just
Thank you.
Things.
Okay, thank you one more time, Sharad.
It makes me really happy to introduce you to Hugo Gonzalez. He's gonna be talking about some of the threat landscape of my region, which is Latin America. So this is very exciting. Please take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, first of all, I want to apologize in advance because I have 3 very hard days, so I'm a little sleep deprived. I was falling asleep, so okay. Anyways, let's go quick over here. I think this is important. I was in the academy for a long time. Then I jumped in a private industry doing cyber threat intelligence, and then I changed again. But when I was doing cyber threat intelligence, I really like it, and today I will be presenting something related with that. Before I was with the CISO team, now I'm more technical again in the SOC, and sometimes when there is free time, I still do cyber threat intelligence on very specific things that I can say that I like it a lot to know what's going on. So basically, I want to give you a very brief introduction about the main banking trojans affecting LATAM during the last years. Why this is important? Because it's not just a general threat, generic threat. It's not just like, okay, they want your data. Yes, they want your data, but they want specific your financial data. And like 3 years ago, one of these banking trojans made the news, the general news, because they hit, I think it was a small or medium company in Argentina, if I remember correctly. And they emptied bank accounts, so it was very, very hard for the company, and it was all over the media. The other thing I think it's important, they are expanding, and now they are starting to be a threat for Europe. So they are moving to specific banks, mainly Spanish-speaking countries and Portuguese-speaking countries, but they are growing. So the specific ones I want to talk today, it's well known as Coyote, Casbaneiro, Jabalí, Mecotio, Grandoreiro, and Ursa. I will be talking more about Ursa because that was the thing that started the idea for this topic. What's going on? How this Ursa has changed 2 years ago between this year, etc. Coyote, it's a new threat. It's from last year, and they are using different methods to get in the computer. Usually they create link files in Windows, and when people click on that, they go to a specific website, deploy some code, usually PowerShell, and start the infection process. This is directly targeting Brazilian banks. Well, I will talk more about Brazil in a few minutes. Casbaneiro, or also known as Metamorpho, and for some other companies, maybe they call different. But this spread through fake software and tax emails. Usually they pretend to be the tax entity for the country, send an email or send a SMS message, and it starts the infection. There are 4 main banking banking trojans that they come from Brazil. Or most of them come from Brazil, but they are specific for that they are very well known and identified that there is this different groups or threat actors in Brazil that they are expanding all over Latin America. Usually they use Delphi. I don't know why, but they like to use Delphi. When I was talking with a Brazilian guy several years ago, they say, it's working, they know how to program in Delphi, that's it. So why change if it's working? No? Then usually they gain access to your computer and then can do whatever they want. They can screen overlays, so you put your username, password, and all the information for your banking account, and they receive that. Usually they use a proxy in the middle, so they can extend the sessions and work with this. They can also hijack the clipboard, so if you copy and paste a bank account, they can change that on the fly, so you send the money to other accounts. And this basically targets Brazil and Mexico. Javali, it's another one that is from this specific group. It's Kaspersky several years ago called them Tetrade, that it's four main groups from Brazil. Usually they just spread to emails with an attachment and start the infection. Also, they have a specific software that they can control your banking account. At this point, I don't know how to explain it clear and simple, but they can control all the components of the banking account. So it's not just like the main interface, but they have several modules and they can do a lot of stuff. Okay, Mecotio, it's another that is from this specific group. Let's go to this. Usually they have, the phishing email, and then they have a specific URL in here, or it's an attachment that it's HTML, but it's a refresh, so you go to a specific URL, then you download a zip file. Inside of the zip file, it's a Microsoft installation program, and they use custom properties, so they side loading a DLL, that is a malicious one, and they start controlling your computer. And this is the usual flow for Mecotio. The most interesting thing here is this DLL. It's the malicious one. It's created in Delphi, but usually the MC file, it's legit. They just add the custom properties and just install it, and you don't know, and you are infected. Grandoreiro is another one. Again, it's from Brazil. It starts with smishing or fake text notices campaigns also. Important thing, they target a lot of banks in general, but they affect mainly Brazil, Latam, and Spain, Portugal. Here, okay, interactive view, let's say. So here we have a phishing email, then we have a PDF. The PDF looks like a blurry document, and it tries to say like, oh, you want to see the document, click here. And when you click, the installation continues. So the PDF is not malicious, it's okay. Usually they use shortened URLs to go to all the steps. Then you download a zip file. Inside of the zip file, specifically for Grandoreiro 2 years ago, it was very common to have an exe file and XML. This exe file usually looks like a PDF captcha because it's supposed it's a PDF file, and it works like the captcha. So if you run this several times, these letters change, and if you don't put the captcha, the malware doesn't deploy. So it's anti-analysis technique for this. And this is also written in Delphi. At some point, the main banking Trojans, they were using something similar, but if you go to see the Delphi properties, they use different packers, different protections, and that was like the thing like, oh, this is for this campaign, this is for this campaign. The XML, it's a legit file, it's a DLL, so if you send this to VirusTotal, it will say it's okay. And then after you fill the CAPTCHA, click OK, it starts in the background, it checks for the geolocation. If it's not for your region, it doesn't do anything. If it is, it continues the infection. It starts with the payload, and then your computer is infected. For this, at some point, it was easy just to write a Jara rule just for the button, and it detects very quickly if this was Grandorado or not. Now, this Ursa, or Mispadu, it's malware as a service, and it's running by a group called Malteiro. There are several profiles online about this group. They are doing a lot of money. They are targeting a lot of banks. And as I mentioned, they sell the service. So there is a lot of campaigns doing this. As I mentioned before, I was looking for some samples recently for my course to share with my students. And I got this new Ursa. And for me, it's very interesting for all the obfuscation that it involves. So I start comparing my notes from 2 years ago and the new one, and it's very, very interesting. Actually, I'm tracking now Ursa whenever I found a new email or something that is related. But at this time, I'm not full-time doing this. I don't have a lot of resources. Before in the company, I have access to different platforms to look in the underground to see more information. Not now, but anyways, OSINT can do a lot of stuff. So 2 years ago, all starts with a email with a PDF attached. The PDF, the same, it was a blurry. Usually they use the pretext for tax or for factura. Can someone? Invoice, yes, sorry. Some invoice, and then you go download a different file. In this case was a RAR file. Inside of that, it was a Visual Basic script obfuscated, and then it continues the deployment. So this was like the first step. I will jump this. Now, it's the same. I think this is nicer. You get an email. It's an invoice. It's targeting Spanish countries, Spanish-speaking countries, so it's in Spanish. Here I couldn't get the original one. Someone sent to the security team, and they upload to some place, so it's the second hand. But anyways, it's supposed it's an invoice, they need to pay. And then when you open the PDF that it's attached, it's just like, look the invoice. In Mexico and other countries, we have PDF and XML versions. So this makes like the pretext like a little bit more credible. But the URLs are the same. And then, no, here. Okay, for this specific campaign, they are using 5 redirections. Before they used 1 or 2, but now 5 redirections until you get to the part that you download the zip file. In this case, it's a Yandex attached from an email. And in the zip file, you have an HTA file. You can just open with Windows and it will execute wherever it is. The HTA file, it's just very basic, but it's a little bit obfuscated code. and you download something else from this secureserver.net, and then from this same file, it gets you a JavaScript file that it's embed and append the code that it's getting from the same. This is a Visual Basic script. It's a little bit obfuscated, not too much, and this only creates another Visual Basic script using PowerShell. And the PowerShell is also obfuscated, so it's like, you know, layer over layer. And the final Visual Basic script, it's like the same as I mentioned before. It's around 600 lines, so it's a lot, and it has a lot of garbage, but also it's obfuscated. And here it's the equivalent than before. Then it downloads some AutoEat scripts and infect your computer, and then you have the command and control center. For this one, I didn't find, well, yes, let's say I found the panel, and this tells you how much computers they have infected, and also the campaigns, because in the same web server, they have several campaigns. They changed the key for the encryption or obfuscation, and so you can see here, this campaign is directly to Mexico, and most of the computers here are in Mexico. How I know it's the same campaign? Because the panel is the same. Even the title, everything, it's the same. So, what are some of the differences? Well, now you have more steps, more obfuscation, so it's a little bit more complicated, at least for automatic analysis. Now it's geofenced. Before, no, you can connect from wherever you want and you can keep downloading the next step. Now it's not. If this is targeting Mexico, if you connect from other side, you cannot get it. You know, it's redirection to Google or Bing or wherever, but it's not the next step. Multiple redirections. Now they are using HTTPS. They are using Let's Encrypt. Why not? But now they are using this. The control panel is the same, and the same obfuscation from the Visual Basic script for the last one is the same. So with the same code I got from 2 years, it's working. I think I don't want to talk about this right now. If anyone is interested in tracking this, I have some code to deobfuscate. It's not automatically, completely automatically the obfuscation, but it helps a lot. Because some obfuscation is so simple that you just look at the code and that's it. If you know what are you looking for. The last part, from all the 600 lines, it can be reduced to only a few of URLs that they are over here, and you can download the next steps for the infection. Okay, I think I had some minutes. So what are the trends right now over there with the banking Trojans? They are abusing of legitimate tools. Before they use legit Microsoft installers, and they just side-loading the malicious part. Now they are doing that, but they are using PowerShell also a lot, Visual Basic Script, JavaScript, and it's not really like malicious per se, but if you put all the pieces together, yeah, it's suspicious or malicious. What's the main vector again? Phishing. Usually they have an attachment. The attachment is not malicious, but you know it continues the cycle. And usually the Trojans are becoming more stealthy, it's supposed. I have access to our SIEM platform. So when I was doing this, that I see the campaign, I start looking for some clues, and I found 2 detections inside the organization, and both of them were in Mexico. So I contact the people to say, oh, is this a target attack? Are these people from finance or something important like that? No. For some reason, someone opened a personal email in the organization on the company computer, and it was flagged, but CrowdStrike stopped it before it completed the cycle, so it was okay, and it was not target, so that was important for me also. How to mitigate this? Well, first, I think it's very important to talk with the users. If the users keep clicking in everything, then we have good tools, EDR, XDR, that stop the thread when they are in the early phases. So if you have a JavaScript or HTA file that it's doing something, or it's calling something from internet or something, you should stop over there. Yeah, if you can afford doing threat hunting, just keep looking on your information, because maybe you are infected and you don't know. Yeah. Well, another important thing is that these guys from Brazil, at some point, we thought they combine forces or they talk with each other. I don't know, maybe they are the same guys, they are just branding the things different, but they have very similar things for deploying the malware. Brazil and Mexico are the highest targets. I don't know why, but anyways. But you can find these threats, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, so they are everywhere. They are improving the obfuscation, or they are just doing just like more steps to try to evade analysis or something. As I mentioned, if it's working, the last step, the last stages, they are the same. And before finishing this, the tool that I use to do this is something that I'm working on. Okay, it's this ctidiagram.com, and it will send you to GitHub. And the idea is to make this more similar or standard. So you can write the flows like in a standard way. This was developed where I was working in the other company, and they say, yes, we don't see like we can use here a lot. So yeah, you can open source this and put on GitHub and do whatever you want with this. Because they didn't want to write all the description in a text and then convert to images. So until like 2 weeks ago, it was just fixed images, but now you can click in some place and screen captures can come, and you can explain better the flow attacks. Some colleagues from another company, they like it. I hope they can use it. Just to try to integrate this. I was using this a lot when I was in the company, but they didn't like it a lot. But anyways. So if you have any questions.
Thank you. All right, we have some time for questions. Any takers? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. Not so much a question as to address your question, why Delphi? Okay. It's so common to see Delphi in Latin America, in malware and other things. The reason is relatively simple, is because it was taught in schools for a very long time, and there's a large pool of developers that used it, and when they went to malware, they just used the language that they were comfortable with. Aside from that, I believe Delphi is Turbo Pascal, so it's pretty easy to use and learn for younger generations as well. It's an easy language. So,
yeah. But do you think it's only from Brazil or from other places? Because my belief it's only from Brazil. So the guys from Brazil are using Delphi.
I've seen it in other places too, but
okay.
Brazil is a big hub. But yeah, I've seen it in other places too. Yeah.
In Argentina, we just stop at Pascal. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah. I will. 1 sec.
Thanks for the talk. I also wanted to add to the topic about Delphi. The thing is that many of those malware families, like Bizarro, Grandoero, they share common code because somebody once leaked this Delphi code on the internet of those stealers, and now it gets reused everywhere. They just change the bank windows, the bank names, the icons, and so they just take it, it works, and that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're right. It was a leak. Something that I forgot to mention, Grandoero, they have like a huge files. So it's Delphi, but the file, it's like over 100 megas to evade analysis. And if you go to the headers, it's just like sometimes 1, 2, 3, or 4 huge bitmap image formats, and that's it. Because when you when the payload download this, it's only a few megs, but when it unzip it, it's huge just because these files and to evade analysis. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, they are sharing code.
Any more questions? I have some question.
Yep.
Yeah. Why do you think they are adding all these new adaptations and changes? Is it really because of us, like security researchers, or do you think it's just natural evolution that someone is new and it's just adding stuff?
A few days ago, maybe a week ago, I was talking with some people about this. And some other question related to this is like, okay, so if it's malware as a service, Ursa, do you think the main developers are doing these steps, or it's the specific campaign? And I don't know, I cannot get yet at that point, but I believe they are evolving to try to make it harder, or just to consume more time to get to the final pilot. Because the obfuscation is so simple, but it consumes time. And it's not easy. Well, maybe it's easy, but you need to expend a lot of time to automatize everything to get everything directly. So I think it's related with that. So if you can evade the first phases and you can deploy the last stage, you are good. But the last stage is the same. So I think they are trying just to hide themselves or to get more difficult to analyze or to catch the final stage if there is any automatization trying to do that. Yeah.
All right, please join me in welcoming once more. While we wait for the setup, we have 6 scholarships awarded for this year for the Honeynet, and I think they are in the room. Maybe you can do a show of hands. So a big portion of this is thanks to our sponsors for supporting us, and we are really happy that we could award as many as 6, and this is a new generation, so make sure that if you're a seasoned experience or you're a beginner student, you just connect with each other and talk, because it's very nice to bridge these 2 worlds, right? Okay, and it's my pleasure to introduce Václav Bartoš. From CESNET, the academic network of Czech Republic, and he's going to present Hugo, the Honeynet project. So take it.
Yeah, thanks. So, as already said, I'm Václav Bartoš from CESNET, which is Czech National Academic Network, which means that our network connects to the internet all Czech universities and some other institutions from the education area, for example, this library. And among other things, we have strong focus on network monitoring and security and detection of cybersecurity events. And as part of this, we recently started to look more at honeypots. Well, recently we started to explore the idea of honeypot as a service, which means that we would prepare some honeypots for others in our constituency to deploy and share the data with us. And last year, this resulted in the start of the Hugo Honeynet project, which I would like to introduce. The goal of this project was set as to build a network of honeypots, not just in our network, but in networks of different organizations in different sectors, because such a broad range would allow us to do some better types of analysis, like, for example, to distinguish between the general attacks and those that are specifically targeted to some sector, for example. So, with this goal, we needed a few things. First, we need some prepackaged honeypots, the software. Of course, we based it on some common open source honeypots, and we add some configuration to it, ideally not the default one. The second thing, we need to share the data from the honeypots, and we need some way to monitor them. For data sharing, we decided to use Warden, which is an existing tool operated by CESNet and an existing community of producers and consumers exchanging cybersecurity events. So the honeypots will be just another producers contributing to this ecosystem. And the most important thing is that we need to find people or organizations willing to deploy a honeypot into their network. And it turned out that it's not a big problem to find willing people, but of course everyone is very busy and don't have spare time to take care about the honeypot. So the crucial thing is that the deployment as well as operation of the honeypot must be as easy as possible to the local administrations of these networks. So this was a cornerstone of the project. What we didn't expect in the beginning, but it turned out in the last months, that we also need to provide some legal support for them, because the people often don't know if they can share the data out of their organization, or they need some formal document for their management so they can get formal approval. So we had to work with our lawyers, and it ended up with creation of some community agreement that describes everything, and that must be signed. So this helped a lot. But get back to the technical part of the project. The Hugo honeypot is distributed as an image of a virtual machine. At its core, there are two versions. It's either a Kauri honeypot or Dionia, always with some non-default configuration, and some other components like firewall configuration, which is there either for hardening of the system, and also for some other things which I will describe later. There's Warden Sender, which is a script that parses logs of the honeypots and sends data to our sharing system. Some scripts for remote monitoring, and a script which helps with initial setup. This is packed into an image which is provided in different formats, so it's easy for anyone to deploy it. And for people who prefer Docker instead of virtual machines, we are also working, and it's almost finished, the same setup, just as a set of Docker containers. So from the user's point of view, and here user means a local administrator who deploys the honeypot into their network, when they deploy the virtual machine and log in into it, they get some basic status information, and when they run the setup command, they are introduced with some step-by-step wizard which asks them some things like the ID of the client in the sharing system, their contact information, and so on. So they fill it up and send a registration request, and then they can forget about it. Because after we accept the registration request, the honeypot gets automatically activated and starts receiving connections from the attackers and send data to our servers. On our side, we have a monitoring interface which receives telemetry and which can notify us if any honeypot somehow breaks, so we can solve it. And we have several systems where we store the data, we can analyze them and process further. So, what types of data? I think for you, it's obvious, of course, IP addresses, usernames and passwords. What's more interesting are the commands entered by the attackers. In many cases, these are just very simple commands to get some basic information or maybe to fingerprint honeypots. I think you also know these things, some bots that try to download some malware and execute it. So from this we can get the URLs of malware and malware samples. Actually, we have a separate project called the URL Evaluator, which gathers these URLs from honeypot sessions and semi-automatically evaluates whether these URLs are malicious, because not every URL we see on the honeypot is necessarily malicious. And then we create some blacklists from it, which are then used in other tools. But I have some more interesting examples. We sometimes see something like this. Is it familiar to you, and what do you think it means? This is an SSH session. Of course, the URL was different in real case. Do you have an idea? There are 2,000 of these lines. Yes, I think it's a DDoS. It's an attempt to misuse a honeypot as a source of DDoS attack. And it really works because Kauri really makes 2,000 connection attempts to the target server. So because we don't want our honeypots to be misused for DDoS attacks, that's why we implemented a rate limit for outgoing connections in the firewall. So we at least partially mitigate this. Another example is this. It's kind of similar to the previous one. But there's just one line, one command, curl to some URL and output to def null. Why? It looks strange until we find out that this is not a normal file, but this URL generates an infinite stream of seemingly random data. So Kauri tries to store this file until it's uses all the space on the disk, and this is effectively a DOS attack against a honeypot. So we needed to turn on a limit size of downloaded content, which is implemented in Kauri, but because there is a bug, it doesn't work all the time. So sometimes our monitoring system must kick in with auto-restarting. Almost the end. There's just some summary of what we do with the data. When honeypot reports some data via our sharing system, it gets stored and we can analyze it manually. It also contributes to our IP reputation database, which is open. You can look at this nerd.cz. There are also IP addresses seen on our honeypots. There's the URL evaluator, which evaluates IP addresses and contributes to URL house. And Mentat is a system which can send reports to local administrators in our constituency whenever IP address from their space is observed as malicious on a honeypot or by other detection systems. So the current state of the project, the process of building the Honeynet is in progress. We have deployments and testnet at some universities. We have one public body, which is a regional network of government. We have a commercial ICT provider. So there already are different sectors. We are in the process of connecting several hospitals and discussing with several others. And thanks to our involvement in GEANT, which is a pan-European academic network, we also have some deployments in other countries in Europe, also in national research and education networks. But as you can see, it's a lot of deployments in academia. So here's a shout out to you. There's a possibility to collaborate. I know that you have a lot of honeypots in your network already, but if you can add one more, we would be happy if you can deploy Hugo in your network. It's really simple. You need just a public IP address and 10 minutes of your time. Or since many of you are experts with analysis of data from honeypots, we can we can collaborate on this. We can share the data, and I think we'll find ways to collaborate. Just contact us. The contact information is here for me or the team, and a web with more information about the project. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for maybe one question. Yeah.
I wonder if you have some kind of process for updating also the honeypots. Like the moment you put a cowrie, for instance, is this going to stay?
Not yet. Okay. Currently, it must be updated manually by deploying a newer virtual machine image, but it's planned, so it will be auto-updated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How do you, so if you approach a new organization, usually there are concerns that it's a vulnerable device which we are putting in our network. So how do you elevate those concerns? As you also told that they could be susceptible to DDoS attacks. So whenever we approach the organization, they say that it is going to increase our attack surface by deploying a honeypot. So how do you address those concerns?
I think that the user who deploys it can define their IP range, and the firewall is then configured to completely block access to this IP range. So the honeypot can be used to access the internal network. Am I right, Pavel? Yes.
Wait. And make it quick because we are running late.
That's correct. And also, in the instance of Cowrie, it already cannot access non-global networks. So private networks and stuff like is already protected by the command.
Okay. That's it? Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. I'm really happy to welcome the next speaker, Georgi Kucherin from Kaspersky. And he's here today to share us some more insights on how threat actors deceive researchers via unpopular software. So, please.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. My name is Georgi Kucherin, and I research malware at Kaspersky's Global Research and Analysis team. Basically, what I help do is develop our threat intelligence projects. Every day at Kaspersky, we digest lots of data from many sources, like antivirus solutions and our partners and honeypots. And all this data gets processed by our centers of expertise. We have guys doing malware analysis, we have guys doing AI research, industrial control system research, and I personally do reverse engineering. These all efforts have to prepare timely information about cyber threats and share them with the community and our clients. And while I have this reverse engineering background, I also have some experience in developing honeypots. A few years ago, I helped construct a honeypot that caught 4 zero-day exploits for Apple devices. And speaking of honeypots, well, we know that if we want to construct a honeypot, we want it to be as undetectable for attackers as possible. So if an attacker wants to infect our honeypot and they scan it, we want them to say, it's a real machine, and then deploy their malware so that the machine gets infected and we can study the malware. But have you thought that this kind of deception thing can be applied in inverse to us researchers? Well, here is how it works. Let's say an attacker wants to infect a high-profile organization, but the traffic in it, the activity in it is heavily monitored by cybersecurity analysts. So what the attacker wants to do is deploy their malware, and, well, the attacker knows that it will likely go through the analyst's eyes. And the attacker wants the analyst to say quite similar words that we heard before. It's a real software. The analyst sees the malware and it allows its execution. The machine gets infected and the attackers win and the analyst gets tricked. So yes, you see the malware on the file system, you see it running in memory, but still you don't realize that it's a malware. This is a kind of a case that we'll be looking today at. And, well, to clarify, this is not the case when you just scan a malware with an antivirus and if the antivirus says it's clean, then it's clean. No, it's a case about, well, how prominent researchers who are very well known in the industry and who give talks at top-notch conferences argue whether a software is a malware or not. So let's get started. Since we are at a workshop here, I prepared an actual case study for you. So imagine that you are a network analyst, and your job is to look out for suspicious domains in traffic and verify if they're related to malware. And let's say at your organization you have a monitoring system installed that detected a DNS request to this domain, eventuallogic.com. And now your job is to deal with it. Specifically, you need to identify whether this domain is malicious, and if so, you need to determine the infection chain, how the infection started, to make sure you know how to remove this malware. And if there is an infection, you also need to find out what the malware does, what its type is, to make sure that you understand the impact the infection could have done to the organization. So let's get started with our investigation. While doing it, I'll be, by the way, asking you some questions, and for those of you who I'll answer correctly, I'll give you some swag. And while answering the questions, please make sure I see whoever is answering by raising your hand, for example. So, well, if you want to check if a domain is malicious, then the best way to do it is to query VirusTotal, which is a popular threat intelligence database where people can upload their malware samples and check if they are malicious. So we type in eventuallogic.com. And if we do this, we see the malware has the domain has just one malicious flag. And on VirusTotal, one of the things you can do always with malware is browse the Relations tab to identify how an indicator of compromise may be related to other malware. So if we try to examine it, we see some URLs, we see some DNS records, nothing really interesting. And we have just one detection. It may be a false positive. What we see doesn't mean that this is a malware. So what we instead let's try to do, let's try to just Google this domain. So I use Google to search for the eventuallogic.com domain. And here we have a malware analysis report from Joey Sandbox, which is a community-based service allowing to analyze how malicious files behave. So this is a report for a file named decrypt.exe, and we can see the Sandbox flagged it as malicious. But the score is like 56 out of 100. That's kind of a borderline score. And if we check the eventual logic domain, we can see the sandbox report says that it is being used by this file, decrypt.exe. So if we depict this on a graph, we can say that this domain name is related to the decrypt.exe file. So now let's try to get some more information about this file we discovered. To do this, we'll use VirusTotal. So I copy its hash and I query it on VT. As you can see, we have 5 detections, which is again not too much. And if I examine the Relations tab, I can see an interesting thing, a compressed parent named decrypt.zip. So this file, decrypt.exe, was found inside this archive. So let's check out the archive. Again, we see it's undetected, and VT says it is password protected. Again, we examine the Relations tab, and here we see a section called In the Wild URLs, which can help us determine from which URLs this file has been ever downloaded. And we see it was downloaded from the decrypttables.com domain. So now let's look at the domain. We see it has only one detection. And over here we see some downloaded files, as well as we see files that are communicating with this domain name. So again, we can draw an arrow between our decrypt.exe sample and the decrypttables.com domain. And then, well, if we examine the list of communicating files, we see 2 files of interest. One of them has 10 detections, but it doesn't have a name. But the second one has 6 detections, and it's named very interestingly, let's compress.exe. Well, this name sounds very curious, and I think we should start investigating this file. So we see that this decrypttables.com domain is somehow related to the let's compress thing. And let's try to find out how. So we see that the file has 6 detections on VirusTotal. But if we look at the actual detection names, we see that some of them are related to the so-called PUAs, or riskware. So PUAs is a type of software which is different from malware. If we speak about malware, like backdoors or ransomware or info stealers, they clearly do some kind of a malicious action that performs destructive impact. But PUAs, they do not cause this kind of malicious impact. All they do is display ads or just change, for example, the default search system. They are unwanted software, but still they are not as malware. As such, if you are a threat defender and if you detect a PUA in your organization, you don't really need to do anything other than maybe recommend the user to delete the software. But if it's a malware, everything is more serious. You need to perform incident response, threat hunting, ensure the malware doesn't propagate inside the network, etc., etc. The processes of handling is very different. And so we need to find out whether this let's compress software is a PUA or a malware, and whether we should trust these 6 detections. Let's get some more information about it. I open the Details tab, and inside it, I note that the file is signed by an organization named Utility Access. And furthermore, I can see that it has this box icon, and the description says that it is an installer. And it looks like some real program. And let's try Googling its name. Let's compress. If I do that, I see a website pop up, which is letscompress.com. And here we have like a real web page. a web page that offers us to download this tool for compressing files. And if we consult several websites to determine the history of this domain name, we can see that it has been created in May 2024, and this website has been up at least since July 2024. So nothing really suspicious in those dates. But if we actually check the Google search results, if we scroll down below, we can see some conversations about this software on X or Twitter, and very curiously, these conversations have been done by security researchers. And let's take a look at one such conversation. It's between two people, Aura and Russian Panda. They're, by the way, very active on Twitter. For instance, Aura has about 5,000 followers, and Russian Panda has about 15,000 followers. So they're very well-known analysts and researchers on Twitter. And Aura says, there is something going on with this Let's Compress software, doesn't look legitimate at all. To which Russian Panda replies, it's a PUA. All it does is just archiving the files you fetch to it, I think. And the discussion continues. I can see that at some point it decrypts a password-protected archive. Remember we saw one before? It's all bits and pieces, I don't really know, I'm confused, etc. To which Russian Panda replies, if you look for the signature on VT, they have another PUA flip player. And Aura says that yes, he has been able to confirm that this utility access thing is one of the many companies that do customer support, digital marketing, etc. He said that it might be a PUA, but it may go deeper than that. So these two researchers are having a conversation and they don't really understand if it's a PUA or not. So, but we need to protect our network, we need to find it out ourselves. But this conversation is very curious, still. And I think the best way to find it out is to try and fiddle with the software. So I'll switch to my analysis machine. And here I have the installer of the software. I launch it, and yes, it's a real installer. I click Next. Accept the terms. Please raise your hand if you read the license agreement terms. Press Next. Install. We are waiting for the installation to proceed, and let's launch the software. If we do it, we see that it offers us to drag and drop files to compress them, and here we have an ad of TripAdvisor, which is a clear sign of a PUA. But what do you actually think about this? Is it a PUA or a malware? Should we continue analyzing the software? So please raise your hand if you think it's a PUA, if it's not malware, if we are putting too much blame on Let's Compress. Okay. And please raise your hand if you think it's malware. Okay, we'll find out who was correct at the end of the talk. So, well, we decided to check this software out. And what we should start with, I think, we should try to walk this chain from bottom to top. We have the Let's Compress software, and from it, we need to find out how it uses this eventuallogic.com domain. And what we should start with is to try to establish the connection between Let's Compress and decryptables.com. And to do this, let's scan the folder with the files of the software for this domain name. And to do that, we'll be using a Yara rule. In case you didn't know, Yara rules are like signatures that allow you to search for strings or byte sequences in files. We have this simple rule here. I hope the syntax is clear for you in case you haven't seen a Yara rule before. And what we do, we launch the Yara rule. Yara 64, we specify the name of our rule and then the path to our software folder. If we do this, we see that this URL has been detected inside a file named update.exe. So we found this executable named update.exe, and now we have to understand how this domain name may be related to it. One way to do it is to reverse engineer the software, but let's try a faster approach by examining network logs. So on VirusTotal, if we look at the file, we have a tab called Behavior, which provides us with results of how this file was executed in a sandbox. And what we can do here, we can press download artifacts and download pcap files from the sandbox. And let me show you one of these files with the HTTP connections we have here. If we scroll down to the bottom, we can see that we have a file decrypt.zip here, which is being downloaded. It's the one we saw. And remember, we're dealing with something related to updates. And right above, we see a GET request, a curious one, to the path update.txt. And let's look at it. I press follow, HTTP stream, and here are the contents of this request. Exactly the response to this request. This response looks like some kind of a description of an update, which may have been retrieved by the update component of Let's Compress. So we downloaded the pickup, we have this decrypt.zip, and now we have this update description. Now, anything for you here that can potentially ring a bell? Do you see any anomaly here? Yeah, the command line switch is one of them. Any more? Yeah, a completely different domain. And what else? Registry. And anything else? No, not really. Size? Size, no. Okay, so the anomaly is actually here. This is a base 64 string. And if I switch to the analysis lab, and if I very quickly decrypt it with CyberChef, I notice that it is the base 64 string of update.exe. So this update, it contains the string update.exe, and so it triggers the execution, it likely triggers the execution of the update.exe file. And as we know, this update.exe file, it makes a query to the decrypttables.com domain. And so this software and this domain decrypttables, they are related. Now we go on and establish how this domain is related to the decrypt.zip archive. So in traffic, we saw this archive being downloaded. Down below, let me show it to you again. We have this archive, decrypt.zip. Let's analyze it. So I switch back to the analysis machine. And I have this folder right here, decrypt.zip. Here is the archive, and if I try to extract it, 7zip prompts us for a password. Now, this is a kind of an attention test. What is the password? Yes, you're correct, and you get this cup as a prize. The password was mentioned during the Twitter conversation as 123456. So now we have we know what the decrypt.exe file, how it's related to Let's Compress, and we have just a final step to find out what's up with the original domain name. Now, if we go back to the Joey sandbox report, we see that this is the report for the decrypt.exe file that we are dealing with. And inside this report, we have an execution chain. And based on it, we can see that the purpose of this decrypt.exe file is likely to decrypt and load this executable, system something. I have it downloaded on my analysis machine. And there it is. If we look at its icon, which we saw before in the report, we see the icon of the Python programming language. So it's a Python compiled file. Specifically, it was packed with a software called PyInstaller. And now we need to analyze it to find out how it's related to this domain name. Now, there is a specific set of instructions that you need to execute to analyze such files, and I'm going to show it to you, and in case you deal with such files, you can rewatch the talk and see how I did it. So the first step is to extract the files bundled within the executable with a tool called PyInstructor. To do that, I open the console, I switch to the folder, and here I type Python, PyInstructor, and I type the name of the file, system something. So as you can see, we have analyzed the file, and we got a folder with lots of files in it. This is the folder. And now, one of the files in this folder is called main.pyc. This file is likely contains the main function of our executable, and we need to convert it to Python code. Now, to do that, we're going to use a tool called pycdas. It's a Python decompiler. I type pycdas.exe, and I need to specify the path to the file, system extracted main.pyc. And if I do it, I get some kind of a gibberish. It's actually the disassembly of the file. And inside it, I see a string called pyarmor. This is how the decompiled code looks like. And pyarmor is actually an obfuscator for Python. So this code is protected, and we need to unprotect it to reveal the source code. To do it, we can use a tool called bone density with this interesting name. You can find the source code of this tool on GitHub. To run it, I type Python bone density. This is how this utility works. It requests from us a pyc file, which is main.pyc, and a file called pytransform.dll. Both these files are located in the bundle that we extracted. System extracted main.pyc, and then system extracted pytransform.dll, and we save the output to the main.py file. Once we do it, we have the file main.py. Oops. And it's readable. So immediately we see the first line from browser's import Chrome. Obviously, it's something obfuscated. It looks like an info stealer. So now let's spend some time on analyzing this file. We can see the main function, and the first function is here. We try to get some kind of a configuration from the utils.config function. And utils is another method embedded in our sample. It's another module. And let's also decompile it. So I switch the path. I put in the path. It is located in this folder if you search for it, utils.pyc, and I need to specify extracted, again, the path to the pytransform.dll file. And I save it in the utils.py file. If I do it, let's find the config function filed on a current document. Here is a function named config. Let's try to see what it does. it tries to look for some JSON file. And if we examine the folder with the bundle, JSON, we see a JSON file. But it is encrypted. We need to figure out how to decrypt it. And let's analyze the code a little bit more. And we can see that we have this JSON file before it is loaded. We have a call function called descramble_string. One of its arguments is the contents of our file, and the second argument is the return value of the function getBuildStamp. Now, if we look at this function, we can say that it deals with the build.stamp file. It simply reads it. And if we do that, let me show it to you. It's just a number. But if I go back to the function called descramble_string, if I find it, I see, well, let's look at this code. It's some kind of a gibberish because there's some strange thing with lambda. And, well, the decompiler did its work incorrectly. And in this case, what we can do, when the decompiler fails in Python code, we can consult the disassembly. Here I have the disassembly generated. And let me switch to the descramble_string function. Now, if we look at it, can you actually try and guess what this function does? Maybe you don't need to really know Python assembly, bytecode assembly to know this. Any ideas? No? Okay, so, oh, okay. Yeah, so this function, it has an instruction called binary XOR. So we can try to assume it's just XOR. And so what we do now, we open the file that we had, the JSON file. Let's do it very quickly. JSON. We XOR it with the key we had. And we see the decryption has been successful. And if we look at it, we spot our eventual logic domain. And now we are ready to answer the questions we had. The domain name is malicious, and the infection chain is caused by downloading this Let's Compress software. Probably people just Google how to compress file, and they find this software through CAO poisoning, and they download it. And the malicious capabilities are a backdoor, since the update component has been trojanized, and an info stealer, since we saw something related to browsers. So, the moral, keep POAs out of your network. They can deceive you very easily because you saw that with the conversation, it managed to do some tricks even with experienced researchers, let alone ordinary analysts who monitor traffic every day. So, I hope you learned something today. Thank you very much for attending my talk. And if you have any questions, please ask them.
I think we are very just with time. If someone has one very, very quick question, like one question, not a series of questions. If not, you can catch Georgi later. Yeah, okay?
Really short. This seemed to be a really involved process. How long did it take you to do this analysis?
Thanks. How long it took me? It took me about, I think, 2 days. The most complex stuff would be learning how to deobfuscate PyArmor executables and discovering this obscure bone density tool.
Okay, thank you again. Please.
So we are going to be closing the day today. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And in this first day of the Honeynet Project Annual Workshop 2025 in Prague, we are incredibly happy to have you here, all of you here, and we hope you enjoy the city too, which is a beautiful city. And then I really want to thank all of our sponsors. We are incredibly happy to have you here. We wanted to include you as much as we can and make you part of this as much as we can. Thank you for Acalvio. Thank you, SecurityWorks. Thank you for Labyrinth, CVUT, Stratosphere Laboratory, the AIC Center, Aleph recording for us, Arctic Wolf, and Recon Wave. If you see them there, go and say hi and thank you. Supporting this community is incredibly valuable for us. Woo-hoo! And then I would like to thank all of you people talking today and in the trainings. Really, you are coming from all over the world, are taking planes and trains and a lot of things to be here. Thank you for your time and effort. We are really happy that you apply and you went through us, including the coaching sessions that you sustain with us. So thank you, people. And I want to say thanks to the organizing team. Can I ask you to come here, people, organizing team? Are you there? Come on, so they can on front. The embarrassment, there you go. Cesar, thank you. So Veronica and Muris and Lucas and Martin and Javier and Carlos and Cesar have been working a lot. Anna and Mari and Ondrej, Carolina, Lenka, Anwin and Sergio that just today say, we want to help and went there. So thank you very much. They work a lot, people, like a lot. And I'm incredibly happy to have them here and to see everything around. So I'm not sure if you know, but apart from all the badge and all the things you have around, they were working around the clock to make 3D printed things, homemade, and laser engravings, and the honey, and badges, and bags, and many, many things around. So thank you very much, people, for all the work you put in here.